How many times does Earth spin in 24 hours?
What's the name of that funk?
How many moons are in the Earth system? Who wore women's shoes better, Einstein or Newton?
That that is brilliant. I wonder who had more shoes. One
Oh,
of those, like a closet Imelda Marcos with a whole closet full of women's shoes. Do you know what I'm saying?
how many light bulbs does it take to unscrew an astrophysicist?
The setup's funny. How many feminists does it take to change a light bulb? 2. Want to change a light bulb? Want to sit down and shut up? Hey there, Dave. How are you, sir?
Okay, I think it's working. Is it working now?
Yeah, it's working now.
Every time I log on to Discord, I have to switch my microphone back and forth. But anyway, cheers. Whoever said
Cheers.
hi.
Great to hear you, sir. Great to hear you, good man.
Yeah, it still exists, and whatever this is. We ain't signed so far. Nothing in reality for the globe, I'm going to go ahead and assume. Right. After 10 years, you would think they would have something. One little shred of something. But anyway, it's been Dead Air Dave from Kentucky. The weather's beautiful, and it's going to be a great day on the plane. Go ahead
Down in
or don't.
Kentucky.
Looks like currently no heliocentric enthusiasts are on the panel. Nobody thinks they're standing on the outside of a spinning, wobbling oblate paroid zipping around through nothingness. Nobody thinks that, okay? Got it.
Some party people.
You say party people?
Yeah.
I'd say whoop there.
Hey,
it is.
Josh. What's up, dude?
Happy Monday. Hope y'all are ready to take on the week.
I already started.
I was wondering when you guys see Polaris in the sky, is it like really bright, or is it kind of just like just one of the other stars? So when I search, I get stuff like this. I'll look in the chat. So I get stuff like that. Is that how it looks? Or is it just like, oh, there it is? Or is it really obvious? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's not obvious. I have to like use the Big Dipper method to find it.
Oh, okay. So it's not like, oh, there it is.
Obvious is Venus. Venus is always obvious. Or Jupiter.
Oh, yeah, Venus is like really like when you see Venus, you're like, damn. Like especially when it's like near the moon, like a full moon that's like right below the moon. You're like, that's some cool shit.
Yeah, this morning was a good viewing.
Y'all see the findings from the Perseverance rover that NASA announced last week? How we're getting pretty close to proving that there was ancient life on Mars.
Yeah, I saw the podcast that Snake in the Grass talked about that life might have begun on Mars. They're doing that shit where humanity was on Mars and then relocated back to Earth. You're like, dude, what the fuck?
Or the entire solar system was just crop dusted with biological material by something greater. You know, there could be.
Oh, yeah.
I'm honestly, like, if we find evidence that life once existed on Mars and once existed on Venus, like the Great Filter and the Fermi Paradox are pretty. It's a lot more information for us to sort of to chew on. I'm just hoping they fund Mars sample return here
But
at
I mean,
some point.
if you like chewing on bullshit narratives, yeah, you chew on that. There's nothing there, dude. It's all. Imagine like a great storyteller adding to the lore that he was telling you about a story that is like never ending.
No, I mean,
That's all that is.
NASA HQ has been sitting on this for about a year now, so it's they've been kicking the tires on it for quite a long time. So like I've known about the press release for 7 months, 8 months. A buddy of mine told me about it over lunch.
Bro, it's like
back
a
in
good
like
book.
January,
It's like-
February. That they were working on this and they were having trouble finding.
Yet, right? So a good book hasn't been released yet, and you were like first to see it. You were like you saw the beta version of it like before it was released, the rough copy. But so what? I mean, it has nothing to do with the advancement of human progress, except for we like stories. Sweet. Like, tell me in all of that how we're going to advance as humans, as people.
It's
What is
quite
that
the
going to
opposite.
benefit our life?
It's going to be quite the opposite. It's going to de-evolve. It's going to make it seem like, like even more separation. Because now you're going to have people who disagree, and the people who disagree will somehow be demonized for that.
Yeah.
It's like all this scientific advancement is only done is further the gap between the rich and the poor, the so-called educated and the unwashed heathens. They need to stop right now and stop presenting themselves as like facts and information that they don't know. They got to say, this is a story we're telling, and you can take it or leave it. Right from the very beginning, right from the jump. Be like,
I think the word you were looking for is Philistine.
yeah. Yeah, they're babbling. We're babbling right now, and it's up to you if you want to like listen to the babble or not, because all this bullshit is simply for entertainment purpose. If anyone here is getting upset that someone disagrees with this bullshit, leave them alone. Mind your own business. Do better and be better. Don't go out there and try to Allahu Akbar someone because they disagree with your bullshit.
That's like, whoa, they've been sitting on this information. Wow, what a press release. Bro, it has nothing to do with anything. It's like, that has nothing to do with the price of rice, bro. Like, in no way, shape, or form are you going to be better for the information being released. No way. It's all it's going to do is going to be like, full story, man. Like, that's it. That's the pinnacle of what they're going to release. Hey, outside of that,
Yeah, or just
Yeah,
answer the question. What will it do for humanity? If somehow someone finds out that life began on Mars, what's going to happen next?
he did, bro.
That was Cooper, right?
Josh or whatever the hell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're so entertained with this information. It's like, oh man, check it out, bros. I knew that before they were gonna release it. It's like, so what, dude? Like, oh, you want a cookie? Like, so what? It still means the same shit as it did when you first heard it, like, and nobody else did. When they press release it out, oh, we found some life on Mars. Yeah, and now what? What are we gonna do with that? Are we going to rate new technology? Like, what are we going to do with that? Life on Mars. I mean, really. Does he subscribe to your newsletter, Chris? It sounds like
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he'd be a good candidate for it.
Hell yeah, dude. He'd be about as giddy as a schoolgirl, man, if he heard that thing was coming out. He's running to tell people at work and all his friends and family. You know, kind of like a a kid at school, right? I know something you don't know. Oh man. That's so easy to see why we're in the state of affairs we are, man. It just really is.
Because they'll tell you, you'd be like, okay, so now what? Well, that means there's no God. Okay, because why? Where did that come from? Oh, then if there's no God, then there's no Christianity. Therefore, what? No Western civilization? Like they want to grease the skids. They want to somehow justify their atheism without justifying any sort of ramifications for what that would mean. So life began on Mars, and then well, now you have to stop being a Christian because
Yeah, it's always fun to whatever agenda they wanted to the blue hairs would say that it's because, it's easier to see that we can just terminate unborn, it's like whatever it is that suits their narrative, they just adopt it to that. Like, it don't even matter. It's like, oh, so we found life on Mars, X, Y, and Z. Like, insert agenda.
Okay, I'm back. I was lagging there for a second. It's like even in their internal critique of this, when they put like all these rovers on Mars, the most recent one that he was talking about, Perseverance, when they asked at the end, the reporter talked to this NASA spokeswoman, and this NASA spokeswoman said, like, hey, how did you guys do this? What made it happen? And she's, the Asian woman with these white pants, she said, the first thing I want to do is give the glory to God. And then on the backswing, atheists would be like, we found life on Mars, therefore no God. Well, how did you find life on Mars or evidence of life on Mars? Well, a rover from NASA who gave the glory to who? To God of the Bible or not God of the Bible? Which one? So this is where they walk themselves into this weird contradiction. So you gave glory to God that there is no God because NASA found evidence of life on Mars, giving the glory to God. And they're like, yeah. And you don't have a problem with that? That's okay with you? That string of logic makes sense in your worldview? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, well, that's probably why atheism is so soundly defeated in like everywhere you go. Like people have stopped. Like there's an article that just written recently that people have stopped identifying as atheists. And they call themselves spiritual or non-religious. They're coming up with any possible word to use other than atheism because of the hot mess, all the baggage that's attached. Like same thing with vegans. Like vegans say plant-based or cruelty-free. They're coming up with other words because some vegan activists did some weird shit, like throw soup on some kind of like medieval painting or something like that. So like, oh no, I'm not vegan, I'm plant-based. You're like, okay, well that's the same thing, right? They go, oh yeah, that's the same thing. So why not just say vegan? Oh, because vegans are fucking crazy, It's like the same thing. You got these people who are like, adjacent or have some kind of framework that partially matches atheism, but they won't say atheist. I go, are you atheist? Nope. Well, what are you? Well, I think that rocks are magical and, okay, seriously, dude? Seriously, you're going to go that route? Yes, flying spaghetti monster. There's a giant spaghetti monster. Really? You're going to go there? That's where you're going to go? Anything other than to say you're an atheist. I mean, that should tell you something about your worldview. That you have to cloak it and hide it behind layers of nuance. You can't stand on all 10 toes, loud and proud, and just announce what is your belief system.
Yeah. Say it like you mean it, right? But what you get in here, most of the times, is you get people not wanting to be held accountable for the things that they say. So you get people like Noni, who came in here and he was like, well, I'm agnostic to the earth, the shape of the earth. I was like, bullshit, dude. I call everybody who says that out. Everyone. I'm agnostic to the shape of the earth. I was like, that is a bold-faced lie, and you know it. But they don't want to admit it, dude. They don't want to be held accountable. They don't want us asking questions because they don't know how to answer it. That's the simple truth right there. They don't know how to answer those questions. They're too tough. Who can answer them anyway, but they don't want to be held accountable, so that's what they'll revert to. Oh, I'm agnostic. Well, what do you think about your faith? What are you, atheist or you're a religious person? I wouldn't say I take a stance on that. Every time, never fails. It's like, where are the people that are standing on all 10 of their toes and saying loud and proud what their position is. Fucking, you can't find those guys anymore, anywhere. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, Chris, but try finding one of those guys who says, "Yeah, that's me. I'm a globalist. I love the Earth as a globe. Atheist, whatever." Nope, ain't gonna find that. I'm agnostic to everything. Yeah.
What if I said I was aggressively agnostic? Like as far as faith
Yeah.
goes.
Define it.
No.
You'd say define that. What do you mean by that? Is it just like
I'm 100% certain that nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty good. Say, I don't know. If someone were to ask you, like, hey, do you know? I go, not only I don't know, it's not possible to know.
Yeah, but that's not even logical, Crit. Think about the logic behind it, right? It's the infinite loop. How do you have that positive knowledge 100% of something you don't have positive knowledge on? It'll keep looping back in on itself. And you don't know that you just said something that's an infinite loop, but you did.
Yeah, it'd be like, hey, what's it like to be a dog or a pet or something like that? Well, I don't know. It's probably not possible for me to know. I'm not going to become a furry to figure it out. And maybe even people who are furries, they don't really know it either. They're just pretending. They're faking it. They're like some kind of other underlining issue there. So there are things that you can pontificate. Like what's the sound of silence and shit like that. But really, you don't know. And there really isn't any way of knowing.
Yeah, but he's 100% certain, right? So that 100% certainty of not being able to be certain, it loops back in on itself.
Oh,
you can't be 100% certain if you're uncertain. It's a paradox.
Yeah, it's kind of like that thing where a lot of educators, like doctorates and stuff, they'll tell you that the more they've learned, the less they know. Like there's always another. Like these. I can't remember the guy who said directly, but like at peak, like I think it was a chemist, if I remember right. He said, like, I've studied chemistry for some 60 years, and anytime I learn something new about chemistry, there's 10 things I learned I didn't know.
Yeah, let me prove the infinite loop. So I'm going to ask you a question, Josh. Have you ever eaten anything in your life ever?
Eaten? Yes.
Yes. Are you 100% certain of that?
Yes.
Okay, then. So there is certainty. Your claim about everything being uncertain is untrue, proven by what the statement you just made. Thank you. Have a good day.
Let's rephrase it. I'm not 100% certain that nobody knows. I'm 100% certain that everybody's ideas, like the subset of our ideas of our creator, like the or the context of our existence, I don't think any of them are correct.
How do you know that? You can't be 100% of that. That right there, in and of it, every time you think you have a sound logical argument, it shows that you really don't understand logic. Every time you try to bring something, because it's provably wrong. Everything. I can deconstruct your worldview in an instant, right? Okay. Because how can you think for somebody else? I'm 100% sure that other people, and then anything you say after that is wrong. Everything, because you're not other people. You're just you.
Based off of my lived experience and my personal worldview, I have not been shown any evidence or any direct observations or any arguments that have convinced me otherwise. So
the rover.
Right. Listen to this, man. The standard is you being convinced. That's the standard. So that standard can never be satisfied because you may never, in your mind, ever be convinced of anything. So you can't put that that's not a standard. You can't. It's not a standard. If you say I've never been convinced, then anybody trying to convince you with sound logic will fail because you are not letting yourself be convinced. You're actively putting yourself against logic. Actively.
No, I'd be open. I'd be open to one of our creation stories being true.
But you're not.
Oh.
But you're not. That's the problem.
Church. I go to church.
Bro, it doesn't.
Like,
Dude, listen to me, dude. It doesn't matter
Go ahead.
if you sit regularly every Sunday at a pew and listen to a pastor or whoever, whatever cleric is up there. It doesn't matter who you listen to. The fact is, you take it on in your mind as something to be true, like faith would. If you don't, then it doesn't matter a hell of beans how many times you go to church, bro. That's not a, because you sit in your car or you sit in your garage doesn't make you a car, bro. Like, that doesn't equal that other thing you're thinking. Like, it's not going to make you something.
Isn't this the definition of faith, though? Is
No,
not.
Yeah, hold on, dude. Your own framework, Perseverance, found something on Mars. You believe that, right?
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
the raw telemetry at
Okay.
JPL.
Who did NASA give credit to? Who did they give the glory to when they said after it launched and it got the way to Mars? Who did they pray to make this possible?
Godspeed, didn't they say?
No,
Yeah.
God of the Bible.
Okay.
It's like after getting off the ground, the NASA spokeswoman, she says, we give the glory to God, but it's only halfway there. We still have to land it on Mars, and it's difficult. That's really difficult too. So we're still praying, and we're hoping and praying, thoughts and prayers. So for you to say, yes, I believe NASA, and I don't believe NASA because I haven't found enough evidence to convince me, what you've done is walked yourself into a deep-seated contradiction where you believe and don't believe them at exactly the same time.
No, I don't believe in specific gods. I do believe that there could be something greater than us. So if somebody
Then
says
you need to
the
go
glory
work that out.
goes to
Okay,
God,
listen, work that out with
Go ahead.
NASA. Call up NASA and tell them, hey, I think your God is not correct. There's another God
No.
out there.
every god can be correct. That's what I'm saying. Every god is incorrect and correct.
Well, go tell NASA that.
Like, it's just this. It's this general. They all fall into the
That's not
general
logical.
bucket of other. No, I understand
Yeah,
it's
That's not
illogical.
logical. Yeah, it's illogical because of the fact of the way you're framing it. It both can be their God and not their God at the same time. That's not.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's not it.
No, I mean, they all just
It
fall
either
into
is
this
or is
bucket of
not.
other, right?
Yeah, it either is or is not the God that they're talking about. Either is or is not. There's no like it's all
I
their
don't agree
gods
with
and
that
not
statement.
all their gods at the same time.
No, I don't agree with that statement.
Well, your agreement isn't
You don't
required.
agree with logic, I think, and that's the issue. The logic behind what you're saying is illogical. So you agree with not being logic.
You can't apply
And-
logic to faith. You can't apply logic to faith.
Yes, you can. What are you talking, dude? Yes, you can. Otherwise, everything wouldn't make any sense. Logic is the framework
And
by
that's what
which
I'm-
we understand. Like, dude. Okay.
I
You
assert that it
can't-
doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
No,
you
no, I
assert that it
assert
does. Dude, okay.
Yeah.
You're saying, listen to this, man. I'm going to tell the audience this because it's hard for people to understand when people come in here very confused like you. You're using logic right now to describe things in a language that you understand. So by proxy of the language that you understand, you are using logic to define and describe the thing that you're talking about right now. So you're illogical in using the language and then saying that the thing that you think that you understand, I'm going to confuse everybody here, but the thing that you think that you understand is happening by a paradoxical means, meaning that it can be all the gods and not all the gods at the same time.
Yes.
I know that, and it's incorrect because it's. How do you know that? How do you
I don't.
know that statement is true?
That's faith. I don't know that.
Okay. So
That's
it
my
is your
faith.
warm and fuzzy feeling that it is true that you think that's the case, and it's illogical because we're not based. The standard for logic isn't based on your sole interpretation. It's based on the worldly experience that everybody has and comes together and agrees upon. That's what it's based on, not your specific, separate, singular interpretation.
Okay, so you're saying that Muhammad and Moses and Jesus, their singular interpretation of their relationship with God was invalid because it wasn't consensus driven. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, we're not. Yours isn't consensus driven. Yours is singular driven. It's you and your own opinion arbitrating what is and is not true.
From my perspective, correct.
Yes.
I'm not trying
And
to solve size anybody. I'm not trying to solve size anybody. I'm just
but that's also incorrect. Because if I go outside and I experience the sun, and you go outside and you experience the sun, we're not having a subjective interpretation. We both are seeing and experiencing the same viewpoint. We all see a sun. We all feel the sun. It's the same experience. If you say there is no sun,
so I would
we've got a problem.
So I would posit that every conversation about some sort of other outside of, outside of our direct perception, intelligent creation, abiogenesis, et cetera, these questions that are outside of our current understanding, I would posit that 100% of them are subjective at the moment.
Okay. And what gives you that understanding?
Once again, I've not seen or heard or had any evidence presented or read about any experience
what about
would
design? That's
bring
evidence.
that.
What about intelligence? What about intelligent design? That's evidence. What about the sequence in?
I can get
What
behind
about the
that.
sequence? What about the sequence in DNA? The complexity of things that are created in this world.
Yeah, once again, I could, like I said earlier, I can get behind intelligent design, but I don't think that it's, God coming down from and creating Adam and Eve.
Why
Right?
not?
Like I
Yeah,
said,
why
it could
not?
be some.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
it could
Now,
have
why
been
not? Why? No, I'm
it could be.
challenging you.
It
I'm
could-
challenging
it
you,
could
Josh.
be.
Why not? Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Because that's not our understanding of the universe.
Yeah. How do you know that? Are you're okay? Check this out. You just included everybody else right now in that statement. Our, not your. You were just solely basing your
Sorry, you're
worldview
breaking
and
up.
opinions.
It might be on my end.
You were just basing your worldview on your own interpretation. Now you said our interpretation. Our is not included in your subjective interpretation.
Is he breaking up for anybody else, or is it just me?
Am I breaking up?
No, you're good.
It might just be me. One sec. Let me switch
Yeah,
over
yeah,
my internet.
He's saying our when it's really just his interpretation. He's going back and forth between a consensus and his own very own specific interpretation. See, he doesn't understand he's doing that. I catch that, and I'm exposing that to you guys so you can hear when I repeat it back. And see, I've dealt with this kind of illogical thinking many times, so I understand that how someone can be very confused, and they're thinking that by trying to rationalize in their own mind that their subjective interpretation is the right way, they fail because we all experience the world that one person is experiencing. Like, for example, if I'm riding in a car with Josh and our car stalls in the middle of a railroad and a train is coming, we're both going to get out of the car out of harm's way. He at no point is going to say, there might be and might not be a train coming right now at this particular moment. Everything's going to scream in his being, we need to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, it's direct observation. I see the train. I feel the train rumbling. I hear it. Like, I just have never had any direct observation of anything, outside of our understanding of, the current reality.
Yeah, but I don't know how old you are, but the older you get and the more that you look into philosophy and
Damn, one
the
sec.
way
My
people
Discord
think.
is being all fucky. I'm gonna leave and come. One sec.
What do you guys think? We have people like this come in all the time. They think that their subjective interpretation of the world is the way we should filter out reality. That's untrue. Because if that was the case, then pineapple pizza would be good for everyone. Yeah?
Yep, it would be.
Duh.
There's a children's story about this, Goldilocks and the Seven Bears. And this is the type of shit that globalists have to brain fart. Children's fairy tales. They have to completely, utterly brain fart this very basic shit just to maintain some sort of weird delusion that their subjective take isn't really subjective. It's objective if they put an us in front of it.
Yeah, funny thing is that he was flip-flopping back from his own specific perspective to how he's using it as a consensus. Well, we all think this. No, no, no. You're jumping back and forth between us and our to you and how you think. No. You can't use everybody else in your specific interpretation of logic. It's just you. When you say that, you know, the way he's framing it, logic is so important when we have a discussion in this room. And what's even
Apologies, my
what's even better?
app is acting up all over the place. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. He might have muted me or something.
Yeah,
People tend to do that when they start getting debunked.
yeah. Can you hear anyone, Josh? Joshua, whatever his name is.
Yeah, now I can. My Discord app is being all sorts of strange. Apologies.
Yeah, your philosophy needs to go in for an overhaul, man.
I'll just keep doing what I do. I have conversations with folks.
You're
Like
lacking
I'm not.
consistency, bro. Consistency with
I know.
a consistent paradigm within worldly experience between people who are experiencing the same world as you. If you
Oh, I know.
call
No,
out
if
magic
what if
boundaries-
I had told you I'm a subjective moralist as well? I'm just a shit human being when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because let me get this one. Because you can believe that, you can think that, but you will never act upon that. If you do, society will lock you in a cage, so you'll never be able to hurt someone again. You can be all cringe, neckbeard, fedora wearing atheist, but as soon as you deprive someone's life, liberty, or happiness because you subjectively think they don't have these things endowed by their creator, that's the last time you do that. You'll get one and only chance to either comply or society will make sure that you don't get a second chance to do so.
Well, I
There's
don't
no-
think they're
there's no
endowed
redo.
by their-
There's
I
no
know they're not
redo on
endowed by
that.
the creator. They're endowed by the Constitution.
No, the creator.
Right.
That says in the Constitution, we hold these truths to be self-evident, legally defining God of the Bible as a source of human rights. You can say, I don't believe that, or my morals are subjective. It doesn't matter. That is not a legal defense. You will not be able to go into a courtroom and say, hey, check it out, bro. Judge,
No, I know.
who I don't
I get it.
recognize your authority because of, like your 10 commandments don't apply to me. He'll say, tap, tap, guilty. That is not a legal defense. That you
Yeah, the
don't believe.
the Constitution had when it was written, it had the undertone of having God as the beholder of all these tenets to the Constitution. Well, don't say okay. You gotta say that you were wrong. You gotta recant what you said. That you know what, I made a misspoke. I was incorrect. That you guys are correct because
No,
that's what it
I'm
says.
agreeing with you.
Because the Constitution, the undertone was written on the basis that all of these tenets were inscripted by a creator. It's just the way it is. Like you can
I get
debate
it.
that.
I agree with that.
It's just the way it is.
No, I agree with that. It's just it's derived from the document itself. I really don't care about the undertones.
Dude, the undertones are what give it its meaning. What do you mean? I don't care.
No,
you need
the people holding it up are what give it its meaning, right?
No. But why are they holding it up? What moral value does it have if it doesn't have implicit means of being endowed by something greater than themselves? It's not the people who are greater. It's the creator who gave them these tenets that's greater. Bro, you missed that class? Like, what are you? You think
it's
people
the
are
people. It's definitely the people. We the people.
Yeah, we the people. Read the rest of it though. The rest of it is because of the fact that there is a creator that we the people can survive. Dude, you are lacking a fundamental comprehension of the Constitution, bro. If you think it's just the people, you are seriously.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying.
You don't, dude. This is the reason why we're going over this. You don't understand. It is. It is. It
Real
is. It
quick,
is.
I do have a 9
It
o'clock.
is
I
such an
gotta run
error.
to.
It is such an
Back,
error for humans. Yeah, it's
I'll
such
be
an
back
error
in a
for
bit.
humans to think. It's such an error for humans to think that they are above the laws that were written by people from their understanding of a creator. That's an error in your part and everybody else who thinks that. It just is like a slap in the face. Like, what do you mean it's just the people? No. This guy has really missed his history, I think. It's my, if this is your take, if you think it was just the people coming up with these laws and saying, hey, this is good for us, guys. Yeah, why is it good for us? Is the reason. Because we were given these laws by a creator? Yeah.
It looks like he ran off again.
But it's funny because I'm just basically telling him exactly what it means because that's how it states. That's how it reads. It doesn't read, oh, we the people based on our own, morality, we're gonna make these tenets. No. That's not the focal point. The focal point is endowed by the creator. That's the focal point.
Yeah, it says right from the beginning, we hold these truths. So right from the very beginning, they say, do you understand truth or not? Truth, fact, and fiction. If you're not understanding that, and everything is partly subjective, there is no truth, that person's already diverted from the we. So they can still be here. They can be American and have all the protections granted by God and understand that truth is truth. Their belief isn't required. This was the legal battle that happened with atheism. Like the government was saying atheism speech is harmful speech. That's misinformation. And they wanted to silence atheism speech. And the atheists did a very amazing ploy legally. They said our right to deny the creator is enshrined by the creator. And that's how they were able to win in court, and why now today atheism speech hasn't been criminalized. They were able to reclassify it as some kind of religious practice. But then the problem was that they didn't see the consequences of that. Because now you've got these modern atheists who have no fucking clue. No clue of the legal battles, of the jargon, of what was said by who, that enshrine these free speech rights. And now you've got atheists who are actively trying to undermine the First Amendment.
Yeah. When they
You're
would
like,
swear
how did
people
you do that?
in a court case? In a court case, when they would swear people in, do you think they would ask them what religion they are before they put their hand on the Bible? Do you think they would even care if they were atheists? That speaking something untruthfully, so help you God, would be if you spoke something that was going to be considered perjury. Like this act was, it was underwritten with the understanding that it doesn't matter where you come from, what background you're from. It's a bond that you're making when you say something in the courtroom. And you put your hand on the Bible and swear to by the Creator. What does this guy mean? Because all of the judicial system has been underwritten by the process of understanding that the Creator was the fundamental focal point. That. Otherwise, what is truth other than that? You get me?
Yep.
It's not we the people because we think so. Get out of town, bro. Then that means you wouldn't have to put your hand on the Bible. That means that nothing that, the judicial system has to bring forward has anything to do with the Creator whatsoever. And that would be you're in for a big surprise. That was a wild ride.
Yeah, hopefully he comes back and he thinks about this stuff some more.
almost 200 years of having context of God being the moral focal point for all laws written, and then all of a sudden say, I think we are the ones that came up with all this stuff. By whom were these laws given from? Like, where did it just morality and such of like how we're impending these, enforcing the laws written.
Yeah, and that's the best part because atheism used to be very powerful. I mean, they Voltaire. I mean, second wave atheists, George Carlin, the atheists of the '60s, and then third wave atheism came out of nowhere, like in the late '90s, early 2000s, where suddenly now they wanted to undermine the First Amendment. In the second wave atheists and the first wave atheists, like spinning in their graves, being like, dude, we enshrined atheism speech as protected speech in the First Amendment. What are you doing? What are you talking about? You want to undermine freedom of association, freedom to redress a government of grievances, freedom of the press. How are you going to do that? How are you going to undermine self-expression and association and maintain a minority group inside a culture that vehemently accepts God of the Bible? How do you think that's going to work out for you? And it was spectacular. The downfall of third wave atheism is going to be one of the things that people are going to study. I mean, sociologists are going to study like that sort of breakdown, that complete meltdown, destruction of using social media and online spaces that completely eliminated atheism from the lexicon, like the thinking. I mean, you can look it up right now. Articles, like people write articles that highlight that people are simply refusing to identify as atheists. Just straight up, refusing to identify.
I'm sure there's still a few stragglers out there, Crit. Good day to everybody.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to mention the other day. This came up, and then, but the conversation shifted. You see a lot of these like anti-flat earthers when their grift is over and they're no longer taken seriously because they did some weird shit like eating their boogers on camera or like wearing like a mankini or something like that, and they're just laughed out of the community. They go on to do some other weird cringe shit, like that Team Skeptic guy. He mocks or ridicules First Amendment auditors. So you'll get a guy who will film a public space and watch police overreact to that, and the guy's clapping and cheering for the silencing of First Amendment auditing. So this is a guy who says he's atheist, who says that the First Amendment is not endowed by God, is a privilege or something along those lines, and then actively argue against his own privilege. How do you think that would happen? How do you think it would go if some First Amendment auditor went to some public event like NASA and started preaching atheism? Not to stand there silently in the corner and just recording, minding their own business, but to actively try to panhandle for atheism. And this is like the contradictions they walk into, like that flat or Flurfinator or whatever he changes, Ranty. Ranty was a flat earther, had all this long distance photography. Suddenly, out of nowhere, because of Bev, for some reason, decided he's not going to be a flat earther anymore. He's going to be an anti-flat earther who's actually some kind of menivist. Like, he talks about male rights or something. Like, you go to his YouTube channel, it's just this really cringe shit about how he doesn't have rights anymore and Western culture has abandoned men. And you're like, holy shit. Like, really, dude? Why did you go that hard into atheism? That suddenly you think you can't define what men and women are anymore? Like, you can't figure out your place in society? Like, these atheists did a number on him. Like holy crap. They bullied him so hard that not only did he lose his flat earth identity, he lost his basic identity as himself. He can't even call himself Ranty. He calls himself Flurfspective or something like that. He's identified himself as a not that. What are you, Ranty? Well, I'm not a flat earther, and I'm not really a man, and I'm not really a Christian. So you're not. Whatever it is, you're just not something. And he's like, yeah. And you're part of a collective. Yep. Like, wow. Dude, they destroyed your ability to think. That you can't even talk in the first person as an individual anymore.
That's a typical Bevite right there. That's all they do. And they do the TMZ BuzzFeed type of deal. They were, because I have Frontline Unfiltered, they go over there and they spew their little BuzzFeed. Oh, did you hear about this person saying this about you over here? And like, that's all they do. That's all they're about. They don't ever have a position. They don't ever talk about what they think is the truth. Like, it's all about other people and the drama that happens. Like, that's all. That's it.
He has a very broken mindset where they can't even begin to start thinking, if this person said this, and if that's true, what does that mean? Well, they don't know that either.
Yep. So flat to them equals a visual surface condition. That's what it means to them. They're freaking crazy. Does anybody in here want to talk about the shape of the earth conversation? We got some new people joining us right now. Any new folk in here that just jumped in?
I just see Torah and WKQ8. Welcome, guys. If you have any questions, go ahead and unmute your mics. They left. The one did, anyway.
You got Bulbasaur and Bamsy Bay. Who's Bamsy Bay? They're muted. And you got Call 0135.
Bamsy Bay got muted last night at some point. I forget who did the muting. But he was muted. He was just in here for a while, muted, so I don't even know what his deal is. Yeah, just to touch on what y'all are talking about. I don't know much about those Bevites or Bev. And after hearing a few opinions about those dudes, I was just like, you know what? Better off not touching that shit with a 60-foot pole. So kind of been enjoying my ignorance, the bliss of it all.
Yeah, they'll come in here every now and again. They have a couple of names. We have Bev and Bev Light. Bev Light is, his lackey, if you want to call him that. But he'll come in here and he'll repeat the same message that Bev does. They say the idiotic phrases like "tis globe," TIS, tis globe. Then
That's funny. Now, from what I've heard, they seem like a couple. They seem like a bunch of characters, man.
Yeah, they are. They don't They don't hold a position. What they say is, yeah, I don't say anything about the Earth. I just want to know what you guys have to say about it, and I want to parse out how what you say. Well, you said you measured the surface flat. I want to see how you measured it. Like they get into that kind of shit. They don't ever declare how they know that it is a globe because they just say, well, the surface isn't flat, so therefore the Earth is a globe. A true globe, they say. And we say, oh, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like the globe that NASA and all them are talking about? He's like, no. It's not that. It's just not what you say it's flat. So they're like an in-between kind of like...
Okay, so just arguing for argument's sake and like not really trying to get anywhere, just liking the gossip of it all, just wanting to gossip about people and stuff.
Yeah, they'll gossip. They'll gossip, but they will say that nobody knows. Their position is no one knows. They just know it's a globe, a true globe. That's the only thing they know. And when you ask them to define what a true globe is, well, it's not that spheroid that you've been told that it is. It's not a sphere. They'll say, it's not a sphere. It's a globe. I know they're dumbass arguments, man. Like,
well, you can't. I mean, I don't know what kind of conversation you could, conjure up out of that. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That's probably why they just get booted, right? That's probably why they just get muted and booted.
Yeah, he goes by Fallen Friends. I mean, he's known by Heyoka. That Heyoka character.
Okay. So yeah, they have been in here. Haven't said nothing to us. Okay.
They'll usually just sit. Like, there's a few of their crowd that comes in here, like Bloodsticker. He's a part of their lackeys. And they get sound bites and they report back to HQ and they talk about who's doing what. They follow Nathan Oakley, so they're in on all the drama. And this guy said that, and they come back over here to tell us so they can provoke us. And they're like, oh, did you know that they're saying this about you? And this and that and blah, blah, blah. And then you got people on this side be like, oh, yeah, they did say that? Really? Like, and then there they go, like, aha, rubbing their hands because they just started, they start some shit. And that's all they like to do that. Their whole shtick is built on just provoking. There's no like substance where they're really getting into the minutia. No, I mean,
here to divide and provocate and all that good stuff. I see. Okay.
Well, I mean, you'd have to experience it, and then you'd be like, oh.
No, that just sounds toxic. I mean, I don't even know why
they discontinued the Nikon P900 and P1000 because people kept fucking proving the Earth was flat.
Yeah, this dude comes in hot, reconciles. Like, what's your why'd you come in that hot, bro? Like, I mean, you could just say, hey, let's have a discussion or whatever, like a normal person would. Like, what's wrong with that?
I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to be sorry. It's just,
What do you want me to say?
Well, they told you why they discontinued
a regular person, bro.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is round or flat?
Yeah, did you read what's their official statement for why they discontinued it?
Yeah, because pretty much people were fucking proving the Earth was flat. I don't know exactly.
So what did they say? What did they say?
I don't know exactly what it was, but what was it? Do you know it?
Well, this is where you came in. You said why.
Oh, I thought. Well, hold on.
So you said the reason why they said they're going to do this isn't the reason why.
I didn't say that's what they said, but they discontinued it because people were proving it was flat.
No, how do you know that? Different answer. They told you why.
They discontinued it, and there were like countless videos on YouTube of people zooming in like 100 fucking miles.
Yeah, but so what? Yeah, but that's hold on, reconcile. You made a statement, right? And I'm
is nobody here a flat earther?
I'm challenging you. Reconcile. Yeah, dude. Listen to this. Hold on. Wait.
I joined a flat Earth.
Yeah. I know you did. I know you did. Yes. I want to get back to your statement. You made a statement. I want to know how you know that's true. That's all I'm asking, bro. You're saying
I just made like
they discontinued the P900 because flat earthers were proving that the Earth was flat. How do you know that?
Because I mean, dude, there were countless videos after the manufacturing of the camera
Yeah,
and
so
people
what?
would upload them and
Yeah,
prove that the Earth was flat. I have videos of my phone of people using the same.
I
cameras
know
I'm
that.
mentioning
How
right
do
now.
you know Nikon, the company Nikon? How do you know that?
Because, dude, I'm not saying that they said that outright. I'm saying that they discontinued it for a reason. They're not making it
What was the
high-powered
reason?
cameras like this anymore.
Yeah, what was the reason? That's what I'm asking for. What was
They're
the reason?
nerfing cameras because I mean, dude,
What
people
was
are
the
proving
reason?
that they discontinued it? I mean, dude, to stop people from like proving that the Earth is flat.
What did they say?
I don't know
Did
what they
say
said.
that? Well, then how are you making that statement, bro?
Dude, I
This
mean,
is illogical.
what is Nikon gonna say that people were proving that the Earth is flat? They
No,
would
it
never.
doesn't matter what they listen. They could say that they
That's
discontinued.
what I'm saying. They could have said literally anything. Israel says anything right now.
Listen to me, dude. Reconcile. You came in here making a statement saying they discontinued it because people are proving that the Earth is flat.
All right, dude. Now what?
If that was true, the statement would stand to reason that they would have made a statement and then they would have said, "Hey, we're discontinuing this specific camera because people are proving the Earth is flat."
They wouldn't say that.
Yeah, well then why do you say that?
Is a definitive like answer?
Why do you say that though, bro? Why did you say that? Why did you say that?
Because it's true.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're laughing. It's not true.
No, it is true because I have a video of somebody using a Nikon P900 standing across the coast of Chicago and zooming in to the entire skyline when there was an What do you mean? So what, dude? If I were to show you proof, then you wouldn't believe it. So, I mean,
that's not what's in contention, bro. You're getting lost in the sauce. Yeah,
how am I getting lost in the sauce?
It's not because you're missing the point. The point is you brought up
the point is that you don't want to get proven wrong.
Shut up, bro.
It's a lot easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that
interrupting me. You're interrupting me, and it's easier for you to be on mute, and I don't want to do that, right? So you came in here.
I thought I was going to join.
Here you go again, bro. Like reconcile. You need to just calm down, bro. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. I have to overtalk you in order to finish. I don't want to do that.
Go ahead.
All right, so it's yeah. You wish. So essentially, if people are making a statement, we ask them a question, and then if you don't know, say, hey, you know what? This is just my subjective opinion. You don't come in here saying this is why they did that X, Y, and Z. You have to make it at least valid, and you haven't done that. So you can't keep saying that if you don't have the evidence to back it up. No, tone policing. I'm not telling you how you're talking.
You're saying I should have came in here and said this is my personal opinion and given you like an intro. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, you do because it is your opinion. It is your opinion.
I know that the Earth is flat.
Discontinue.
I know this.
No. Yeah. So what does that have to do with what you came in there saying?
Repeat what you said. What I came in here and said was that they discontinued the Nikon P900 and the P1000 because people were proving the Earth is flat. They nerfed cameras for this reason.
That's wrong.
Okay, then give me your piece. Give me
my piece. My piece is. Yeah, my piece is that you came in here making this statement, and you don't have the evidence.
So we're not going to go anywhere until what?
Until you concede and say I was wrong. I didn't mean to say that. I misspoke. I don't. That's not what I meant.
No, I never said that. That's what Nikon said. That was a question that you had for me.
Yeah. Then
what did they say? Where did you gather this information from?
Yeah, because
I'm piecing it together. It's a lot easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me get this one, Alpha. So you completely hallucinated.
No, I didn't hallucinate. I didn't hallucinate. I have videos on my phone.
Yeah, you completely hallucinated the reason for why they discontinued the P900.
No, I didn't hallucinate. I mean, just like you hallucinate the Earth is round. All you're seeing is a bunch of
completely hallucinated. You're hallucinating. Right now, you're hallucinating. Here's the reason why they discontinued the P9000 or the 900. They replaced it with the P950 and the P1000. Why?
And they discontinued that one too.
No, they didn't. Why did they do so? Because the optical zoom, the P900 was 83 times. They increased it to 125 times. The video used to be HD. Now the video can be 4K. You could do raw shooting.
There is no current camera right now.
There's an external flash shoot.
Okay. So
the current model of the Coolpix 1000 is light years better.
Okay, so now that we've got
that's why they discontinued the old one because the new one.
Let's say there's the camera right now that's right now
that technology
125 times. Go outside and prove to yourself that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that tells you that technology increases. the ability to make these things keeps getting better and better and better. Meanwhile, space technology keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, because which means your statement was false to begin with. So you have to recant and say, I'm just saying from my own opinion that I think they discontinued the P900 because everybody was proving the Earth is flat. Now, if you came forward and said that would be great. Then we know it's your opinion and not that it's a true fact that they discontinued the P900 because everybody was
fair enough.
All right.
So
there you go.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know why they discontinued the P900 or whatever the fuck you wanted me to say. So if there was a better camera right now,
you know why. You hallucinated. You hallucinated reasons.
Okay, so we're not going to get anywhere then. Forget it.
Well, we shouldn't have came in here. I'm just saying, bro. Like, you could have, if you're honest and forthcoming with that, there is no dispute. When you say things that are not true, there's a dispute right there.
I didn't say nothing that was not true, bro.
You did. You just missed. We're going back. Are you going back to your argument, dude?
1 second.
Are you?
Hold on.
I mean, this guy's just resetting. Like, what?
Yeah, it came in here saying hey, everybody, there's a conspiracy theory I hallucinated about. Corporations no longer want to make money anymore. They're just going to discontinue profitable advanced technology that they have patents on.
Yeah, the Nikon P1000.
No reason whatsoever other than that this device proves the Earth is flat.
So I was right.
No, keep reading.
The Nikon P1000 has been discontinued with production ending around March 2024 and being officially replaced by the Nikon Coolpix 1100 in February 2025.
Yeah, exactly what I said. So it's the 1100. It's the 1100.
All right, so okay, let me concede that point.
Okay.
Because I did come on strong, right? So I said that, right? That they discontinued it because people were proving the Earth is flat. Okay.
Yeah.
So now that we know this, now that we know that they have a better camera, why don't you go outside and prove it for yourself?
Yeah. So okay, now we're getting somewhere. So what is the standard that you think that we need to take in order for us to say that the Earth is flat? Is it the one that you're presenting right now? That we need to do what you just said?
Well, you need to use the math that is given to you, right? So they say it's about an 8-inch drop per mile cubed, right?
Yeah, you know you're preaching to the choir here, but I mean, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I don't know why. I really don't know why. I don't
know. You just want to get the word out.
Expecting for me to at least get some backup.
Well, you will. You will. Listen, you will. No, you will, but
I'm preaching like 10 brick walls.
No,
10
listen,
mutes
dude,
and 2 dudes.
No, you're upset because you are finding out that in this room, you just made a statement that sounded like you were. So the problem is when you come in here and you make a statement in this room, you're held accountable for the words you say. And if it's true, listen, dude, reconcile. If it's true, then there's no qualms. But if it's untrue, we're gonna challenge you. We'll challenge anybody
right now.
Yeah, you're saying that based upon the 8 inches per mile squared, that shouldn't work out if you're going to look at a long distance observation using one of the cameras that you're saying that you can use. But the problem is the standard shouldn't be what you say. It should be a standard as being given per the people that are proclaiming that the Earth is a globe. So what is the standard that they're proclaiming on how to test the Earth?
That is the standard, 8 inches per mile.
Do you know?
8 inches of drop per mile.
You might be. Okay, but that is what
you actively believe. If you believe that the Earth is round and a sphere, then you have to agree that what their numbers say is 8 inches per mile of drop per mile.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if you're now telling an audience that and challenging them, then how are they going to come? Like, what do you expect to happen? Is the standard like?
I'm not expecting anything.
No. Wait a minute. Wait.
I'm using
just
numbers.
wait. Yeah, just wait. If you're saying that the standard would be you have to get a hold of this specific camera that you say, I don't know what camera you're talking about, either the 900 or the 1000 or 1100, whichever one it is, that you need to get a hold of this camera and go make an observation, a long distance, whatever. Then I think you're setting yourself up to put a roadblock for somebody who wants to figure out a method, right? So now the person can't go do a test to see if the Earth is a globe or not if they don't have a camera.
Right. No, I agree. And that I don't have a camera like that either, right? But I'm basing myself off of evidence that people have used these cameras to prove to themselves that the Earth is flat. I'm not saying for you to go and get the camera, but you're going to have to agree that if there is any camera that zooms to 100 times or 80 times, right, and zooms across the horizon over 55 miles to the city of Chicago, and they see the skyline, according and using your math, you would not see the skyline because there's an exponential drop of 8 inches. So knowing that I've seen this, multiple times over. Like, you can't disprove it. It can't be disproven. You can, because if you're really so hell bent on proving a flat earther wrong, you're not going to do. You need to go and do that yourself. You need to say, okay, let me go get a camera that zooms in 83 times or whatever he said, and show that to yourself that you can zoom 55 miles across and still see a skyline. Because you can. You have to prove that to yourself. These you don't prove anything. Like, you don't go out of your way to do these like, prove yourself these theories. Like, you just you're basing this off of what you've been taught since little, right? And that's primarily to bring you away from God.
Well, let's see if there's anybody that'll bite. Obviously, you think I'm a glober, but that's not the case. So if anybody in here thinks that the Earth is a globe, dude, I'm actually. I won't even tell you who I am. But
I didn't even know that you also believed in flat Earth. Honestly, dude, I thought I was arguing with somebody who believed that the Earth. You should have told me that from the get go, because I argued.
No, but here's the thing, dude. It's not like, okay, so anybody that comes in this room, I don't care who they are. It doesn't matter if you say you're a flat earther. It's not a shield in here. What we do is, if somebody, and I'll say it like this, if you're saying something that's incorrect, we challenge you. That's just what happens, right? But if you say something that's correct, we'll go along with it. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. You just made a statement. I think there's people that are in here right now that might think
I get
otherwise.
I get it. Yeah.
There might be some people in here that think otherwise, and if there is, there's a challenge on the table. The gentleman just said it, so if you think he's incorrect, then maybe you could challenge him. I mean,
that's fine.
Other than that, pretty much everyone's sitting on the same side of the fence.
Interesting. But why are there so many mutes?
Usually, we have a very ordered channel.
Oh.
Everybody that speaks is going to be one. It's one engagement at a time. I mean, there might be multiple people on our side, kind of like helping each other out, but usually, one of the globalists will let them kind of have the exchange. Because having too many, it's just then the points get lost, and one person's point never gets taken to fruition, and it becomes a clown show.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
But the challenge is there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro. I'm waiting.
Sorry if that was in you. Or I just wanted to say he was explaining one globe at a time. So part of the reason for that is when we let more than one, a lot of the times when somebody's explaining something to the one glober that asks something, the other will start interjecting and talking over, and so that's part of the issue with more than one glober at a time. They can't keep themselves on mute.
Yeah, there's a question to you reconciled in the text chat. Obviously, B's asking the question.
Yeah, I'm replying to it right now.
But I mean, I unmuted Bamsey or whatever. Is that person a glober? I don't know. But we got Bulbasaur and that's is that you, Sasha? We got Cole 0135. Good morning to everybody, DJ and everyone else. Ah, yes. Busy, huh? More of a shout out. We got it was something that transpired, and I wanted to ask you. You could type it in the Frontline Unfiltered Discord, DJ. But I heard that Russian drones flew into Polish airspace, so I don't know. You want to type something to me over there? I don't know, that there's kind of like some beef happening with you guys. Somebody made me aware of that news, and I was kind of like wondering if you knew anything about that. But yeah, you can just continue that discussion over there. Yeah. So it looks like Instagram and I don't know what other social media platform reconcile that you were exposed to Flat Earth.
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah.
What's the length? What's the length of time? Did you say in the text?
Yeah, like 3 months ago.
Dude, this thing you must be going through the whole thing everybody goes through. Like it's crazy, huh? It's a rabbit hole.
Dude, it is, dude. I was telling my friends, like, when it was one night, it was like late as fuck, and I was like, dude, like, this is real. Like, this is undeniable, and like, I was like, dude, I can't go back. So I started telling my friends, and like, dude, they're like, dude, you're like, they literally just started fucking laughing at me. I was like, bro, like, no, this is real. Like, this is actually real.
Let's do this, man. Let's reset. Let's start from the beginning. It's nice to meet you and welcome to 24/7. 24/7 has been the tip of the spear when it comes to the argument for globe Earth and flat Earth. We are highly educated in this. We can call us subject matter experts. Like all of us in here have a wealth of knowledge and an extensive amount of time in the subject. So we have at least 10 years under our belt doing this live on YouTube. 24, like the name says, 24/7. So you've come to the right place when it comes to the discussion of flat Earth and globe Earth. You're gonna find nothing better than like what we have to offer. We got a lot of intellects that are a part of this group, and we work together. Such as myself, you got DJ, you got Crit, you got El Boricua, he's in here right now. You got AI. Some of the people aren't in here, like Indio 007, AI Overlord. You'll see their names when they come in here, and they, these guys have such a wealth of knowledge that I think you could glean information off of, and create your own style and such. And our arguments are top notch. So we have, there isn't any glober that you can look at online or any otherwise that we haven't talked to. I've debated PhDs aplenty, so I have content out there. I also have another a show called Frontline Unfiltered that I deal with, just the regular controversial topics. So, but this group specifically on this subject that you're looking into, there's nothing better than this. We have our server also as well. You can join, and there's a wealth of knowledge at the bottom of the Discord that has multiple subjects that you can look into that we've done all the work for, and which you can bear fruit from. Because from laser tests to just the debates. Anything you want is in our server. We got terabytes of information, dude.
Interesting. I'm gonna join that right now, actually.
Yeah, we are, dude. I'm telling you, it as far as the arguments go, you can keep us on like a podcast all day. We're live streaming on YouTube. The YouTube links are in the bots that are in here. So if you click on the ones that say YouTube, they have the links to the YouTube channel. And then you can subscribe to that. Helio Skeptic is the owner of one YouTube, and then you got Flat Lloyd Wright, who's the owner of the other one that's in it. So we got two live stream bots that are recording at all times. We put them up for posterity. So in case somebody says something and they say, I didn't say that, we go back in time and rewind, and we'll play the soundbite where they did say that, and it's for our benefit, So
I got you.
Another reason too is that a lot of what they'll do is like globals are dumb as shit. Okay, just straight up dumb. They'll come in here and they'll say they had a conversation with flat earthers and that we did JQ, we violated all these terms of service, we harassed them, all kinds of very weird takes. Then they'll go to the admin and say, flat earthers have done these horrible things. And they're like, well, sure, can you give me a timestamp of when they did this? And the person's like, wait, what? It wasn't recorded. They go, yeah, it was. They record on 2 streams. So go back and grab the recording, the clip of them doing these things. Otherwise, you've just proven yourself a bold-faced liar.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see that they didn't pay attention. They didn't realize that we are live streaming, and we've had problems with this in the past of just blatant bearing false witness against a neighbor. They'll come in here and just give it. Maybe in their worldview it was that. Who knows? Who knows why they would lie? But all we know is they do lie, and the video recording keeps it honest.
Gotcha.
Yeah, hopefully you find even bring your friends over here, because we do want to challenge whoever in your life. If you say, hey, there's a couple of guys over there that might give you a good challenge.
That's actually perfect. Bro. That's perfect. Yeah, they're gonna be hard to convince though. I'm sure you know how it is, dude.
Yeah.
They don't even want to hear it.
Well, check this out, man.
that way it keeps you out of the mix. You'll be like, dude, just talk to them. Like we'll be. They can appeal because usually if you talk to them, they're like they know you from the past, so they're like, dude, they know all your shortcomings and who you are. So you kind of like don't really count in their eyes.
Yeah.
But if they talk to somebody else that will challenge them, that to them it's like, oh shit, I don't know you, man. So what do you mean? So
yeah, I get that. How do I join your Frontline Discord?
Click my name under the Rise tag.
Yeah, I can't. How do I join that from there? Oh wait,
it doesn't allow, let me know if it doesn't allow you.
It doesn't.
Sheesh. No. All right, man. I gotta fix that. But I'll give you the link to it. I'm actually on Rumble, so you'll see me. I FaceTime me and a couple of dudes from in here.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, send it over, bro. I want to join.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I can't DM you because you only accept DMs from people that you're your friends. I think.
Damn. Hold on.
It's
obvious. Sent me an invite. I don't know how. Let me just.
Really?
I think so.
Then, yeah, obvious. Appreciate you, bro.
Cannot be delivered. This is usually because blah blah blah. I don't understand.
Well, it's a setting I think you have. It's on Discord.
Let's see. Interesting.
Yeah, for anybody else that wants to join, if you haven't joined, if you're part of our group or whatever, you can. I've been doing like a slow release because I thought if I did it all at once when we first initially started with Frontline, then everybody would have just like migrated over there real quickly, and then we would have just left this room in here vacant. And I didn't want to do that, so slowly now I want, like, you guys wanted to, come at whenever you guys want.
Yeah, let me see if I can fix it. Hold on.
Yeah, so me, Indio, let's see, dude, I have people on, like, now I'm just saying this to everybody, but I have people on that we talk about those especially now the controversial topic with Charlie Kirk and all that. We get into that. Everything else, just everything under the sun outside of Flat Earth and including Flat Earth, but everything else too, controversial. And it's great. I think what I really wanted is Crit. I already have Jedi's take on the UK, the things happening in the UK. I really want to hear a recorded video with like Crit's position on like government and all that, because I think it's a refreshing take and a lot of people need to hear. It's just my opinion, but yeah, we got to get down to it, Crit, sometime. I don't know.
I know. I've just been like super busy and a lot of things going on, and
yeah, it's been sporadic.
Yeah, try it now. I think I fixed it.
Okay.
Try it now.
All right.
For me though, I can't wave to you. I don't know why.
I don't think you.
Damn. Fuck.
I don't know. Is this?
You know where to go? Like for that.
I mean,
for that setting?
Listen, I could drop it in the channel really quickly and then delete it. I don't even know if I can, because I think it might not even allow me. So, but let me try.
You can put the link and then I'll copy it, and then I'll put it in my browser. Yeah.
It immediately didn't allow me. So.
That's fine. Figure it out.
I kind of figured as much, though.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man?
Shit, nothing, bro. Nothing, though.
So, Vladimir Putin, we're challenging people that come in here. Do you think the Earth is a globe, sir?
Yeah, yes, I do.
What is the evidence you have for that?
That the Earth is a globe.
Yep.
Shit. How about boats, bro? Like, if you see a boat far away in the distance, you can't see it. Like, if it's far away from you, you see it like,
Oh. Yeah. So, in what way can that describe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Give me the details. How can I know it's a globe from that?
Because look, if you're far away and you see a boat that's in the distance and you can't see it like fully, because it's a bit sunk down. It's because there's curvature, and shit.
How do you? Yeah, you're making a statement of like a matter of fact. How do you know that's true?
It's like, I don't know. I fucking saw it. I don't know.
Yeah, you see something. You definitely see something happening. I won't discount that.
Here we go.
But I want to know. I want to know exactly why you say that it's the Earth as a globe.
I mean, because look, it's common sense for me. I mean, I take that conclusion from the statement.
Well, common sense is not going to describe to me how you know specifically how the Earth is a globe based on an observation you make from a ship going away from you. I want to know data. Give me some hard facts that I can build a case for the Earth being a globe.
AB.
What's up, bro?
I posted the if he grabs the thing I posted and just put discord.gg/ and paste that in, you should be able to get the link.
Oh, appreciate it, brother. Yeah. Discord.gg and then whatever El Boricua put into the text, reconcile.
Yeah, so like that, bro. So what makes you think they're this flat, bro? Like, what evidence do you have?
Yeah, you didn't present any evidence that the Earth is a globe. I was just talking to my friend right quick, but you didn't present any evidence that the Earth, from the ships going away from you, I want to know the data that would support the Earth being the globe that they say it is.
Sure, and I want to know the data that supports that. The Earth is flat. What's the data?
Yeah, I will give that to you. Let's do this. Let's have an exchange. You first, then me, because I asked first. So you first, then me.
Okay, look, my response is I don't have any data to give you because I'm not into that subject that much. But I do think the Earth is a globe, so I want to be.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. So then I could respond in like manner. I think the Earth is flat.
I mean, sure, but that doesn't prove any point. At least,
it doesn't prove your point. It doesn't prove your point.
I never said it does. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I think you did. You said, "Well, ships go away from you, so it proves the Earth's a globe." No, it don't. I just proved right now that you don't have the evidence to back it up. And you said, "Well, I think it's a globe."
That was a personal experience.
That's great. So what? You're not experiencing a globe.
Well, sure. Okay. I can agree with that. But I do want to know what
Yeah, please. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. That boat you observed going over the supposed curve, complete that circle. Isn't that a pretty tiny ball you think you're living on?
Yeah, he means to say that if you're saying that the ship's going over the curve of the Earth, if you're trying to make an Earth that would be a globe, it would be a very tiny globe, because if that boat's going over that curve from a distance that you can see it going away from you, then if you can make a sphere out of that, it would be super small, the ball.
Well, as I said, bro, like, if you are kind enough to inform me on why the Earth is flat, I'm here to listen.
Yes, we will do that. Well, since you said that you just believe, that's fine. I can go with that. But the Earth being a horizontal plane has to do more with the understanding of the mechanics of water on the surface of the Earth. So Earth, that we call Earth, we stand on it, right? It's the ground beneath our feet. But then there's ground underneath the water, right? So we'd say Earth encompasses every area that's known to us, right? Every area that we can travel, there's Earth, right? You agree with me on that?
Okay.
So there's water on the surface of the Earth, which would be, the water also has a surface. And that surface of water is horizontal and flat. Now, how do we know this to be true? Well, it's pretty simple. We can do a test over any surface of water and find out that it has a horizontal property, which means that in any test, water will disperse or move outward as you pour it on a surface. So let's say you have a pitcher of water and you have a table. Well, if you pour water on a table, it's going to evenly spread out everywhere. It's going to go out, right? As it goes out, it will be the same height all across the surface. As it's, spread, as it keeps spreading and spreading. So then it would have that same height all across the surface, which would be a flat surface on the surface of the table. So the surface of water on top of the table will have a horizontal plane surface. So it doesn't have like hills or valleys or anything like that. The water is evenly distributed and flat and horizontal. So water has properties such that it will remain horizontal when in large bodies. This is an absolute fact that's backed by physics.
Okay.
Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do a test over long distances and see how far we can see over water. Because water doesn't have land topography like the Earth would if you're on land, hills, mountains, valleys, all that kind of stuff. You want to do a long distance observation over water, and you can do so with trying to put an object in the distance that would give you a like a marker for a distance, right? Like let's say, from where you're standing on a beach to like anywhere in the water, you can say a buoy or an oil rig or something that's in the water, right? That you can say, I know my distance to that thing is an X amount of miles or kilometers. Now, what you want to do is put the horizon beyond that in your view. So now that you say, okay, so they say that as far as the eye can see the horizon, that's where the boats disappear behind. So what you want to see is you to the thing in the water, and then beyond the thing in the water, then you see like the horizon and where the ship would disappear. So what you're trying to do is figure out some math. The math is the Earth being a globe would work out to a parabola of 8 inches per mile squared. So over a distance between where you're standing to where the horizon is, where the ship's supposedly, in quotations, disappearing behind the curvature, it's supposed to be a specific distance away. Now, if it exceeds the distance of the size that they're telling you that the Earth is, then it doesn't check out that the Earth is a globe that they say the size that it is. Now, I'm going to give you a size so that you understand what I'm talking about. Now, they're giving us a radius of 3959. Now, you can look this information up. I'm not just telling you this, right? They're claiming that the Earth is a specific set size of dimensions. So when you go online, you can see the Earth has a radius, it has a diameter, and it has a circumference. You can look it up right now if you'd like on Google. Earth radius, Earth circumference, and you're going to come out with, it depends on what metric you're using. You might be in kilometers and miles, whatever, but you'll find out how big it is. So they have a definite size to the size of the Earth, which means that with that definite size, you can do some simple math, geometry, and find out how much curve there should be between where you're standing on the beach and where you see the horizon where the ship is disappearing behind. So if it comports over to the radius value, which is 3959 miles, then you've got a solid case for the Earth being a globe. Now, if it doesn't comport to that, that means the Earth being a globe, like as he told you, is not true based on the geometry. It has to form a coherent correlation to the number value that they give you and the line of sight test that you're doing. So it has to match up, so to speak, right? You have to match it up to the numbers that you see online, how big the Earth is, to how big the Earth is from a small segment where you're standing to comport to the size of the Earth, because it has to be from where you're standing to where the boat's disappearing behind. The curvature would follow the size of the Earth. Are you with me so far?
Sure.
Okay, so when anybody, you, me, or anybody, goes over a body of water and finds something to mark a distance between us and the horizon, and then we see the horizon in the far distance, what we need to look for is a predictable amount of Earth curve that would obstruct the viewer, from seeing something in the far distance. So what happens is when you don't see something in the far distance, it would have to comport to the number value that they give you, me, and everybody of how big the Earth is. Now, if it doesn't comport to the geometry of the Earth is not a globe of the kind that they're telling you. Now, what does that mean? Could it be bigger than what they're saying? Well, no, because if it's bigger, then it's not the globe they're telling you. You follow so far? So it can't be a bigger ball than they're saying, because then they got their math wrong, which means they would have to recant everything to do with the radius. And the radius is like imagine like if you have ever had a sweater and that sweater had like a string on it, the radius is like that little string. If you were to pull that string, all of the sweater will come apart. So that radius value is detrimental to the Earth's geometry. So if you remove the radius and say, well, it's a bigger ball, then everything that they have for orbital mechanics, everything they have for putting things out into space, all of that goes by the wayside. The distance to planets, all of that. That's the crucial, important information that needs to be intact, and it needs to be solid, and it needs to be measured. So if it's not, then we got big issues, right, with a lot of stuff. So going back to measuring with line of sight, we're going to find out that doing a line of sight test will validate or invalidate the Earth's geometry based on what they're telling us how big the Earth is. And that's why we say from water over the surface of water, it is a horizontal plane, because not only is it observational, it's measurable, which means that at a distance away from us, there is zero curvature, which means that we're dealing with a horizontal plane. Are you still with me, or you have any questions?
I got a question, but I don't think it's related to what you're saying.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, is there like an edge or some shit?
Well, if there was one, we only know the known territories where people travel, and allegedly there's only so much places that we can go, and other places are restricted. There's places that we cannot go, based on treaties being put up, or international boundaries, or whatever it is. You cannot freely travel the Earth to go explore to find out, even if there was one. Let's put it that way. Even if there was an edge, so to speak, you couldn't travel to go check it out, because free travel is not permitted on this Earth. That's an obvious fact. You don't have to believe me on that. You can just go, research that.
No, that's true. But like, what about the sun, bro? Why isn't they, all over the place?
Right. That would be that the sun would be encumbering the entire Earth, being the horizontal plane. Now the sun, as we understand it, attenuates light through a medium. The medium being the air that you and I breathe. Now, light attenuation through a medium has an extinction limit, means that it cannot penetrate through this medium only to a certain distance. So as it moves across the surface, it has a length at which it actually can, the luminosity of the sun, how far it can reach. And of course, as it moves away from certain geographic locations, we do not see the light reach to certain extents. So we'll say that the Earth is massive, and the Earth and the sun would be lighting up small portions of the Earth that we live on. So its light, being that it moves through a medium, which is the air that you breathe, is a mixture of gases, noble gases, yeah. And so those noble gases, as it attenuates through it, would only have a certain limit. It's kind of like the same as if you change the medium and use water. Well, if sunlight penetrates through water, but it can only go to a certain depth because it has an extinction limit through the medium of water, which means it's diffracting as it's penetrating. So it would do the same in the medium of air, only much farther, but it wouldn't go forever, as some might think.
But the sun does move, right? Like, it moves around and shit.
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Our observation of the sun is that it moves across the face of the Earth. Yes.
But how though? How does it move?
Well, what powers it? Is that what you're asking?
No, what powers it? How does it move? Like in what direction? Like
Oh, yeah. Well, it moves east to west. Check this out. Yeah, check this out. It moves east to west so far as we can say from the middle latitudes. So if you go more north, right, or more south, what you're gonna see is something very unique. Now, some points in the north, you can see the sun rotate for 24 hours. Some points in the south, you can see the sun rotate for 24 hours. What does that mean? Well, that means that the sun has a kind of like a rotation above the sky. And at some point, you see it move east to west, then it comes back around and moves west to east. Then it goes back around and moves east to west, then it goes back around and moves west to east. But you can see that in the sky as it makes its rotation.
So, like, the sun moves and not the earth around
it. That's correct.
The sun moves around the earth.
So we're basically talking about cosmology, right? The aspect of cosmology from a flat earth perspective. Now, the flat earth perspective is saying that the universe, or everything that you see in the sky, is all that there is. Everything you see in the sky, that's all that there is. There isn't other galaxies. There isn't other worlds. There's only what you see in the sky. And you're standing on the floor of the universe. But like, making sense, a cosmological aspect to give you kind of your mind something to think about.
But I got a few more questions. Like, is the sun flat as well? Like, is it flat?
Well, what we can tell about the sun is that it's considered a flat disk, and that's not our words. That comes from NASA.
Sure. But how about the moon, though? Like, I've seen the moon.
The moon. I'll give you that. The moon, I'll give you. It has features that extend something like craters or whatever we want to call those things. The features that it has gives it definition, right? So giving it definition kind of gives it the connotation of it being semi-spherical. It does semi-look like that, and I could say, if my mind was to think about it, kind of looks like a floating, globe up there. But is it one? I couldn't tell you. I don't think anybody can.
Look, when I was talking about in what direction, does the sun move? Like, it goes around the earth,
yes,
from below and shit. Like, it goes.
No. It doesn't. No. So imagine having a flashlight over a table. That's the best example I can give you. So you move your hand in a circle, right? You can make smaller circles or bigger circles, but always. Okay, think about. Let me give you a way to think about it. I think I got a better picture of it. So imagine drawing a bunch of like countries on a table, right? And then you get a flashlight, and you rotate your hand in a circular path over a small portion in the north, and then you get your circle a little bit bigger, and then you move the circle all the way down to the south, and you make smaller circles in the south. Small circle, and then you get back, make it a bigger circle, and then you go all the way back to the north again, make it a smaller circle, then you make a bigger circle back to the south again. That's what we see.
So it moves in circles, basically, the sun.
Yeah. Yes, it's circular. Yes. It's not. I mean, we could say that to be for sure, because we see that moving in the north and as a circle, and the south is a circle. So yes.
Okay. So what moves it? And I suppose
that's a different question, man. Like, that's a question that only it'd be more philosophical, because no one knows that.
I mean,
I'd tell you the hand of God, but you would be like, "Wow, yeah," but that's
I suppose you guys believe that. So yeah.
Well, right. Well, then I mean, that answer is good enough for me, because no one would know. But to me, I would support my belief in a creator.
I mean, yeah, I suppose if I.
Or actually, my belief in the creator would support the.
If I told you about the gravitational force, you would say that you believe in the creator. So
well, I mean, with gravity is a whole other thing, but yeah, that's to me that when you say what moves it, well,
and
he put all.
I suppose you also think it's way closer than they say it is, right? And way smaller.
Well, I mean, you think about it like this: no one knows the distance to the sun. Because there's a lot of people that have been on the flat earth side, been trying to triangulate, in air quotes, triangulate the sun's position, and you can't do that. You don't know where the sun is in the sky. Nobody can tell you what the distance is, even if they tried. Because they've tried, right? Many times. Flat earthers, globe earthers, the sun's 93 million miles away, the sun's 3,000 miles away. But saying that it's a distance away from us and not be verified, that's a problem. So all of us are just giving, kind of our ideas, what we think, how far away it is.
Sure. But look, maybe I didn't understand the example you gave me with the light, not being everywhere. But I'll give you the example with the flashlight, Like, if I have a flashlight and I put it on a table, and I go upwards with the flashlight, I'm going to cover more surface, on that table until I can cover it all, basically, because that's how light works.
Yeah.
How do you get that? Because I don't.
No, it could be. It could. You know what I mean? Like it could be. But that's the thing. Nobody can tell you, even if it was close to us, they couldn't tell you the distance away. So I could say, yeah, it's close. But then what's close and what's far? Those two things are ambiguous ways that we describe how far away something is based on a distance. So if I say, like, the car is far away from me, and then you would ask, well, how far is it? Well, I'll say about a mile. And to you, that might be close. To me, that's far. You get me? So far and close are not like a good way to describe something being a distance away from you.
Yeah, but do you think it's hot though? Like, you know.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way on your skin. So I mean, it's.
Well, yeah, so it must be pretty far away. I mean, you know, it has to burn somehow.
I mean, yeah, I know, but light has a different light. The sun has the radiant heat that it puts off, so it's a very different. Yeah, I mean, radiant heat. So we can get into that, but it's not. We're still not getting away. We're only talking about the things that you might want to find out later after you understand it, if the Earth is a globe or not. These are the questions that someone would ask if they're trying to discover more things.
The example with the flashlight I gave you, because it must be pretty far away, so like.
Yeah, that's fine. So think about this. I've indulged your questions so far, and I don't mind answering more, but are you reflecting back on the fact that you didn't have a good answer for the case for the Earth being a globe? I want to see if you can reflect on that for a moment before we continue.
Okay, let me think for a bit, okay?
Yeah, and please come up with something. If you think that there's a reason to think that the Earth is a globe, think of a good one. Anything. The best one.
Look, I do accept that I'm not particularly, informed in this subject. That I do accept, okay? That's cool. I don't have any, insane arguments to give you besides the ones I think are common sense to me, like the one I gave.
That's fine. I think that's fine being a regular Joe that's just, out there, looking into this topic. I think that's a better position than to have like somebody that's coming in here like trying to prove actively that what they're saying is true. Because if you're not open to kind of saying both points, then I think that's a disservice.
I think those were some, good arguments. I mean, I want to say I'm particularly convinced at the moment, but I'm open-minded to other arguments.
My aim in this conversation is to challenge you and not to convince you. The convincing part happens on your own when you do the research, and if you find out something that really makes you like pause, I think that's what happens on your own. I don't do that in here. I give you the stuff to challenge you, and maybe you can go away and think about it, but
I think that's what we did. You challenged me a bit. I challenged you a bit with some of my questions. I can't really think of any anymore. I don't fucking know. But yeah.
All right. If anybody else wants to come in here, and I like for other people to jump in. Probably got to get back to it anyway.
Yep. It's been a nice, respectful conversation so far. Good to listen to.
But you guys do believe, in the creator, I suppose.
Some people do, not everybody.
But you do.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
I will never deny that as long as I can breathe.
And like, I mean, this is another channel, I suppose, another religion channel. But like, do you have any evidence, or you just go by faith?
Yes. No, faith is what I have in the Creator existing, but His fingerprint is in creation.
No, but like, I can also understand the faith argument because you gotta have faith. I mean, if you knew it was real, you wouldn't need faith because it's real. So I can understand that as well. Like, you just have faith.
Well, I mean, faith, so much to say, is like the visual perspective of the Creator, but His manifestation of His handiwork has been throughout all of creation. So that to me is evident that there is one.
Like what? Can you give me one example or something?
Well, life. You, me, the trees, the birds, the dogs, the complex nature of all things that are everywhere. Yeah,
Yeah.
life.
Look, that's I like that argument, to be honest. You know, I really like it because it's pretty unlikely for me, for example, with all of these circumstances, to be alive. Like it's pretty, like very, 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 very unlikely. You know, so
Yeah.
I can take that as an argument.
Well, I mean, people take the position outside of that, but that's people who don't believe that that's the case.
Like, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think as well there is a creator. I mean, I don't know if it's God as you think it is or, you know, some other thing, but I don't think it's a creator. Yeah. At least you guys are respectful. I mean, at least you guys, I only talk to you, but hey, respectful conversation.
Yeah, there's an old saying: "You give what you get."
Hey, yeah, that's a good quote.
I said that backwards. You get what you give. That's the right way. Sorry.
Yeah, whatever, bro. I understand. What I don't really like is this what you were saying, like close-minded people, you know, because I mean, some people believe that, you know, like flat earthers, for example, people that believe the earth is flat are like fucking stupid or some shit. Oh, that's common sense, but there's a lot of things that are you think are common sense, but you know, it's instilled in you. If that makes any sense, or something. You get it, right?
Yeah, I get it. I'm listening to you right now. I'm just at work, so if anybody else wants to pick up the conversation, I'm actually at work. So.
Oh shit! Time for work and debating, multitasking, bro.
Yeah, I've been doing it for years, man.
What do you work?
I work at a paper company in the city.
All right. Well, okay. I'm gonna go. In my conversation.
I'm gonna say like the meme. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Hi guys. I have a question. If anybody, there's a lot of people here. Who's the boss here? Who's like in charge?
Crit.
Hello. Anybody in
Crit's
charge?
in charge. He's the boss. Crit.
Excuse me. Say that again.
I said Crit or DJ. Who's DJ or Crit?
Who's Breath?
No, Crit. CIRT. Crit or DJ.
Crit. Okay, wait. Let me look. Chris. Hi, Chris. Are you here?
Crit. 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 Crit.
Okay, Crit. Crit. I have a question, Crit. If you're here, Roger. I guess
What's your question? What's your question, Alberto? He's listening. Might be busy with something.
So, are you a flat earther first before I ask the question?
I am one who knows that the Earth is not curving. Correct.
And it's flat.
It's not curving.
It's not okay.
Right? It has topography. It has topography, but it's not curving. It's a plain.
It's not surface. A full round like ball.
That's correct, sir. It's not curving. If it was a ball, it would have to be curving.
Okay. So, don't you think? My question is, don't you think isn't it easier to look at it as a ball? Like just what it says, like what we've been taught, like in our schools and stuff.
What's difficult about witnessing the Earth as it is? It's been presented to you that it's a ball, right? But have you ever seen the Earth curving? You ever seen ships sailing on the side of a ball? Have you ever
No,
seen ships going upside down?
no. John,
Stuck to a ball? I'm just asking. I'm like, it just doesn't make any sense to think that you'd be on a ball, right? When you really think about it.
No,
that's
not what I'm mean. Like I'm a flat earth. I'm not a flat earth. I mean, I believe the round the Earth is not round. But I'm asking you, isn't it easier just like go along with what they say?
Go along to get along? No.
Yes.
Not necessarily. What makes it easier?
You just don't look like a freak, a weirdo, in social settings when you talk about flat Earth, because everybody thinks like people who are flat Earth, like you're kind of crazy.
Yeah, but that's conditioning, right?
Crazy.
That's conditioning. They used to say that about people who believed in certain religious teachings, right? They used to say that about people who thought outside the box about anything, right? Who spoke back to their parents because they felt like their parents were incorrect about something. So, I mean, if you spoke back to your teachers because you felt like they were incorrect about something, especially something in history, right? Pushing back is, I don't know. It feels like the most unnatural thing, right? I feel like it's more difficult for me to go along to get along, right? I'd rather. The easiest thing, I think, is to spend time alone, rather than be in somebody's face and in disagreement with them, right? So,
No, I
respectfully
use the whole
disagree,
point.
and then go your own way. I think that's easier. Is let people know where you stand, and if they don't want to stand with you, they could go stand somewhere else.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's if I get it. But I feel like it's going to be easier for everyone if we just got along with and said it's round. It's like a ball. Sure, there's spaces. There's aliens.
Yeah,
Let's go.
well, if you like being dishonest with people, that's fine.
I mean, it wouldn't change anything in their life. It wouldn't change anything in our lives if we believe it's flat or round or ball, whatever. Like at the end of the day, we still go bound to the laws like of each country you're in. You're not like you know what I mean.
It changes things in your life. You think you came from you think you're living in this version of the heliocentric model. It changes things, right? Big rocks from this place called outer space can come hurtling in at any moment and destroy this world that you call, the planet Earth. So if you believe in something like that, yeah, it's you have this like subconscious fear, right, in the back of your head. You might not even realize it. That's why it's subconscious, So
Sort of
knowing that this place isn't curving, knowing that version of outer space is not something that you need to be worried about, does change that aspect of your life, right? Wouldn't you say?
What is like?
So,
I mean, subconsciously, that is so deep.
This angle, if I may ask you, how about this angle? I'm not sure where you live, and I'm not asking you to answer that, but I'm sure you experience certain issues, whether it's homelessness or not enough jobs or low-paying jobs. How about instead of over 1 million a day from each state, I'm using the U.S. as an example, going towards the idea of going to space, going to solve those issues instead. So, as another example, not funding such a lie, you won't have so much taken off your paycheck at work. You won't pay so much in taxes when you make a purchase, etc. Maybe prices don't go up and your future children don't pay $3,000 a month for a single bedroom apartment. How's that as an example for a better way of looking at it?
I mean, that's the market, I guess. It's not about flat. It doesn't matter about. It doesn't change anything about the brown the earth.
So it doesn't
This
matter if it's a
market.
giant lie and they're wasting your money and people are being thrown out onto the streets and the economy's tanking and all that. But we're gonna go to Mars. Don't worry about it. You don't think that's an
Okay. I understand you now. I think are you saying like if we believe that the Earth is unabundant, unlimited, there's a lot of space in it. There's no global warming. There's no of these issues. We would be stronger and like have strong mindset.
What I'm trying to explain is if we stop lying to ourselves and each other and our youth and telling ourselves we can go to space and we're going to terraform and live on Mars one day, and we stopped wasting money on that idea and first fixed the homelessness here and made living more affordable, such as a 1-bedroom apartment when I was in my 20s was just a little over $500 a month. That included the hydro, everything, parking. Nowadays, the building I live in, they just tried to rent-evict everybody, and the tenants that took the $5,000 and ran, their units are now, the 1-bedrooms are $1,500 a month. The 2-bedrooms are going for $2,200 a month, plus hydro, plus parking. So
yeah, but that's economy. That's not about the Earth. Like, what does it have to do with the Earth?
Excuse me, I'm still explaining my point. If they're taking and lying and causing inflation and the high cost of living through that lie, wouldn't it be wise to stop that lie, plug that financial burden, and fix problems so that won't be the economy? It would be more prosperous for us?
Sure. But sorry, what you're saying is like totally different what I'm going with. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but like you moved the goalpost like a little bit too far.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was just explaining the more we waste on the lie and the more we keep lying to the youth and
let me tell him, flat man. So essentially he's telling you government waste spending. Now they're spending the money that they're spending on could be redirected to programs that would help people and benefit the wherever country you're from. So every country that's engaged with like space exploration or any of that, that's just like funneling money into the government that could have been better handled to benefit the people and their way of living. So directly affecting your way of life. That's what it is. Wasteful government spending.
Okay.
And that does affect you.
Okay, I get it. So you guys think like it's better not to lie. Just don't live that lie.
Well, I mean, if it's not true, then why are you going to put money in or even advocate for them? Actually, like right now, you like, well, all of that space exploration is to benefit humanity. Therefore, I could see why they would tax us for, our tax dollars are going to go support this organization. Yeah, you could see that being something that's plausible. But if they weren't doing something like going to space or it was not possible, then you'd be like, why are they doing this whole organization and spending wastefully all of our tax dollars when we could be focused on, the way that we live, like for real, like put all that effort into the economy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's all he was saying, anyway.
Thank you, AV.
But I feel like okay, I feel like just personally, maybe in general, like if I was thinking about it in general, you guys are right. Absolutely, I agree with you. But me personally, I think it's the easy way, just as for an individual, for me individual, just to get along. Just not think of it that hard or like advocate for it, because we look like weirdos and socially weird if you talk about those stuff.
Fine. That's
Or
fine.
like
You can listen. You can accept that to be the case, but there'll be others that champion the cause that are unashamed and unafraid. So they'll be the ones to kind of terraform of this new debate. But you don't have to. You'll still be the person you are tomorrow. We'll be the ones to champion this argument. So it's like you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, we'll do the heavy lifting. Like that doesn't bother me.
But do you think there will time come when everybody believes that the Earth is like not round, even though this is like a generation are been taught like in schools, like so it's not gonna change.
That may or may not happen, but that's still not the reason why we're doing this. Yeah. We're not like doing it so that could be the case. Because if it doesn't happen, then what? We're going to be disappointed? No, that's not the reason why we're doing this.
Mm-hmm. So do you guys believe the world map though?
It's not a belief. It's just a construct of a human's best guess as to what the whole world would look like on a map.
Yeah, I mean the map that like the world map. Disregard like the shape of the Earth. Okay, disregard it. I'm just saying the map, how the shape of the continents, like and how the spaces and the distance, east coast, stuff like that. Do you guys think this is actually?
No, there's no verification that anybody has solid information that leads us to the fact that we know that that's exactly how it is, because of the fact that we have many different map projections of the world, and you can look them up for yourself. There's hundreds of them.
Okay, now wait. Okay, wait. This is becoming like crazy. So the world map is not confirmed. Like it's been years like of like research of how the shape of the Earth is, like the maps.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. You're right. As far as like telling the distances and stuff like that when you fly somewhere, that's fine. But the shape and the size, the distance from continent to continent, that stuff is still kind of so ambiguous. They're doing their best guess to see what a world would look like constructed. I'm saying this. If you don't believe me, look up any world map and compare it to another one. How do they know which one's right? Even this. Type that into Google. Which world map is the correct one? Type that into Google right now. See what the answer is. I'm not going to tell you because I want you to find out for yourself.
I don't know. Like, you lost me. Like, I got kind of lost. A little bit. I got lost. So if it's just crazy that not
do this. Hold on, Alberto. Do this. Type into Google which world map is the correct one. Type that into Google and see what the answer is.
Okay, wait.
Which world map is the right one?
Which world map is the right one? Look at. There isn't one right or world map. Whoa. What?
There's your answer.
That is insane. Oh my god. So the countries and how...
You know how many maps of the world there's been made throughout the whole history, Alberto? Do you want to have a guess how many maps there are of the world that have been made?
I don't know. I thought it's just one.
There's about 70,000.
I mean, I guess it changed the distance like between the countries, but the shape at the end of the day, like the Africa, let's say Africa on the country, that's how it looks, isn't it? You guys are gonna make me fucking lose my mind. Oh my god, this is insane. This is insane. If it's not, then it is insane.
So if you wanted to study all the maps of the world that have been made, you wouldn't be able to do it in your lifetime. There's just too many. And like as a Glover, I'm like, what? Why are there so many? Why isn't there just, a couple that everyone's agreed on, at least? Sort of thing, or maybe there's maybe 100 that have been made throughout history, but 70 or 50, at least 50,000. That is crazy.
But my question, but all I care about is the shape, like the shape of the countries, and
So all those maps
the lining and the distance. What?
So all of those maps are flat.
I do believe it's me personally. I do believe it's not like a ball. It's definitely flat, but a little bit curvy. Just a little bit curvy, not totally flat.
It's weird because we use the transverse Mercator map, like the military use that, the GPS uses that. I'm pretty sure, and then like we do navigating from that, I'm pretty sure. But then there's another map that they say has the actual sizes of the continents and the countries, and it's all elongated sort of thing. But still, we use the other map. Maps are a real rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But maps should change if our mapping technology advances, then our maps should get advanced.
That's crazy. Like we're in 2025 and they still.
I think it's kind of like, this is the best we can do, guys. This is kind of, it's such a huge task to get it all perfect, I guess.
Don't think too hard on it, man. It's gonna do your head in, dude. Just nobody just understand that there's not one specific gold standard map that we have for the world.
Question. Okay, question. Why do you think the governments of every country and the whole government of like the world, like let's say any government, why would they be more into like install that in our brains that the world is like a ball, it's not flat? Like would they come out of it?
The ball itself has ancient ties to old mystery school religions like the Pythagorean cult, and so it's got its roots deep in pagan religion. So whether you like to admit it or not, that's where all this stuff comes from. The Big Bang cosmology came from George Lemaitre, who was himself a Catholic priest. So most of this information comes from religious ideology. Yeah? Maybe unbeknownst to you, but that's where this all comes from, man. It stems from ancient religion.
Okay.
It's masquerading today as science, but it's nothing more than ancient pagan religions. Ideas, that is.
That is very interesting. Thank you guys.
Alberto, do me one favor before you leave. Look at the Pythagorean cult, what they believed in. Pythagoras. Look at what their cult believed in.
I don't know how you spell that.
Well, Pythagoras. If you start, Is
that a religion? Interesting.
Yeah, I typed it in the text chat. Just type Pythagorean or Pythagoras.
Okay, I'll go. I'll check it out. Okay, I have to go now. Thank you, guys. Thank you, all of you.
are Democrats that are doubling down. We saw Chicago. And now you've got like Pearson.
What is going on here?
Hello. We're discussing the Earth, whether it is a globe or whether it is a horizontal plane. What do you think?
Yes, bro. Earth is flat according to well-known genius people.
Why, thank you. That's a very nice compliment.
According to Islam, Earth is flat. That's all.
Welcome to Arnav Nimbus. Got a question for the panel. We're listening.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, welcome. What can we do for you?
Yeah, I wanted to ask one thing, that why would scientists or government would want to show you guys that the earth is, I mean, why would they want to show that the earth is round? Like, what benefit they have by showing us that the earth is round?
Maybe because they believe it and they don't have the technology to actually show you the truth.
Nah, I don't believe it.
Best answer ever. Well done. So Arnav, what are you gonna do? You don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Earth is round. Earth can't be flat.
See, you didn't process what Brother Eric responded to you with, right? He proposed to you an answer, and you are still in disbelief.
I think I need to find an answer and then come back to you guys.
Well, what's the evidence you're using to base your belief upon? To walk into this room and think that we're all crazy, right? What is the evidence that tells you we're crazy?
No, I'm not saying you guys are crazy. Like, no one's crazy. You have your own perspectives, but
I'm being dramatic. Please, for the sake of the conversation, like, what is the evidence that says that, you know, we're not with it?
I don't know. I'll come back later.
All right, brother. Take care. Hey.
I gotta go find the evidence that why you guys are crazy. I'll be right back. I'll be back later.
Thanks, John.
I had to give myself a laugh. That was good. How you doing today, Killing?
I'm good, thanks, brother. I'm just trying to track on what was happening there, because, bro, he's man. I don't know. It's getting tougher and tougher to get this evidence out of them.
Yeah, they don't even want to admit to anything now. They're just like, yeah, I don't think I want to make any claims about anything. I'll come back later. Wonder what he'll say when he comes back later. Probably tell us that he'll come back later. Well, we had some interesting visitors today. We had a flat earther who was trying to convince us that the earth was flat. That was funny. And he tried to, his first thing that he said was that the Nikon P900 was discontinued because it was proving that the earth was flat. That was the first thing he said to the panel. And then we had another guy who said the earth was flat. He said, no, I believe the earth is flat. I just wanted to ask you guys, don't you think it would be easier if we just lied to everybody and pretended like we didn't know the earth was flat? I said, what? That's your take on this? Is that we should all just pretend to be Globers for the sake of like ease of having conversations with non-Globers. Like that doesn't really make much sense. And then this guy comes in, Glober doesn't even want to present any evidence of at all. I thought that was just like, okay, here we are. Interesting stuff.
Then he's asking for the ultimate why question, like why would they lie? And jump straight to the motivation of the lie versus unpacking the lie itself.
Yeah, there's no events going on, so if anybody on PC, any of the mods on PC wants to start one, and if somebody wants to host it, I'm going to be busy making noise at work, so if you guys are looking to talk to some people, there's no events going on here in the hub, so be a good time to start one up.
Yo, where's the Glober at? I come to globe destroyed.
Right here.
Oh, what? You're not a glober. You're a flat Earth mod. Get out of here.
What you talking about?
Buddy, what, you can't read? What, you think I can't read?
Bruh. What's your proof of gravity?
The fuck? The proof of you got that's your burden of proof, my boy. Glober.
What are you talking about? You drop things, they go down. Gravity, right there.
Oh shit! Goddamn Glober. That's like what? Day one?
No need to damn God. Like, come on. I mean, I'm asking, like, proof of gravity. I drop stuff, it goes down. That's gravity working right there. Prove me wrong.
The fact that you picked up the object and let it go isn't what caused it to go down? Because initially it wasn't moving.
Okay, tell me more. I'm curious.
What do you mean?
Tell me more. You use.
What do you mean? You're a flat Earth mod. You already know more, buddy. Dude. I already gave you enough. Where's the Globers at, man? This is no fun.
This is the opportunity for you to demonstrate the strength of your martial arts, right? Your ability to unpack what's being said. So I'm asking you,
bro.
You
disrupt do you know who I am?
Do I need to know who you are?
Kind of, sort of. I'm like the boss of Flat Earth, my boy.
Congratulations. Well done. If you want a gold star,
that's what I'm saying. It's just I find this ironic. What you're trying to test me with some stupid shit. It's funny.
I'm just having a conversation with you, brother. That's all. Trying to, sharpen your iron. Go ahead.
Yeah,
well, I don't need
the only evidence he can give you is cartoons.
Yeah, who's the Glober? Hey, Heretic, you there, buddy?
Not really. I'm at work.
Oh. Hey, can we talk about the Charlie Kirk thing or no? Because no Globers in the house.
What does flag means? Can anybody explain me?
What is what?
What does flag means? Like in the chat they are saying I am flagged.
I don't know, man. Go ask them.
Hey, Killian. Yoder.
Friends, did you guys see the video, right? Where there's two bodyguards behind the guy, right? And the first guy in the white hat, he starts doing some fucking baseball signs. Then the guy in the black shirt, he starts doing some baseball signs. And then there's a nice video. They're going to scrub this video, I swear to God. But if you guys ever saw this video, there's a guy in the background behind the guy in the white hat. He literally lifts up a gun and shoots the guy. They're going to scrub that video. There was no sniper. It was essentially the guy literally got shot from the right side, and from about like 5 meters away. It was crazy. It was crazy how there's no more fucking videos of that. But literally, the guy lifts up a gun and pops him. It's crazy quickly. Like it took him like less than 2 seconds after the call signs.
I even don't got that video. I have not watched the video.
Yeah, you guys might want to find some of this shit. It's gonna get scrubbed.
I mean, they are trying to hide the videos and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and the crazy
Guy
part,
with the
they're
hat-
blaming it. No,
The
and
guy with the hat was
obviously
his
there's
friend, a preacher. It was his friend. The guy with the hat was his friend, a preacher. And he was just adjusting his hat. That's what you do. He's adjusting his hat.
Yeah. Cool about that. Cool. But then explain the guy behind the preacher lifting up the gun and shooting Charlie Kirk.
No, I didn't see that. I didn't.
Well,
never
that's what
saw
I'm
that
trying to
video.
explain to you, right? So fuck the friends. They're all friends. Donald Trump's the friend too, but Donald Trump's fucking trying to hide the Epstein files, right? They're all friends.
Yeah,
You don't
that's fair
understand
enough.
that the world's a big fucking stage, man, and it's all a show. So they had to pop him because he got too close to their fucking dark side. So he started exposing whatever, like a month ago. He started exposing their fucking shit slowly, where he was saying stuff. Oh, we gotta do this, we gotta do that, right? So he got too close, and obviously his handlers are her friends, quote unquote, standing right behind him, doing fucking signs. And then as soon as the signs went out, the third guy that nobody saw, I got this video randomly on through a fucking feed, and I couldn't believe it because the guy was literally frame by framing it, and I watched the fucking whole way through, and he would rewind it, pop it back in, rewind it, and the guy is hidden. But in this video, he's not. It was crazy. His hands both come up, and as you point a gun, it's crazy. And then as soon as you see the fucking recoil off of the hands, right? His hands recoil. Fucking Charlie's fucking neck starts going, and the trajectory fucking is the same. That's where the shirt gets all fucking weird. You know what I mean? A lot of people are arguing, well, if the bullet comes from the fucking front, why was the shirt flailing this other way? Well, that's crazy because the guy was 5 meters to the right of Charlie and shot him 5 meters from the right, and that's where the shirt was going off to the right. It was going off to the right.
Hey, Dakin,
Crazy.
watch the F-bombs, brother. We're not allowed to swear in here.
Oh, then I should be muted because I can't stop.
Yeah, I just joined. I joined about 2 minutes ago. I don't know how bad you've been going, but I heard about 3 in about 10 seconds. But yeah, just letting you know, they've asked us not to swear in here.
Who's they?
The channel owners.
Wow, that's gonna be really hard.
This is an English hub. This is called English Hub, so it's a channel for foreigners who want to learn English.
Well, I get you, but here's my story. See, I'm originally from Russia, right? And English is my second language. And the first word they ever taught me was the word fuck, right? So I apologize that it's kind of like a tick right now, you know what I mean? Because society made me like this, right? Because I don't even notice it.
Dakin, I will mute you if you keep doing it, though. Just letting you know.
That's fine. That's what I'm saying. You might as well mute me now because I'll be saying it without even noticing it.
I will if I need to, but yeah, I don't want to, dude. I guess you're having a good combo at the minute.
I like freedom of speech, my boy.
Yeah, please continue. I don't know who you were talking to, but yeah, carry on. Just watch the F-bombs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When I get restraints and stuff, I tend to not want to speak anymore, my guy.
That's fine. We can move on.
Hello.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate. You guys are getting some hot fire information. Talk to you later.
Guys just left.
Yeah, I don't mean to derail the convo, but yeah, he was swearing quite a lot. And rules are rules. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's up, Cairo? How are you?
I'm good. I want to know about like astronaut and space agencies, why they are hiding so much and what they are performing, and are they doing some kind of simulation? I want to know a little bit about those stuff. I mean, your point of view about those things.
Yeah, when it comes to space agencies, you've got what, 5 that have the actual ability to go to space. The others are basically offshoots of those 5. Every country likes to have a space agency, but there's only, I think, 5 countries that have claimed to have capabilities to go to space. And those, America, Russia, China, now India, a couple of others, they are basically in an agreement, with each other. There's treaties that go beyond politics. There's research funding available from world organizations, related to the space program. So yeah, there is an incentive for them to, keep this secret together, even though they may not be aligned with each other in politics. There is an alignment and agreement. There are certain things that are bigger than politics, right? And this is one of them. I could sit and speculate, and show you evidence of them faking footage, discrepancies in the footage, CGI, green screens, wires, all sorts of fakery. But at the end of the day, the Earth is measured flat. The Earth, we treat it as flat in every industry. We treat the Earth as flat and stationary. So whatever I say doesn't take away from that fact, right? That's how we see the Earth. That's how we treat the Earth.
Yeah, like what your thought about satellites? Like, are they in space? I mean, outside of our Earth? I mean, are they really outside of our Earth, or are they just faking, like saying we have satellite, we are launching satellites and all? What's your thought? I want to know.
Well, we don't need outer space for satellites. We know that satellites have been on balloons. Satellites are on high altitude aircraft. So they can quite easily have a satellite and a GPS system within Earth's atmosphere. And actually, I think even in the mainstream, they claim that 90% of satellites is within the Earth's atmosphere. So you don't need an outer space for a satellite system. I think they like to show you images of satellites in space, but we don't have any confirmation that any out of space exists. The only confirmation that we can really go by is nature. And in nature, you can't have an atmosphere next to a space or a vacuum, because what would happen to the gas if you had a vacuum next to an open atmosphere, an open system?
Yeah, that can, and I mean, they can't move without, like, we can't move in vacuum.
Well, the gas itself would disperse into the vacuum, and it would disperse quite violently as well, because gas will try and fill available space. So you can't have an atmosphere without some sort of containment. So from our perspective, we don't have any credible footage whatsoever of space even existing, my friend. Anything more than the atmosphere, it goes against the laws of nature. When it comes to the space launches and the missions on the ISS, this is all at high altitude. This can all be happening within the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was also thinking like maybe they are faking all the satellites and all.
Well, I think it's an element of both. There are satellites, there are satelloons. There's technology, a satellite system, but it's all using ground-based towers, relays from things in the sky exist, but it doesn't mean that space is real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they maybe are in like all the satellite in our Earth, and they are saying like all the satellite in space, faking like it's in space, like that
Yeah.
maybe.
I've seen a handful of satellite crashes. Not the actual crash, but videos and pictures of the actual crash site. And there's always a balloon, a parachute or what looks like a balloon attached to it. I'm not saying all satellites are sataloons and on balloons. There could be other aircraft, high altitude platforms, but the only ones I've seen have been on balloons that have crashed onto the Earth. I mean, if you Google now pictures of satellites, you just get a bunch of CGI and cartoons.
Yeah, everything is like they are fake, trying to fake and all, like hiding with. I don't know why government is trying to hide this kind of stuff. I mean, they are not doing some good thing.
Well, think about the benefits, right? If they can convince us we're in a vacuum on the edge of a galaxy, rotating around a universe, an arbitrary point in the universe, that puts us on the edge of existence. And if we all believe that we evolved and came from a big bang, we've come out of chaos. So something has come from nothing, and throughout that chaos, we've had the perfect conditions to create a cyclical perfect system, with a perfect sort of cycle system that I think the chances of this world existing in the Big Bang idea is something similar to like a hurricane going through a scrapyard and creating a working 747 and a refueling station. Like these numbers are ridiculous. The chances of this world existing the way it does, cycles the way it does, it's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. Right. This has all the fingerprints and hallmarks of a creator, this world. And I think that's part of the deception, they're hiding that fact that we must have been created.
Brainwashing from like kids. Like when I was kid, teachers always tell me the Earth is sphere, and in the books we saw like Earth is sphere and moving, evolving around the sun and blah blah. Yeah, brainwashing from the kid is very easy. Like you can't brainwash a adult man. That's why they choose to do so.
I feel like it's easier to brainwash adults because I've seen, endless streams of footage of kids, asking questions about the sun, asking questions about rocket launches. And kids kind of, they call it as they see it. With the rocket launches, you see the kids asking, why is the rocket coming down? Why is it going horizontal? Why is it going sideways, Dad? And you can hear Dad saying, oh, that's because, we're trying to get to this escape velocity and this, that, we've got all these excuses as adults that we buy into. But, kids all look at the sun and say, the sun's clearly moving, but an adult will tell you, no, that's a deception. It's the Earth that's moving, even though we can't detect it. The sun is clearly stationary when that's not what we observe. So I think the adults are easier to brainwash than the kids, to be honest.
Yeah, but when you say to kid like 10 and 20 times same things, then they believe about it. In adult, they try to be smart and think, yeah, I understand everything and believe in something. Yeah, like that.
I think adults are the same. Don't you agree? Maybe worse.
Yeah.
Because it's more of a competition when you're an adult, right? People really want to try and be smart. Kids don't really care about. Not that many kids care about being smart. Yeah, they like to have the right answers, and some kids do act like little smart Alexes. But I think adults, you know, they don't question the complex answers that don't make sense.
If the question like people assume like they are dumb, they think like if I ask lots of question, then people think I am not dumb.
Exactly, yeah. So adults will appeal to an authority. They'll outsource their thinking to NASA or to some scientist. And most of the time they don't know a scientist, or they don't know where the research has come from. They just assume somebody out there knows it because they must have heard in a news article, oh yeah, it rains diamonds on Uranus. So clearly there's an explanation for the fact that it rains diamonds on Uranus, you know, and that's actually a real article that NASA tried to convince us that it rains diamonds. I don't know if it's Uranus, but one of the outer planets, you know, they said that, and people just eat it up, you know.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. How can a diamond run?
But honestly, I think all the answers lie in nature. I think we were given everything we need to understand this world. I think we were given everything we need to be successful. I think we were just given everything we need. And if you look at nature, we have our senses, and I think that is enough. You know, that's enough to tell you the Earth isn't moving. That's enough to tell you that the stars are moving above us. That's enough to tell you that there's no curvature on the Earth and that horizon is completely horizontal at all heights.
Yeah.
You know, the answers lie in nature.
Yeah, obviously.
So, Big Root, I was interested in what's your personal experience with the spacecraft design and operations?
So from the research I've done, it's extremely compartmentalized. So occasionally we get people in here who say, well, obviously outer space exists. My dad worked for a satellite company, and we have satellite companies, and, you know, my dad worked for NASA. But then when you actually hear the story of what they was doing, what they did, you know, their relationship with NASA, it's a very compartmentalized industry. They, on a need-to-know basis, create components, and then everything's assembled directly by NASA or, you know, at a higher authority. So there's very little knowledge of any of the space launches themselves, you know, and what actually happens, what they're doing up there. It's just components, and, you know, and I don't deny there isn't rockets and craft being created, but I would argue 90% of it is for optics, you know, just to have these launches to breathe life into this life, because I'm telling you now, there's no interaction of space in our day-to-day lives. There would be no belief in NASA if there wasn't these launches. So I believe it's mainly for optics.
So are you familiar with the commercial space industry and how things have shifted over the past 20 years with NASA and the federal government taking a very, very small role in the actual design and operations of these assets? Like what you said was accurate probably in the 1970s and 80s, but it's, you know, things have changed a good deal since then.
Yeah, I've seen they've been putting celebrities up at high altitude and calling it space, but that isn't space.
No, I'm referring to like commercial telecommunications systems and non-government space assets. Like, you know, NASA doesn't launch. You know, they launch 1 or 2 spacecraft a year, and now it's, you know, 95 or higher percentage of all space assets are operated by commercial companies and built and designed and launched by commercial companies that have absolutely nothing to do with NASA.
You'll find, though, that most of these companies do have a lot to do with NASA. Like, for example, SpaceX. A lot of them are working with NASA, and I'll tell you my thoughts on that. I believe that NASA had a lot of heat after the moon landings. They've had a lot of heat since the internet came about, and the reels of them faking footage and making mistakes in their space footage and launches on the ISS. I think what they've done is they've outsourced this to add to the credibility. I think if it was still only NASA, I think there'd be a lot more skeptics. And I think having someone like Elon Musk, for example, leading the space age is helping the average person to believe again, to believe in space, because Elon Musk wouldn't lie to us. And I think, some of these people are sort of prepped and primed to run some of these so-called commercial companies. I think in reality, though, they're only using low Earth orbit. They're not going into deep space. They pretty much tell you that they don't really have the technology to go back and send people through the Van Allen radiation belts. They lost that technology. And I think there's an element of outsourcing to help breathe life back into the deception, because there was a lot of skepticism with NASA. But not many companies are going any, higher than low Earth orbit. And you don't need space for a satellite system. You don't, the ISS isn't in space.
Or maybe the space agency is some interesting topic. So maybe they want to raise some more money from the investor and gain their, they want to earn more money. So that's why they choose to start one space agency or something like that.
Yeah, I don't usually mention the money. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, have you used internet on a plane within the past, 10 years?
No, you're meant to put your phone in flight mode.
Well, no, you can still use Wi-Fi, right? I'm talking about, internet, airplane Wi-Fi, because that is provided by geostationary or low Earth orbit spacecraft.
Yeah, and like I said, I believe there is a satellite system. I believe, we do have very little communications, but maybe 5 to maybe 10% of, I'd say less than 10% of all communication.
Yeah, it's less than 10.
Yeah, but you don't need outer space for that. We know that NASA are huge users of helium. They're launching balloons every day. We know they have high altitude aircraft that are designed to be up there for long periods. So I believe, for this very small amount of communications that we do have, yes, there is some sort of satellite system with high altitude balloons and craft, but they're not in space. None of GPS or satellites prove an outer space exists.
Can you show me an example of a weather balloon that remains stationary relative to the Earth for years on end? I have trouble believing that. I mean, so completely mask off for a second. I work in the industry, worked in the industry for the past 10 years. Have 102 satellites on orbit right now in low Earth orbit that I've personally worked on with my current employer, and then previous employer just turned on 2 new systems that I physically turned the wrench on that provide internet for Southwest Airlines over the United States. They just they launched around the end of last year and just got to their operational position. And I can tell you right now that none of those are using balloons to maintain their positioning. So I guess I just based on my first person experience and my life experience would like to push back on that notion that we're using helium or some other propulsion system besides what we've publicly stated at these commercial companies. But yeah, just that's why I led with what your experience is with these systems, because I do this stuff every day.
Yeah, and we get plenty of people in here who work for satellite companies, and we've even had people in here who claim to have worked for NASA. Yeah, I'm not an engineer. I don't work in the industry, so you're far more educated than me in this industry. But I do hold fast to the claim that you don't need an out of space for any of this. And I understand your skepticism. It's all with balloons. I didn't say it was all balloons. I said there's a lot of high altitude craft and platforms that can be used. I think the misunderstanding is how little communications actually go through the satellite system. You don't need, many of these things, even though NASA is the biggest user of helium. And if you're in a satellite industry and you're working in America, then you do go through NASA. And same in the UK, you go through the UK.
You don't.
You do
don't.
have
I'm
to.
sorry.
You do have to have, NASA does need knowledge and does have involvement with the whole satellite system in general.
They do not. No, they don't. I'm sorry. No, you might be confusing NASA with other federal regulatory agencies.
Yeah, I'm grouping it in. I'm grouping in the space agency, the national, space agency in with NASA. I consider NASA, the government optic arm, but there is other companies that they're aligned with NASA. You understand? There's a tower integration going on.
I mean, for human spaceflight, you have to work with them a little bit, but for
I had a quick question.
Sure.
So you said you're working in the industry. I want to know what personal, what do you do personally? What's your personal knowledge of what's going on with these craft that you're saying that you worked on personally? What have you actually experienced?
So
have you experienced these things go up, and you've actually witnessed them go up, and how they actually operate? Okay.
Yep.
Why don't you give us a little bit
I own
your understanding?
Yeah, sure. So I am the product lead for the LaserCom subsystem, which is the hardware that we use infrared lasers to move 100 gigabits per second between each of the nodes in our constellation. So the system, when it's fully deployed, will be 3,200 spacecraft covering the entire globe. So for current employer, that's what I've been working on. And so we have live telemetry after deployment, after launch. We need to do all of our detumble. So I work with the GNC team to get them into the right operational orientation. And then I own the LaserCom subsystem, which has to take into account it's basically like an infrared laser on a gimbal. And so I have to take in the power status of this spacecraft, like what our depth of discharge is on the batteries, what the solar arrays are generating, to make sure that I'm able to, put the adequate amount of power to close the link into the laser. I need to understand the attitude and control of the spacecraft, how it's pointing, how it's rotating, what it currently positionally and rotationally is doing. And then I need to understand the propulsion system if we're planning on doing a burn to augment our orbit, or do orbit raise, or do a deorbit burn. I need to know that, so that will impact my ability to schedule links between the laser terminal on one satellite and the laser terminal on another. So I own that system.
Metroid. Looking at it, you're doing stuff. You get it.
Sorry, what? No. I'm just trying to
Metroid or whatever. There's a computer and you're looking at stuff and you're pressing stuff. You get it.
No. I mean, it's a radio.
As a product manager, do you really have access to raw telemetry data?
Oh, yes, sir. I need it to make sure that we're actually meeting our spec as we. This is my first foray into product management. I was an engineer beforehand, but this is went and got my MBA, so they let me do a bit more of demand and capacity planning and allocations of RF capacity and optical capacity to maximize revenue generation through the system. But my core anchor background is in engineering, did a bachelor's and master's at Georgia Tech, worked at NASA for a few years, and then worked for the National Reconnaissance Office on classified missions for a few years before moving over to Amazon, which is where I'm currently at. So very familiar with all of the subsystems and how these satellites work, which is why I come into these rooms and I'm like, whoa, what do you guys think is keeping them up there? Because I know that, I know what I can and can't talk about, and I know that there is no propulsion system that is out there that's able to make them, move the way they move without being in a near vacuum and in orbit around a globe Earth. So, just in here answering questions, providing perspectives. But this is my everyday, is the design and operation of these systems.
Yeah, so the
Yeah, I
bulk
mean,
of what
you work in the
experience-
industry.
But is the bulk of what you're talking about you pouring over data, and you're basically doing this, like, you're communicating with a lot of other people, obviously, right? You're not really hands-on with this stuff, right? You're not dealing with launches, you're dealing with more of just like making sure
I own
all
the
of
hardware.
the people are doing the right. You own the hardware.
No. Yeah. No, I am the buck stops with me for that specific piece of hardware on the spacecraft. There's four of these optical heads on each one that we put up, and so I make sure that it gets the raw materials are coming in. They look good. We get the quality inspections after the parts are machined and assembled. They look good. On orbit testing looks good. Shipping from production facility up in Seattle down to the Cape looks good. Physically working with our integration team down at the Cape where they mount it on the payload dispenser. So I am responsible for that hardware. The entire path from
so it gets
raw materials
from production to getting onto the craft. Or
But I mean, just because you're seeing on a screen, that it's. Apologies, I'm getting some lag.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I was saying, just because you're seeing on a screen, the supposed orientation and you think you're seeing raw telemetry data. What you're getting really is a depiction of. You're getting a depiction of a path that they're telling you this craft is going on, and.
Hey, you're lagging out. Is it just me? Or?
You don't actually have. Yeah, I'm in a bad signal area.
No, you're good. I understand what you're going for, though. It's an inference, not an observation. And I can tell you that we have cameras that are on all of our spacecraft that are monitoring some of these subsystems in case if there's an error with the data, we need to go visually inspect it. So I have access to those raw feeds as well. So I'm happy to entertain the idea that there's some big crazy alternate propulsion system that is completely classified and nobody knows about it, and there's nobody actually working on it, even in these commercial companies where we have to pay for every single piece of hardware that we purchase, and we have a pretty robust supply chain. I'm happy to have a conversation about it. I'm just telling you, I'm very, very skeptical of that existing. Just understanding how these things move, and how we do constellation design, and orbit management. That it would even if you're saying it's a quote unquote path, the physics of the rest of the way that the spacecraft is designed. So, from thermal management to structures to solar arrays, every single other subsystem on the spacecraft assumes that path is designed for that path, for that specific environment. And it's within, if we are 2% or 3% off on any of those, the thing just doesn't work properly. It's a very, it's a very closed design space as far as the type of environment we have to operate in. So I can tell you if things aren't the way they are, it is quite impressive because I'm seeing as somebody who's been doing this for multiple different companies and even like owning the relationship between the company and the federal government in my previous role, like being a senior manager of regulatory affairs. Like I can tell you that wall just doesn't exist, at least from my perspective.
Well, I work in business, and I worked with a satellite company fairly recently, and they told me all of their satellites are launched with balloons. And that
Which
they
company?
use a lot of their Catapult satellite services in the UK. Company I've done business with fairly recently. I'm in the recruitment industry, and they, as a smaller business, they launch most of their satellites with balloons.
Satellite applications.
I think there are
Catapult? Is that what you're referring to?
Catapult Satellite Systems. It's a company that I've recently worked with this year.
Systems. Catapult. Yeah, I'm not seeing that pulling anything up.
It's a company in the UK, Catapult. CATAPULT Satellite Systems. It's there, dude.
I'm seeing.
Don't like it's not there.
Oh, I know. No, I get it. But I'm just saying, I've got Catapult satellite application. Let's see.
Yeah.
Boost UK productivity by helping organizations harness the power of satellite-based services. Okay, so they're an intermediary. Oh, weird. 1 to 10 catapults establish a transfer of the UK's capability for high growth areas in the UK economy. Okay, so they're like. It seems like they're more of an intermediary. Let's see.
Yeah, but I got chatting to one of the senior managers there and asked him a few questions, and he said, a lot of their launches are on balloons. A lot of their satellites use balloons.
Well, they don't have any satellites. Like I said, they're like
applications and systems.
An industry accelerator. They're not.
Yeah, they're applications and systems, but they.
Opportunities, space capabilities, catalog. Yeah, they don't actually build any hardware themselves. That's weird. Projects. Let's see. Just everything they've done. World Connected Columbia, Florida. Okay, yeah, most of this is not super relevant, to be honest. Let's see, ISAM. Story so far. Yeah, I mean they don't seem to have any hardware themselves. It looks like more terrestrial art research and development. Weird. I appreciate the new company to go look at, but I would push back quite hard on whoever you talk to's assertion that they're putting stuff up on balloons because they don't have any hardware themselves.
So Josh, you did a quick search, and apparently you now know everything about what they do. Anyway, let's just get to the nitty gritty here, man. So you work in the satellite field. You say you have firsthand knowledge, right, of what's going on.
Yep.
Now, what about here on the ground and long distance observations, right? If we're on a globe and the radius value is 3,958.8 miles,
I don't usually engage with. I was going to say I don't usually engage with terrestrial. Like I said, I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to change anybody's point of view. I'm just here to provide perspectives on my lived experience.
Okay, that's interesting. So you're just here to say that? Oh no, space is definitely a thing. Is that where you're like? I'm kind of.
Well, answer questions as well.
You're trying to achieve.
Yeah. No, just and honestly, it's more of a sociological thing from my point of view. I'm really interested in where flat earthers come from.
So you're basically getting paid to do this because you're on a salary position right now. So
No, I'm not paid to do this. I get paid to do my actual job, which I'm doing currently in the background. But I do this out of pure interest from a sociological perspective.
Interesting.
I mean, I can tell you what I get. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm planning on putting a research paper out in a couple of years, based off of a lot of these conversations, and doing a few interviews with folks.
Okay, so you're not interested in the fact that the Earth's not curving on the surface. You're just interested in having these conversations and answering questions about what you do.
I mean, I'm interested in answering questions about space and questions about looking up and the actual
Have you been to
frontier.
Have you been to space to answer questions about it?
No, I'm not. I'm not an astronaut.
How would you answer questions about something that you have no knowledge of, other than what you've learned about here on the surface? Based on trust, right? And you're trusting other people, right? Because you haven't been to space and you haven't seen any of your hardware get to space, correct?
I have seen my hardware get to space.
You have what, on a video?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, live from my own camera, using my own radio. Yeah,
using your own camera. You saw it somewhere.
Radio.
Okay, but you didn't have control over that operation from cradle to grave, correct? Somebody else was dealing with your hardware, right? Your hardware wasn't in your hands. Somebody else had your hardware and did something with your hardware, and then you got to use your camera after somebody else had your hardware. You don't know what they did with your hardware, correct?
It's live all the way through, and we have monitoring we have health monitoring all the way through. Like it's the same stuff on the other end than what we put it, when we handed it over. Like, I understand you're trying to push on the chain of custody thing here, but I also, there's no government intervention.
I mean, I could care. It's just your word. It's just your word is what it is, and you don't even want to discuss any of the. You don't want to discuss anything else.
I don't have as much first person. I don't have any first person observations or a ton of I'm not trying to stretch myself over areas that I'm not very confident in my experience and what I know. When it comes to terrestrial observations, I understand sort of what looming is and sort of what the globe take is on that, but I'm not nearly as confident in my perspective there. So I don't tend to engage on those things.
Okay.
I try to be as intellectually honest as possible. Yeah. And honestly, I just like listening to these conversations too. Again, it's mostly from a sociological perspective, but no, y'all are interesting folks. There tends to be a lot of correlations between belief in a non-globe Earth and belief in specific theologies and other things that may be considered as conspiracy theories. So there's some deep-seated mistrust in institutions and over-reliance on first-person observations that I've come to assess over the past handful of years in these rooms. I find it quite interesting. Some good people too. Some really, really good people.
Hey, I'm at work, so I'll listen muted, but I had a question. When you designed your 3200 spacecraft array to cover the whole globe, what measurements did you use to make sure that it will cover the entire globe?
So it doesn't actually cover the whole globe. We're missing the poles. There's plans that we haven't gotten a license for yet to do the capstone shells over the North and South Pole. But right now, the initial rollout is going to be between 52 degrees north and 52 degrees south, which covers the majority of populations. And measurements we use here, it's actually, I can point you towards the public documentation on our constellation design. just because we had to answer the same question to the FCC when they asked. But 3200, it's basically like it's a combination between altitude and redundancy. So the further away you are from the Earth, the more of the Earth you can see, the more people you can cover with a single spacecraft. The closer you are to the Earth, right, you get lower latency for the signals, but you also can see way less of the Earth. So if you want like global coverage, you need, you know, exponentially more spacecraft. So it's a balancing beam between those two, like, you know, increased latency, but fewer number of spacecraft, or, you know, higher performance, but more satellites. So you had to balance those two. Also, you have to take into account what other objects are up there. So if you go to spacetrack.org, it's the public database of all tracked space objects, both active and inactive. So pieces of debris all the way up to, like, you know, the Chinese and international space stations. So you have to analyze, you know, what's the debris environment, or what's the active spacecraft environment at each altitude, and that's also an influence on where you place these things. And so what the design ended up closing on is 3 shells at 590, 610, and 630 kilometers, each with, you know, 1,200-ish satellites in them. A little bit less than 1,200. It's like a little over 1,000, covering the majority of the Earth from, like I said, 52 north to 52 south, based on those input parameters.
Hey Josh, can you hear me?
Does that make sense? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I got cut out. I don't know if the gent wants to respond to what you said. I wanted to go back to the previous thing you said. I'm not sure who asked you that question.
That was a good question, though.
Did you want to respond? No, that's fine. I wanted to comment on what you said earlier, because I think you mentioned, there's an alignment between flat earthers and other conspiracies. I just want to point out, I think that's a narrative that's been spun by the mainstream. I think if you read any article about flat earthers, that's what you're going to read. These people also believe in X, Y, Z. There may be flat earthers that are like that, but that's not what we do here. The only alignment we have is to empiricism. So when you tell us, and you are biased, unfortunately, your whole career and part of your identity is around the fact that space exists and that you're putting, you're helping to create technology that goes into a vacuum in the sky. So I wouldn't expect you to think any differently, part of your identity. But actually here, we're not interested in other conspiracies. We don't discuss other conspiracies. And we would argue that this isn't a conspiracy. It's a question of geometry when it comes to the globe, when it comes to the ground, the floor. It's a question of geometry and empiricism. So what we're doing is we're using what we know to be true in nature, in industry, and that the Earth is treated, observed as flat and stationary, and that's actually like empirical. Nothing to do with conspiracy.
Yeah, no. When I say that, I'm not painting y'all as a complete monolith. I bounce around between, I don't know, like 7 or 8 different servers on here and have conversations, and there's a bunch of different flavors of flat earther. I agree. I'm just saying, compared to other communities that I've engaged with, I've noticed a higher correlation between holding this belief and holding other beliefs that have, could be considered as conspiratorial. That's all I'm stating, and that's not based off of not based off of outside reading. That is, my own lived experience. Being in these conversations for years now. I find it quite interesting.
That's fine. I just want to make sure, we do have an audience here as well. I just want to make sure that people are aware that this isn't a belief. When it comes to empiricism, that's what your senses and what nature shows and tells you. But the space argument is a belief, and your involvement doesn't verify it, if you know what I mean. Your involvement with your company isn't an empirical position. So you have a belief, whereas empirically, the Earth is treated as a state of rest, and there is no curvature to be measured or observed. and there's no interaction in our daily lives with anything to do with space. I mean, space itself violates laws of nature.
On your phone.
Yeah, but you don't need GPS. GPS doesn't prove that we have an out of space. And also, GPS is taken from flat data and it's transformed. The data's transformed into spherical coordinate system. So it could quite easily be, and we say it is flat Earth data taken and transformed into using ECEF coordinates into the long lat system, which is a coordinate system based on the stars, based on the sky. So it doesn't prove, none of this proves that we have an out of space or we live on a ball. That's
so I guess. Go ahead.
No, I'm just highlighting it's not. We don't see it as a belief. We see this as an empirical truth within nature.
I mean, I had a conversation in here this morning about how intelligent creator is an empirical truth in nature too, and like I don't know. When I hear that, there's other claims that have been made in this specific group that I also, don't think is empirical truth, like based on the definition of belief and faith. But
I don't think you were talking to a mod because the belief in a creator is not an empirical truth. I agree with you.
It's No, it's interesting though. I would love for folks in this community if there was some alternate explanation for how orbits work on a flat plane. That would be if I was presented with that evidence. I think that would be very interesting because under my current understanding of how all of these systems work, there's no other model besides the globe model where the orbits behave the way that we can observe from the ground of satellites moving.
Yeah, but you don't observe orbits. That's the problem. This whole idea that you think this model, which is a kinematic model, the way it operates, it's not ever proven that it is what they're saying it is. They can never show you. They can never show you orbits. They can only demonstrate that within the construct of a model, which is the convention that you have in your mind when they're conveying the idea of how things work. So they're not showing you orbits.
Understand.
They're not showing you orbits. They're not showing you. They don't go out. They're not taking you to into the field outside and saying, "Watch this orbit." You're not doing that. They're demonstrating. They're demonstrating something within a model, and that model is what you think. That model is. Hold on, Josh. That model is what you think reality is. So the model in your mind is reality, and we're trying to tell you they're showing you models. They're not taking you outside and making observations of orbits. You don't ever see an orbit. So it doesn't make sense.
No,
we definitely don't. Name one. Name one instance. Show me where outside where you've seen an orbit.
Yeah, I was going to say in graduate school built my own ground station to talk to, and this is something you can do yourself. Like if you want to see an orbit,
talking to things in the sky code.
Exactly, but the relative motion of those objects.
My friend, we're asking about the orbit itself. That's a 360 degrees rotation of the satellite around a sphere. We don't see that. We don't have the measurements of the change of the pitch of the satellite to rotate 360 degrees around a sphere. The closest that we've got is aircraft data. Aircraft work on the same principle. It's rotating around a sphere. When we look at aircraft data, aircrafts maintain a horizontal pitch, maintaining parallel with the sea level below to maintain our altitude. They do not rotate, which would require a change of pitch. So the satellites would have to show a change of pitch. The aircrafts don't. Can you prove that the satellite rotates 360 degrees?
Yes. Yeah. The rotation vector is the direction is the angular momentum vector, which is the cross product of position and velocity, and then the magnitude is 1 over the period of the orbit. And then we have to encode that.
Dude, you're missing the point.
I understand that. But
the data that's recorded to show the motion of the satellite. Like we have the black box data and recording from an aircraft that shows its orientation in free space.
You can get that. Like, there's publicly available unencrypted data coming down to the ground right now from a variety of NOAA satellites, and you can. What? No, I'm saying you can get the avionics data, like the telemetry. You just have to build an antenna.
We do. Would you like to see it? It changes. There's no change of pitch. That's what we're pointing out.
I'm not talking about aircraft. I'm talking about spacecraft.
Anything that leaves the surface of the Earth, that travels across that surface, is going to have to maintain a change in pitch to navigate at altitude continuously above that curved surface.
Satellites do that. I'm letting you know.
Okay, so give me the data then, please.
Okay, I mean, you can. I published a paper on this in grad school. I built my own antenna.
It is freely available. We've got all the data from aircraft.
I'm not talking about aircraft. Okay, Lord.
It's the same rotation around the sphere.
It's not the same because one has a medium impacting node. Lord.
Excuse me. Maybe you don't understand. Do you understand what I mean about rotation?
Yes, I just explained to you what it's doing.
Constant change in angular pitch.
Correct.
For example, hold on, because I want you to understand. For example, an aircraft at the North Pole with a satellite at the North Pole, say 1,000 miles above it, they are both going to have to rotate around the sphere because by the time they got to the equator, they'd have changed their pitch by 90 degrees.
Correct.
Good. So we don't see that in aircraft. Do you see that in
You're right.
satellites?
You do, because they're not moving through a medium. That's fine. Let me grab you. Just spin up the reaction wheels.
Incorrect. In your paradigm, that's also incorrect. They are moving through a medium. It's just much less of it. So you're also
assume it's zero. It's E negative 6.
No, you don't.
You assume it's zero. Yes, you do.
And the problem that you're having with right now is the data is not going to support what you're saying, because you're going to have to be able to provide evidence that when you're saying, if there's a pitch and then there wasn't one with the airplane, which you conceded, I heard you say that through the middle of what Jedi was saying, then you're already admitting that there's a contradiction.
There is. I'm saying that there's you assume zero medium.
So then
why are we getting aggressive? Well, I don't understand.
Yeah, aggressive. Just relax, dude. Well, one thing's having a pitch and the other one isn't. So that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Hey, how do you square that circle?
Because one of them is getting lift off of the medium that it's moving through, right? And it maintains a constant altitude in that medium. Whereas the satellite is, it doesn't have any external forces.
So there's no negotiation.
It doesn't matter about the forces; it's about the rotation.
Lord. What causes the rotation?
But at the moment, it's going to have to be the satellite.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Okay.
And the satellite is going to have to measure because it wants to know its orientation in three-dimensional space relative to the Earth it's orbiting around.
Yes, I agree. You use the Star Trekkers plus the ADCS system. The Star Trekkers go out and they take images of the celestial sphere around it, and it compares it to known maps, and that's how you get the initial rotational orientation. And then if you need to rotate to maintain nadir pointing, you spin up the reaction wheels, which are spinning little pieces of mass to produce a counter torque on the spacecraft body, which causes it to spin in the direction that you need it to spin, based off of that vector that I just gave you.
So show it. Where is it? Inside chat. I want the measurements, dude. I want the graph that shows over a period of time, say, I don't know, 90 minutes, that the satellite, International Space Station, has changed its pitch. I want that piece of data.
Sure. Oh, Lordy.
I know, it's tiring, isn't it?
Y'all are just getting aggressive. I just don't understand why.
Because it's hard to get people to understand what we're actually asking for.
Oh no, I understand what you're asking for. It's just sometimes it's not asking for the right thing.
So just provide it. I want the data that shows over a period of time the satellite is orbited, changes its pitch 360 degrees.
Sure. Yeah, I'll grab the primary source, but I need to find something that's public. So give me a couple minutes, y'all Conspire amongst yourselves.
Have you seen this before?
What do you mean?
Have you seen this piece of information that I'm asking of you before?
For my own spacecraft, yes, not for the ISS.
Are you just looking it up right now?
For the ISS, yes, not for my own spacecraft.
No, your own spacecraft. What are you, dude? Like
my own satellites? Yes, I have ADCS data and rotational data for my own. They're on the internal repository that I'm not going to share because it's proprietary.
We don't care about that. Like what we're asking for is if the information that he's requesting is available, then you could present that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now.
But the one from your satellite is not? You're saying from the ISS?
Correct. My satellite, the data is proprietary. I'm not
right, so you can't prove from the satellite that you're trying to say is in question right now. We're not going to get that data. We're going to get data that you're going to look up right now to see if the ISS has pitch data, yes or no. That's what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
And you're saying it is, but you're not sure. Yeah, but you're saying it is, but you don't know if it is.
What do you mean? Because it maintains nadir pointing. Yeah, so it has to have pitch data.
No, it has to is not that you know it does. It has to is not that you know it does. And that's what Jedi was requesting is the information that you already know is there. You're saying it has to, as in it's supposed to be there. But right now you're on a little goose egg hunt. You're not sure if you're going to find it or not within whatever time it's going to take you.
I'm going to do my best here. I have the data for my own stuff. It's just proprietary. I don't understand why y'all are getting,
It's not there. That's why. You're basically chasing a ghost in the dark.
I disagree with that, but
well, yeah, prove it. Bring it onto the table.
I'm working on that right now. Y'all, come on. There's no need. There's no need for the aggression.
There is a need because ever since you guys, all you satellite operators, end user guys that come in here, you think you're all like this and that with the information that you think it's proprietary. Yet you can't present even outside or like any way to show that there's a pitch data.
Why would I need to do that in my normal life? It's only in this specific situation that data is valuable.
Well, it's valuable because you think that something is happening and you can't provide evidence that it is. Because it would have to be if it was actually going around a globe.
This is true. It's
not true.
He was agreeing with me saying this is true. That's what I'm saying.
I just don't. It's actually one of the reasons I come into these rooms as well as steel sharpens steel. It helps me, find primary sources that back up my worldview. But I appreciate it. Let me.
Good luck, man. You're not gonna find it, but like I said, we're gonna be like that meme of the skeleton waiting on the bench. Kind of
should be fine. I've got it pulled up here, all the live telemetry, but I'm just trying to find the ADCS system. You want to know? Oh, I got the cabin pressure. Let's see. You want to know how full the urine tank is on there? I got that.
We don't care about anything else. We don't care about how many people fit in the cabin. We just care about one thing.
Hey! Just trying to, keep the levity up. Come on.
No, we don't care. We don't care about that, bro. We don't care about that.
I've posted my data in the side chat. Can you stop belching down the microphone? I posted my data in the side chat. Can you hurry up? You don't want the fucking pilot level. What the hell?
Hey, why are you being aggressive? There's no need for it. I'm not trying to change your mind.
I literally pointed out the three things. I told you why. One, can you stop belching through the microphone?
Belching? What do you mean?
Just find your data, dude. Come on.
What do you, I don't understand.
Go and find your data, please.
Okay. Inertial attitude rate. Let's see. Okay. So I got it here. Let's make sure we get the right axis for pitch.
What's the time duration?
What do you mean time duration? It's the attitude rate in degrees per second. It's updating every couple seconds.
couple of seconds.
Yeah, it's live telemetry coming down, and one of the data fields is the rotation rate around each the X, Y, and Z axis, and it updates every couple seconds. But it's the rate that's updating, not the position.
It's fine. Being as you're saying you're getting it live, then the time duration is being recorded, so I can obviously go back a few hours, right?
Yeah, but I'm seeing the rates update, but not the attitude. So I'm wondering if it's some sort of rotating reference. No. There it did update. Okay, it's hundredths of a degree though. So I think let's see. I'm gonna sit here and look at the. I'll put the link in the chat though. Y'all can.
No, we just want the link to what. We don't care about the source. We want to know the specific citation or specific numeric values that's given.
Yeah. I mean, I've got the rotation rate right here. I'm trying to make sure I get a primary source. I don't deal with secondary sources. So, oh lordy. Signal status. Last telemetry update 3 seconds ago. All right. I just want to make sure I'm getting the right. All available telemetry.
Hey, Amish, if you're there, look at that link I sent you in your DM. Also, I got something else to tell you, Jedi, about the discussion in Frontline Unfiltered.
All right, man. We can do that at some point. I've got lots of stuff to tell you about the protests.
Oh, man, I can't wait.
Like I told you, give it 24, 48 hours. Let's see what happens afterwards. And yeah, it's all starting to kick off.
Yeah, dude, I got some shocking stuff to show you too. A couple of things actually.
She's going to the Charlie Kirk thing.
Yeah, dude, it's yeah. A couple of slip ups, you know.
Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry if you can hear whistling in the background. We've got like 70, 80-mile gales going on at the moment.
Oh, what is going on, man? You guys had a severe thunderstorm or something?
We've had some weird weather over the last couple of days, to be fair. Like torrential rain, followed by blazing sunlight, followed by this. It's just a bit weird at the moment.
Just wind?
Yeah. It's a bit apocalyptic. The sky's like turning red. It's really weird. Are you working today, Alpha?
Yeah, yeah. I was like, I don't know. It's been on my mind to do like another, because I think what we got is like a series. We probably have a series on our hands.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Because it's like unfolding in real time. So, I mean, we're right now in the middle of kind of like the storm. But then there's going to be, it's escalating. Let's put it that way.
And storms happening everywhere at the moment. It's hard to concentrate on one storm without neglecting the other.
Exactly that. They got us divided in our own like country, thinking about that stuff versus like we don't even have time to think about other countries. But it's weird. If anybody wants to join Frontline Unfiltered, let me know. I'll give you the link in your DM. I just can't post it in the chat here.
Sorry, DJ just said something in the chat about crazy riots in Nepal. Yeah, I've been keeping a check on that for the past like week or so since I've become aware. That's crazy out there. Yeah, over 17 people have been killed. Government buildings taken over on fire.
Yeah, that's what I was Yeah, I was gonna mention that, dude. There's small little incursions happening all over the place.
Everywhere, dude.
And there's a call for an uprising or resistance.
You know, you showed us Elon Musk the other day. Yeah, I told you that he was a guest speaker at the rally in London the other day. Some of the wording he used was very inflammatory, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it was along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, but the last bit is correct. It's stand up or be killed.
Yes.
That's what he said, man. I mean, like, what the hell?
Yeah. He even posted 23 million views on his posting on X. He's inciting right now, which is it's getting people to be, even more like, I don't know, instead of putting out fires, dude, they're actually throwing gas.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Anyway, it's a good bit of discussion. Some videos and things I got to show you guys.
Yeah, looking forward to it then.
Got a few days coming off of work, so looking forward to maybe doing something then.
When's that, later this week, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll be around.
Some other things might manifest between here and then, so by the looks of it.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. We've got the UN Security Conference this week.
Oh, I'll be in New York for that, for General Assembly next week.
Oh, will you?
Should be fun. Yeah. This is usually when folks and I put some raw TLM in the or at least the website that you can use to pick which data streams you want.
All right. Well,
I'll chat.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll save that and I'll wade through it later. I mean, you can have a talk about that.
You're good.
Awesome stuff.
You're good. But the Lightstreamer server has been running since 2011, and you can pick which parameters you want to look at. But they've got all of their live position data, as well as basically every single bit of health and telemetry data coming down from the ISS.
Awesome stuff. What do we need to explain?
What do you mean?
Your question right at the beginning, before I jumped in, I do apologise. 10 minutes ago, you were talking about you guys would have to explain satellites.
A way for orbits to work, a way for satellite positions to work.
Sorry, I do apologise. Do you mean the path or the mechanism?
Yeah, exactly. The path, and based off of that path, what allows that to occur? Because I've seen. I have my model that lines up with what I view and react, or like from the ground, with the antennas, to predict where and when stuff is going to appear, and it works very, very well. I'd be interested to see an alternative way to do that.
Sorry, you already answered your own question. Celestial sphere model. That's where you predict everything's going to be, and it's going to be at this coordinate relative to the spherical sphere model. But we can explain that. Those are measurements taken from a horizontal plane.
No, I understand. I'm saying like where and when the satellite's going to come above the horizon, because that's based off of the Keplerian orbital elements. And if we could derive that from along the drift. Yeah,
but Kepler model, it's a model. It's a model. It has nothing to do with actual, the idea that an orbit is occurring is only something constructed within the model. It's not happening in reality. The idea that it's going around a sphere is in your head, based on the model. I
understand that, but
based on the model.
I would love to see a different model that also accurately.
We don't. Yeah, that's the problem, though. The model itself is not the the focal point of what you're thinking about. It should be just the layout of a predictable movement. So if it comes back, it has cyclical nature, right? The satellite, and you're trying to figure out how this cycle works outside of a spheroid.
Correct.
That's what you're trying to. That's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily need a spheroid. That's what I'm telling
I understand. But it does based off of the hardware that we put up and design. The whole system is designed around operation around a spheroid, like
I know that.
radiators, and the solar arrays.
Everybody gets that, but that's based on a spherical model. That everything's like you're building everything on top of that. It's not like it's foundation.
I get it.
So if you get it, then it doesn't necessarily mean that it's an actual sphere. It just means that it's based on the model of one.
I understand that, but if it's based off of something different, I want to understand, how that affects the rest of the decisions above it, right? So if we try to come up with some other explanation for the pattern of movement, right? If it's moving through a superfluid or something, or it has electromagnetic tethering or some other propulsion system, I wanna make a claim as to how this works and try to see if we can figure that out.
Yeah, but you can't because you're somebody who works on the hardware side. You build the things, but you're not delivering the payload. You're not doing that. Are you the guy that actually sees it?
Yeah, we get live
view. You're the one in control of that because every satellite that gets I know that, but the satellite that gets put into your orbit, is it handled by your company only exclusively, or does it get put out by government contracts from other agencies?
It's not a government contract, but it's a commercially purchased launch opportunity.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like everybody that wants to launch a satellite has to go through a certain channel. So you don't necessarily are not the dude.
What do you mean by certain? What do you mean a certain channel?
Everybody that goes to quote unquote space, or they want to launch their payload, you're going to have to go through the government. It's not.
Yeah,
you can't tell me.
Part 450 license. Yeah, I've done this. Like I said, I've owned the interface between the government and the company. I know what that interface looks like.
But you're not them. When it comes to space, they have it's not any companies. All these companies, you don't have a separate entity away from the government agency that deals with this. Everyone has to go through. It's filtered through them. So however it gets up there, it's not. Yeah, however it gets up there, it's not up to you. You just work with them.
No, it is. You get the license ahead of time. You get the license ahead of time.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Please, I've just shared one YouTube link on the chat. Can you subscribe to it, please? It's my gaming channel, please, guys.
What? Is he speaking English?
Yeah, I'm just speaking English only, guys. I've just shared one YouTube link there in chat box. So can you subscribe it, please?
All right.
It's hard to understand, gentlemen.
It's a request.
I got to prep for. No, I appreciate it. I'll be around in the future. Feel free to.
You understand that guy?
Questions. Barely. He's asking for you to subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Oh my God. All right, whatever.
AV, no, appreciate the candor. I'll be around. Would love to hear more. And I gotta
leave when it starts getting interesting, Josh. Why is it that when you start getting put into every time you start getting hard in a tough place, you gotta go do something.
Every time. I'm not here to debate.
That's a pattern. That's why, because he was ready to go.
No, I do have a 1 p.m.
Every time, Josh, that's great. It just happens that when you say that, it happens at the most convenient time for you to exit the conversation. Usually.
I can stick around for 5 minutes or so.
You don't have to, bro. If you gotta go. But I'm just saying, it's coincidental that every time you gotta go, it happens at the moment of a crescendo. Usually.
Or I'm here not to debate.
Yeah, I'm not here to debate. That's fine. I get to consent to how I interact with these spaces.
And we don't care, bro. We're just giving you the observation from our point. We're just saying
I get it. That's fine. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. Right? I appreciate it.
Anyway, Yeah. A lot of people say that they work with satellite companies. There's a guy named Phil Bellum. He created the Chanandir. I don't know what the name of the damn satellite is. It went to the moon. One of them. But he worked with the Indian Space Agency, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, ISRO. Chandrayaan.
I can't pronounce that damn name. Anyways, he said he worked with that and he sent that up there. I'm like, bro, you didn't do that. Like, you didn't send it up there. Like, you guys who think that you know a lot based on hardware that you work on, you do not have that information that's privy to only those who say they send things up there. They're the ones who actually are able to put their payloads up there, and you guys, you're giving them the hardware, and you deal with like the information and stuff. But you work with agencies.
I would be happy to, you know, there's everything I say is public knowledge. Everything I tell you is public knowledge. I walk that line quite well. If it ever sounds like I'm acting like a politician, I've had to go through a good amount of PR training to be able to interact more freely. So it's you know, there's other things that we can discuss in a different environment.
I know that.
Yeah.
Josh, I know that you are beheld by the people that have given you a job, but like what we're saying is when it gets down to like knowing,
not just
Amazon. but you're not free to disclose some things that are pertinent to like the information that we're asking for. Because what we're asking for is a bit more sensitive than just like the information Joe Blow can find out on the internet. So
yep, agreed.
Well, it's a difficult task because even if we're asking for it and you say I have it, you can't present it. Even if you did, right. And it makes it look like you don't have it, and we're just going to be looking like no one's presenting it. So we're at like a impasse essentially.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's why I'm not in here to debate, because I know that I acknowledge that fact as well. Like a lot of the stuff that a lot of the thing ammo I have to, quote unquote, change minds and things is either, locked behind a security clearance or a proprietary. So I understand that fact quite well, which is why I'm not here to debate, because I know that we're kind of at an impasse for a lot of these things. So that's why I come to these rooms and I just.
It's weird because
everything we're saying that everything that I know that to verify a globe is locked behind proprietary stuff.
We've been dealing with this because like there's people that actually are in the industry, so we've been dealing with this for quite some time. When it usually gets to this part of the conversation, they kind of like bow out, like, oh well, what else can I do? Unless all I can do is tell you that I know that it's true, and all we can do is
I'm just here to vibe, man.
Either we trust you or we don't, kind of thing. You know
exactly.
what I mean?
No, 100%. I'm honestly that's why when I come into these rooms, I let people know that that's not my intention, because I know that we're going to run into that issue.
But Josh, let me tell you something. I know that you work for companies that keep you under an NDA or whatever. But if it were possible to disclose this information, do you think this conversation would have been over with a long time ago?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So
very much so.
So knowing that, why don't they just like release, like not you, but
they don't think it's worth it. I've had this conversation with our PR managers.
That's your honest opinion. You think that they don't think it's worth it?
They don't think that y'all are a much smaller contingent than most y'all. There's inflated self-importance. Like this is a very, very fringe group. And this is not my personal opinion. Like I'm here to engage with y'all because I think that your opinions are important. But a lot of other folks within like the industry just think y'all are a bunch of nut jobs, and it's not even worth like answering your questions. So that's why, we could I actually I was pounding my fist on the table a few months ago because we were going through a vendor down select for the cameras we're going to put on the next couple launches. And I was like, hey, can we put better ones on there that don't have a fisheye lens? I brought this up during a meeting. No, I'm serious. I brought this up during a meeting and I got told why. And I was like, well, it would be great if we could provide better, visual data to the public. And they said, well, that one's twice as expensive and it doesn't meet our needs for some of the engineering work that we need to do with the visual inspection. So
you do understand our position then. What we're saying is
100%.
So here's the thing though. A lot of people will disagree, like not you, but a lot of other people that think that the earth is a globe. will disagree with us and say that no, they have the camera lenses or have nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. And we're like, well, they have fisheye lenses. So even if even if the Earth was a globe, right, and they send these cameras up, they still have a fisheye lens, and that's 100% true. But they're saying that that's not true. They're like, no, they don't use fisheye lenses.
Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, this is where we get into Dunning-Kruger. Like, that's why I was commenting on folks being aggressive, because like I understand your point of view. Like, I'm not here to debate anybody. I'm just here to provide perspectives. And honestly, like, you know, I was working in the Aether Cosmology Discord. Like, you know, I have a political appointment with the UN on space policy and things. And like, I requested one of the mods over there, like, hey, you know, I have a one-on-one meeting in New York as part of the UN General Assembly next week. Like, if there's anything you want me to like ask questions about, like, I'd be happy to, you know, at least take your input into account when I'm putting together my like meeting schedule. So like, you know, I'm not here to like, you know, get all like white knuckled over things. I'm here to understand your perspective and.
Well, I'll tell you this, Josh. I've heard you already advocate for at least a position to put better lenses on the cameras.
Oh yeah,
at least
definitely.
That's at least something, right? But what I think should happen, if you have a voice, right, I would say let's not go too far into the whole like flat Earth thing. If you're going to have an audience with these guys, but perhaps you could let them or at least advocate. Yeah, advocate for some sort of release of information that would help everybody get more intimate with what they would claim is knowing that the Earth is a globe, like whatever it is.
100%.
Because
100%.
right now, a lot of people are trying to use arguments that, from a globe's perspective, it's hidden behind closed doors. Like most of the information, like as you said, is only privy to those who are intimate with, like, you know, the companies or whatever, and everything else is just like everybody's just guessing when they come in here. They don't know.
100%. Yes. Agreed.
So
no, I appreciate it.
So if you do have an audience with some people, right, you should advocate for them to release some information that would help people understand. If they're wanting to become intimate with like the world being a globe, tell them to release information that would help them. Because right now, man,
agreed.
The whole idea that, you know, the Earth is a globe and like they can't find anything online. There's no information that they can dig up and it's easy for us. So if you think something out there that could help the globe position, I would say you ask those guys, release such and such information.
Yeah. No, agreed. That's why I'm banging the drum. So I appreciate y'all taking the time to talk. And if I get weird about like folks trying to like debate and things, that's just because like I understand. Like I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I'm literally just here to, you know, learn and advocate. So appreciate y'all's time. I'm 2 minutes behind. I got to jump on this call, but I'll be back later this afternoon.
All right, later.
All right, much love. See ya.
Catch you later, Josh. Hey, before you leave, just really quickly, is he still there? You still there, Josh? Yeah. If you can hear me, just check out what I posted 49 after the hour. If you can, I won't hold you up any longer, but it says it doesn't have that telemetry data that we were looking for, the raw data.
Oh, now that Amish is, I don't know if you were listening to Amish, but the guy says definitely a globe. And the information that's proprietary, that's held behind closed doors, solidifies that. Yet we're not privy to that information. So there's that.
It's a secret.
That part of it is. Everyththing else isn't. I know,
they don't.
Dude. They always say that. Amish, they always say that, dude. Like, you know, these satellite guys that come in here. I mean, and if he has any political stance or he's got some kind of pull, then if I was in his shoes, I'd be like, dudes, you know, let's get our collective heads together and put out some information that solidifies the point that the Earth is a globe based on stuff we could release to the public. I mean, if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would be doing that, talking to the people at the UN. Like, I mean. Why is everything hidden behind closed doors? He's only making our point stronger, right? Because that's what we're saying. We're like, dude, it's all locked behind closed doors. Only a select few know. And most of the bobbleheads that come in here are like, no, we all know. No, you don't. This guy, Josh, is making a point. He works with a satellite company or whatever. It's, dude, like, how many satellite guys come in here and they all do the same old thing? And when Jedi got down to where he was going to have to look in for this pitch data, you know what I mean? Like, let me look for it. Like, dude, I thought you would know exactly where to go. I mean, being somebody that's working in the industry, wouldn't you know where to go? What website to look to? Just saying, bro.
This is not what we're looking for anyway.
Yeah.
Don't worry. He could end the whole conversation. He said he could have ended the whole conversation if he just had the permission.
Do you know how long we've been hearing that?
I was pressing him with the same stuff, dude. I was like, so you don't actually get you're not the guy who knows. He's like, oh, I know. I got cameras on my equipment. I'm like, all right, no, I understand. But he's like, oh, you're talking about a chain of custody thing. I'm like, yeah, of course. I'm like, if you don't know where it's going and you're just seeing feed on your cameras, I'm like,
it's like you got the winning hand, or let's say your friend has a winning hand, right? His friend being the company he works for. His friend has a winning hand, and they're just looking at the cards, and we're over here. We laid our cards down, you know, and then they're just like, I have the winning hand, and you're just like, put your cards down. Let's see if you do. And they're just like, no, I'm just gonna keep holding on to them. Like, okay then. Obviously you don't have nothing to show if you're not letting us see. Like, what do you think possibly he's going to reveal to you that somebody else couldn't think about and, you know, maybe use a globe coordinate system to function within, you know? Because whatever he's going to show you is working within a specific model, not within like an actual trajectory.
Well, I had already asked him, you know, if he wanted to go into what's going on with the surface long distance observations and measurements, and how it doesn't comport with the radius value. He's like, no, I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to debate. He didn't want to talk about any of that. He just wanted to talk about his job.
Well, here's the exchange that should happen is probably Amish and this gentleman Josh. I'll be honest with you. Let Amish handle this and let him kind of have the one-on-one with him. Because, I mean, they'd be speaking the same, lingo, so.
I tried to trigger him, tried to get him involved, but he was too busy.
Yeah, he's real busy, dude. Like, it's hard for, like, and I'm pretty sure he was chomping at the bit, dude. He's like, dude, just, I can't get in there right now.
It was, yeah.
The conversation you want to hear is Amish and that guy, if you're going to hear one.
I just find it, I mean, I understand, like, what you're saying, but I just find it funny how he says he's in these types of spaces all the time. And I said, well, you're obviously a salaried employee, so you're telling me you get paid to go and do your job, but you have free time to be in flat earth chat rooms on Discord, just not really engaging in any of the subject matter outside of you stating that, oh yeah, I work on satellites, so, trying to cast doubt without providing anything really other than your assertions. I mean,
yeah, he was talking Amish. He was talking about the contracts that he has with these government entities. Like whichever one, the FAA contract. But he's like, I told him, I was like, being an end user, that's all you're going to give us is the information based on what you think is going on. It's not intimate, like as in like the people who deliver the payload. Like you're not that guy. And he's like, yes, I am. I was like, okay, dude. Like,
I just want him to show his cards. Like, if he shows his cards and this whole flat earth is over, yay, it's fucking done. My life is like, this time I have to spend. Like, bro, it's really not. Nobody has.
Look what Amish just posted right now, and that should be the question that should get put to him. I don't know. It's kind of along the lines of what Jedi was saying. That's the information that should be requested.
Well, that's what I was trying to push to the guy. Was like, well, if we know the Earth isn't curving down here, what good does what you do have to? You know what I mean? Like, if it's not curving, and you have stuff that's above us and suspended somehow, which you don't know. He has hardware that's attached to the thing that's suspended up there. And he's like, well, I know how it works. I'm like, well, you say you know how it works, but you're not involved with it, like getting off the ground and actually seeing it in operation. You're just a guy at a desk on the phone, coordinating things with people, writing emails and such, going to meetings. And like you were saying, he's not the guy actually handling the payload. So, yeah, no, I agree. Amish would definitely be a great person to have speak to that gentleman, but obviously he doesn't want to engage in the subject matter of things that can be proven down here. He says, I don't know too much about optics and optical phenomena and stuff. So he was basically saying, like, I don't know enough about miraging effects and refraction, is what he was saying, to have that conversation. So just basically squirmy wormy.
We can't release the information because the terrorists can get a hold of it and send up their satellites. Oh, it's because we don't want too much, climate for, satellite stuff. Like, come on. One thing he did say is that they use fisheye lenses, so and they were reluctant to change that because it's too costly. So, what, an extra $1,000 to the budget? Like what?
That's so funny too, right? When he said that was their reasoning. Oh, because they're so frugal. So funny.
Yeah, I think they want to upgrade to 4K 30 FPS cameras by now in 2025. Hey, matter of fact, why don't you just strap a fucking Android or an iPhone on? Oh, pardon me, strap a camera phone, right? That'll be better than what they got.
Yes.
I actually work for the company above his company that feeds the data to his company. So I know the secret, but I can't tell you because it's super, super, duper high clearance. So he's wrong. Trust me, bro.
For only $249.99, you can know the secret. I mean, if you're gullible enough, it sounds kind of like true what the guy's saying. You're like, oh, I work for these space agencies, oh, this and that. It kind of gets you a little bit excited. You're like, oh, really? You have this? I want to see it, yeah. Oh, no, I gotta go. It's like, oh, come on, you're gonna give me blue balls every time? He's a good storyteller, I'll give you that.
Yeah, like the. What are you gonna say? No, I just like the part where he was like, "Yeah, I'm with you guys. I went to the meeting and asked for better cameras." Yeah, yeah, he's really with us. Yeah, he's sure he did. Wondering, he's probably wondering the same shit we are. It's like, how come they don't put better cameras in? He got shut down in the meeting. Oh, dude, we don't have this shit's not in the budget, bro. Relax. They're like, "What are you, a flat earther?" He's like, "Oh no, I just listen to them. I don't argue with them." I just, kind of like what they're saying. I mean, I don't know why we don't have better cameras. Josh, we already told you, man. How many times we've been over the budget? Hey, you want to do it again? You want to tell everybody why we can't afford those cameras? How you got a raise and you got a nice car? Remember that? How is Paul going to afford his Ferrari? Ah. Now, trips for Tahiti don't pay for themselves. You know that, right? So come on. Well, what gets me about that guy too is every time you kind of get to any point, he's like, "Oh no, I'm not going to debate." Like for instance, I think somebody brought up, "Well, how is it in a second law of thermodynamics violation?" And he was like, "Oh, I don't know enough about gas laws." I was like, "Wouldn't that be like gas law 101? You're trying to send something into it?" Yeah. He may or might not know that, the satellites, quote unquote, that he's talking about, yeah, they're above you and they're floating and they're going in a trajectory, but it's not in outer space. Like, but if it's not going around like the way I think, then can you tell me how it's going around?
Across the earth.
Earth is not flat. It is round.
Prove it.
Go to the South Pole.
Been to the South Pole?
Yeah.
Is that how you proved it?
Go to the South Pole.
And what am I going to find at the South Pole?
You'll see the Earth is round.
Well, can't we just do that from right here? Isn't it round all over?
I mean, just take us, spacecraft, bro. Just take a
Just
spacecraft.
go to space, bro. Have you been on a
exactly.
spacecraft?
Yes.
You liar.
I'm high, bro. I've been over the moon.
I bet you are. I bet you are.
Yeah.
No, but for real, how do you know it's a globe?
I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm just high, bro. I don't know what
There
I'm
you
talking
go.
about. Yeah.
You said the honest answer, man. You don't know.
Yeah, I
You
don't
just
know, bro.
believe the same thing you were taught, and all of us were taught about a globe. I used to believe it too. A lot of us did until we tested it for ourselves and realized that globe geometry that's supposed to be there, it isn't there in reality, brother.
Oh.
So if the Earth isn't curving, what is it?
I don't know, bro.
Flat, brother.
Yeah. I mean,
But yeah, if you got questions, man, shoot.
I mean, yeah, but I believe that Earth isn't flat nor it's round. It's rectangle.
Is that rectangle curving or flat?
I mean, it's got 4 sides.
I'm just in a shoebox.
Yeah, but flat's not a shape.
It is a shape.
Really? Draw me a flat.
How can I draw you that here?
Exactly, because it's not a shape.
Bro, it's a shape. I mean, rectangle.
Okay, then draw me a flat, dude.
How can I?
That's the point I'm trying to make. You can't draw a flat because it's not a shape. It's a property of a surface.
Oh.
Oh. Hey, at least you're learning something today, man.
I mean, yeah. And after 2 hours, I'll forget it even, yeah.
Well, it brings up a good point, man, because when you hear flat Earth, most people think like, oh, man, that must be a space disk out floating in outer space and all the other planets are around. That's not what we think, man. In fact, when we say flat Earth, we don't have a shape claim, unlike the globe, which is a shape, right? A sphere.
Yeah. But I have a question.
Go for it.
Yeah. Why were we taught that our planet's a sphere? Like, what's the point? Just tell it.
Well, you're asking the wrong guy because I'm not the one perpetrating the lie, but, well, you'd have to first discover, well, is it a lie first, right? And don't get me wrong, a lot of us have that question too, like, well, why all this money? Why all the lie? Why all the control? I don't know. I didn't make up the lie, nor do I perpetrate it. But if I had to speculate,
yeah,
I would say for mass control, right? Because, well, if I can control where you think you live, then you're not ever going to question it for yourself. And, I could actually control resources or time, energy, right? And what people think they should be doing versus what they're actually doing.
Good point.
And then I can have somebody come inside and go like defend something that's not even theirs. That's how brainwashed, somebody could be with a globe. And if I can get you to accept that, imagine what else I could get you to accept and defend.
That's a good point.
And I don't know, if I got $60 million a day, that's a lot of money, by the way. I mean, that alone is a pretty big reason to lie, right?
Yeah.
Some people would lie for $500 a day.
Yeah.
But the point is actually that it is a lie, that we don't live on a globe. And to be fair, I think most of the people that perpetrate it, they just believe that they believe their teachers, they believe their grandparents, they believe their teachers, like everybody's just kind of following the next guy, right? It's not like everybody's lying to you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even like some of the people at NASA, they probably just believe in the globe too. Like the janitor he's not in on it, right? I mean, he just believes that it's a globe too. That's what he was taught. And why would you ever question it? Because that's what you were taught when you were a little kid and you couldn't even form an argument. Lo and behold, you grow up your entire life without ever questioning the very foundation that was given to you. That you and I are both on right now.
Damn.
Same Earth. And yet one of us may believe that they're spinning, floating, wobbling thousands of miles per hour through an infinite vacuum, which just sounds ridiculous. Especially since you're standing still. And you might think to yourself, well, what difference does it make if I know this information or not? Well, don't you think you'd make some better foundational life decisions, based on truth? For instance, if I'm about to marry this woman and I know that one is cheating on me and one is loyal, if I didn't know that information, I might accidentally make the wrong choice. And 10 years down the line, be very sorry for making that choice of going with, say, an unloyal person. The fact that you know this one simple truth could mean, well, a better foundation for your life goals. I know it changed my life. So we're just trying to let people know you don't live on a globe. Maybe he was too high for that conversation.
Totally, dude.
Everybody knows Neil's the highest one here. He's like stratosphere level.
It's lit. Yep, I'm at the Jeff Bezos sphere. That's how high I am.
Hey, Flat Lloyd, I sent you a funny DM. Your left.
I saw that pop up just now. Yeah, it's an important detail, right? If she's got a bulge, she might not be the one, bro. Might be some crucial information if you want to procreate and have children. But yeah, I've been busy as heck. I got a new position. I'm the coordinator for my department now. Pretty sweet. A lot of power, but
Yeah.
oh boy,
Like
a lot of stuff to do.
you get to pick what gets put into the department.
Pretty much.
You get to design the curriculum a little bit, maybe. I don't know. That's pretty cool, dude.
Definitely pretty good influence. Yeah. Tell you what, we're still drafting. We're still teaching perspective. That ain't gonna change.
Just drowning with perspective and geometry.
Oh, dude, I make it so evidently clear. I'm like, we start with a horizon line, which is horizontal. Let's go ahead and use our parallel bar, ladies and gentlemen. You'll notice there's no curve in it. If you have one that's curved, it's broken. So
That's awesome, dude. You literally open up with that statement.
well, not the last bit, but I definitely emphasize the horizontal and the horizontality.
Yeah, you should make a total joke about that. Like, I even when I teach my daughter's, hey, what'd you learn today in school? And then like we'll go through like sociology and math. She's really good at math, so that's pretty cool. And then we get into the sciences and we start talking about like Earth stuff and everything like that. I'm like, oh, how did they know that? How did they do this? How did they do that? And I start asking little questions. I don't know. And then I give her ideas, right? Like, well, hey, if this is going on, what do you think would happen? She's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's not what's going on. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just memorize it so you can pass the test. But trust me, when you get older, I'll teach you what's really going on.
Man, I mean, my oldest daughter, she's in 6th grade. The only class she's barely passing is science, and she's like, it's all about the globe and space, and I can't do it. I'm like, it's okay. Like, you're ahead of your time, and just pass the class is all I'm asking. But at the same time, I tell my daughter, like, you kind of want to know the story. Don't get me wrong, right. You know that the story isn't true, but you don't want to be absolutely out of the loop of like, hey, why are all these people like super brainwashed? Oh yeah, I know their story too.
Yeah, no, and then like, go ahead.
Oh, she just gets frustrated, and talking her out of the frustration is always great.
You know what though? Like, I had the same thing happen to me when I went to statistics. When I finally went through college statistics 1, like 3 weeks in, and then I realized like how certain individuals manipulate statistics, and all they do is add other factors in that coalesce things together, and that's how you shrink a statistic, or you take a factor out, and all of a sudden now the statistic gets a little more broad. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And then so for the rest of the semester, my mind was gone. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely, man. I say the same thing about like graphs. You can really change the scale on graphs and make it just look absolutely ridiculous when it's the exact same information. Like.
No, for sure. For sure. And all you gotta do is change the graph, like, change it from a pie chart to, I don't even know the names of the graphs, but it's the same thing in statistics. Like, there's like 50 million different ways to represent your statistic.
That's a good point, though.
And, for a lot of people, though, whenever I'm having the first time conversation, they don't seem like they're like, you know what? I'll bring it in anyway. Like, it's one of my favorite things to talk about because it was one of the things that initially made sense to me when I was learning about flat Earth in the beginning. Before I knew it was a flat Earth, was the equation C equals 2 pi r. When in the world would you ever use that equation, right? For whatever reason, that was just an equation that always stuck with me. And it's like, okay, C equals 2 pi r. Why is this important? How is this going to affect my daily life? Well, then once you learn that the Earth is a sphere, well, oblate spheroid, but it's only off by 13 miles in diameter. What's 13 miles out of 3,900 miles, right? Like it's not really a huge difference. So you get C equals 2 pi r, and it's roughly a sphere. Can you solve for C without R? What would you say to that?
Say no.
Can't solve for C without R. Can you solve for R without C?
No.
So who measured C or who measured R to solve for the complete equation? Because I agree, you can calculate all kinds of things, but you have to have some knowledge in the beginning. It has to be an initial knowledge point, a first real measurement, and then you can calculate. Just like with triangles, right? Like you have to have one measurement calculation or one measurement in order to calculate the rest of the triangle. But then you got to go and verify that that triangle is even correct. But I'm just saying you have to know one in order to calculate for the other. It's just like with
the given, right?
Right.
They'll say like the given R R value is blank, and it's like, yeah, how'd you get that? Well, it's given. It's in the textbook. Yeah, but how did they get it? Doesn't matter. It's in the textbook.
Yeah, and then the other one is the angular size, right? Like I get the understanding of angular size, but you have to have one of two things. You either have to know the real size or you have to know the real distance.
True.
And from that you can calculate the angular. You can calculate the angular size based off the real distance, or you can calculate the angular size. Or if you know the real size, you can calculate the distance from the angular size and the real size. You got to know one or the other. You got to have at least one real starting point. And that's the problem. We don't have a real starting point. We have an assumption from the beginning and then an entire story built off the assumption.
It reminds me of when I realized pi and phi were basically just ratios, right? Like the circumference divided by the diameter is always going to be pi, right? That is more like a relationship within the geometry, right? And so we just choke it up as pi, right? But you could take any circle, doesn't matter how big or small, right? If you divide the circumference by the diameter, it'll equal pi. So it's almost like making a variable, even though I wouldn't call pi necessarily a variable, right? But then they start to derive that, right? They start to go, well, you can calculate with pi because, well, that's the relationship of this geometry. But if you're just presupposing that geometry in the first place, then yeah, you can get lots of stuff. I mean, I think even for a while they were trying to decide how far the sun was, how big it was, how big is the Earth. Oh, well, let's base it off of Venus. Yeah, that sounds like, yeah, can we all agree? Yeah, sure. But again, just an assumption.
Yeah, that was wild, man. Like most people don't even know that, like, that's exactly how they got the size of the sun, was they based it off of Venus. And then how did they get the size of Venus? Well, they just said it was the same size. And then from there, everything was discovered.
Yeah. Well, then it even gets worse, Sheepdog. Like they see the light blink on and blink off after another object. It must be it must be orbiting that object. Just the assumptions just steamroll. I mean, they avalanche. You know.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild ride, man. Over the last few years, learned a lot. I think the biggest thing that I've learned is like people are like, well, you just have to imagine, or you can imagine, right? And it's like, I can imagine, but I spent my whole life imagining so much. And I can tell you right now that I know the earth is flat, then I don't believe it's a ball anymore. Reality is so much more interesting.
Such the truth.
Like, once you, like, oh, you know, I can grow plants, spend a little bit of land, I can get a few animals out there, grow my own food. Then you get to learn how food is grown. You get to watch that process. That's so much more interesting than.
It's a good point, because before Flat Earth, I really thought, just like everybody else, like I assumed that, all this stuff is figured out. All the land masses are figured out. There's nothing really beautiful about a mountain. I mean, architecture is great, but somebody just carved it. You know, I didn't question anything.
Right.
And that one fact, man, that when you know something, right, especially such as this, literally the foundation that we all live upon. I mean, just imagine what you'll know tomorrow. Putting down the assumptions and questioning money, questioning food, questioning your own energy, questioning your own lifestyle, which can be really hard for a lot of people.
What does it mean to buy a house versus to own the land under your house? How do you generate resources under your land? It's an amazing world. Really, truly is. Wait, we can flag people now?
Yeah, the server does that thing.
That's so much more interesting. I like that. We need to have that in our Discord also. Well, Flat Lloyd, I've reached my destination. For everybody else in the room, appreciate y'all. Good talking to you, Flat.
Sheepdog.
Y'all have a good one. I'll talk to y'all again soon.
Hello.
Hello.
What are you guys talking about? Are you guys debating?
Look at the room title. What does it say?
Yeah. As I said, are you guys actually debating about the flat versus spherical Earth?
Usually it's not a debate, it's more like a question and answer.
Okay. Good to hear.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about the flat Earth or the sphere Earth? Apparently.
I just came here to what you guys are actually doing. I don't want to involve myself into this topic.
Why not?
Nope, I don't believe in this kind of things. Like,
I don't believe in crazy things either.
no, I don't know
I
how
trust
to
my
say.
senses.
Like,
So whatever my senses are telling me, that's probably true.
that's your point of view.
I mean, do you feel the Earth moving right now?
In my opinion, Earth is, but with my word, you will get offended.
Is your house moving?
I don't want to talk about this thing. You might get offended by me.
You're not the first person to come in here and try and tell me
I don't want to feel offended by me. So
don't feel offended then. That's on you. And I won't feel offended. That's on me. If I'm offended, that's on me. That's not you. If you're offended, that's on you. Me.
No, I don't want you to feel offended by me.
I'm not going to feel offended by you.
Okay, then the Earth is spherical. I don't believe in this flat Earth thing.
Cool.
So
me neither.
because this is my thing about Earth. I don't believe in the flat Earth theory. If you guys have believe in the flat Earth thing, I
don't believe in a theory.
I don't want to interfere with your theories, and I don't want to disturb about your flat Earth topics or flat Earth belief. I don't want to I don't want.
It's measured objective reality. It's not a theory. It's not a belief. Just taking it like it is, seeing my senses, listening to my senses. They're telling me the Earth's not moving. They're telling me hills are measured in altitude based on a sea level. Water at rest is level and flat on the surface. You can cause ripples. That doesn't mean that the water surface has begun to be one long curve into a giant sphere. I'm also breathing gas pressure. You got to have a container in order to have gas pressure, because without a container, high pressure will release off into low pressure. That's entropy.
Okay, have you ever flown through aeroplane from one country to another country?
I have lived in 10 different countries on 3 different continents. My experience is the same in every location.
I don't believe in this kind of things. So
you don't have to believe in anything. This is a knowledge claim. This is me pointing outside and saying, look.
Okay. I appreciate your belief.
It's not a belief.
Okay, I appreciate your reality.
This is not a subjective reality. This is based on objective reality.
Okay, I appreciate your objective reality. Okay, have fun, guys. I'm leaving this channel. Goodbye. Good night.
Come back with more questions.
Okay. I'll be back.
All right. All right, bud. See you then.
Your English is very good.
Hello there.
Hi.
How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Welcome to the room. Your English is pretty good, bud.
Hi guys. Did I miss anything? Because
Really?
I was taking a nap.
Did you have a good nap?
Guys, it's so quiet in here. Sometimes I hear some voices in the background.
I got a question for
So
you.
calm.
So I've seen you in here a bunch. Haven't really heard much from you, but seen you a lot. Can you steel man one flat Earth point?
Wait, did you ask? Did you ask me?
Yeah, you Mar. Marianne.
You said that you've seen me a lot. I've been here like for 2 times, maybe 3, but then I've been.
Yeah, no, I thought I here for like a couple, like recently, but you've been like chatting for like a long period of time. I've noticed. Like I came here like for like at one point of the day, then I left, and I came back like half of the day, and you were still talking. So you've been talking here a lot,
Okay.
apparently. So I'm just
Because
interested.
when I joined, I just
Steel man, any flat Earth point.
Yeah, if you say any, like maybe couple, but others, for example, about container thing and pressure, that gas does not escape to vacuum.
Now I never asked you. I never asked you to not. I asked you just to steel man one thing. That's all. Just want to hear if you've been listening. So
Wait, what do you mean steel man? What? What does it mean?
steel man one flat Earth argument.
A steel man is where you take a topic and you make its position as strong as you can. Whereas a straw man, you take all of the weakest points, put them together, and destroy it. You see what it is? You understand?
Yeah. So strongman is debunking weak points. Yeah.
Straw man is like stuffing a bag full of hay and sticking it up on a pole and saying, "That's your
strongman.
argument." Yeah. Steel man is where I build your argument as strong as I can, and then I try to break it. You see the difference?
Yeah, I see the difference. I've never heard this like a kind of a not metaphor. It's the
Yeah, no problem. I just learned it a couple of years ago. So
So what was your question again? Like, still?
Can you substantiate? Can you like repeat any flat Earth argument that you've been, told?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Okay, just
I'm not saying that all of them are convincing or something, and sometimes.
Okay, one, just one. Say one.
That's why you're steel manning it. You're making that argument as best as you can using the information that you've been given.
Hold on, I've just realized that point was based on the fact I've never been to like Antarctica. So it's
I
not.
can't answer basic questions. I get why he's been here so long now. Is it a language barrier or like because you just go to like non sequitur waffles like out of nowhere? I'm just asking you a very simple question. Can you repeat one flat Earth argument?
No.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. He's been here for how many hours talking with us, and he can't even repeat one flat Earth argument.
Because okay, maybe I can remember them, but when I try to remember the details, they were based on saying how curvature thing is unprovable, how you cannot find it, how we discussed gravity a lot, like for hours straight, about pressure, but it wasn't the point exactly about that proves flat Earth. That's why I can't say the argument, because never ever told me like the arguments that prove that Earth is flat. I've heard arguments why it is not spherical. I can tell you like 50 of them. I've heard a lot of them, but I didn't hear any arguments about flat Earth.
Fair enough. I mean, that's why you're here. If you want, you want to reiterate your stance, that's why we're here to teach. If you want to, pull a reset, we can do that with you. And so, would you like to know why the Earth is flat?
Yeah, some kind of evidence based, like why do you believe that Earth is flat, and not from the points that it is not spherical? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Besides your belief part, I'll give you empirical evidence. All right. So we'll start with a bathtub, right, with water. This is how we get our level, right? Horizontal. So we'll start with a bathtub. Would you agree that the surface of the water in the bathtub is level?
What do you define by level? Like being like
one part not higher than another.
Okay.
Because when you have a portion of water higher than another portion of water, that water will flow until it is level.
Yeah, right. But not all. Yeah, not all water is leveled.
Right, at rest though.
Yeah, at rest.
Even if you had a wave pattern on top of a surface of water, the water would still be level, right? Or no?
What do you mean at rest? At rest is when no forces acting upon water.
Swimming pool with nobody in it. Filtration system turned off. Is that good enough?
Right.
Yeah, look, dude, in the context, we just mean no drop over distance. That's all. You could have 20-foot waves over hundreds of kilometers, right? It's still just no drop over distance. That's the point, right? That's the context here.
Yeah.
But you told me the thing, but it's not like how did you measure that flatness of the water you're talking about, of the level?
laser across the surface, same height on both sides.
Exactly. Yep. And then some.
But that's not something I
Different
can.
wavelength of laser light so that it can avoid different types of refraction.
Yeah, look, I've
still at the same.
when I was asked about what arguments I can recall that prove that Earth is flat, yeah, I remember this one, but it's not that I personally use the laser to measure this, and I don't know how it applies. Like, okay, I understand how it works, how you can measure it, but it's not very intuitive and thing that you can just hear, and this is proof that it's flat, because I'm pretty sure.
So in construction, you use a laser to build a level surface, a horizontal flat surface, and if you use that laser light across water, 10 to 20 miles, and it's the same height on both sides. Understand.
You're droiding, Mr. Droid.
You have robotic voice, Mr. Droid.
So yeah, it's very easy to determine whether the drop over distance is there. Okay, we can just use our eyes, and we can use distance markers, and we can record that using powerful zoom cameras. We can view the distance markers.
Oh, DJ, hello.
Hello. Welcome back. I've only got a second. I can't talk for long. But you know what I mean, right? Like if we have a 20-mile lake and we have like a certain observer height, the horizon would have to be at a certain distance, and then the other side of the lake would have to be hidden by a certain amount, and then we can never find any curvature over these distances. So all we can determine is that there isn't any drop over distance over pretty big distances where there should be a huge amount, like hundreds of feet. You know.
Was it you? I remember you sent in the chat pictures of the wind turbines in the ocean. Yeah, and how you can see all of them, and even water behind them, higher than them.
Yeah.
And I remember those pictures, and I googled the place a couple of days ago, and I kind of like looked through the pictures that were online, and even on Instagram I searched this place, Worthing in England. I think. Yeah. And I saw some pictures from the third turbine, so it's not even 6 in a row, so it was somewhere in between, in the middle, and from there a picture was taken on the boat, and a lot of buildings were already covered by water, so from there you could see the curvature, except for like you could see a lot of roofs, maybe some buildings, but the sand part,
there's no way to verify that that's curvature that you were seeing, though, right? I mean, that could have just been swells in the water.
And then that picture you showed me.
When you're hold on one second.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off. But when you're trying to determine something as one thing or the other, and there's other possibilities as a causation for what you're witnessing, you have to make sure you exhaust all other possibilities before you say anything definitively. Would that not be an accurate way of going about it? Don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you don't want to say definitively that it's curvature that you're witnessing in that instance. You would want to say, well, there's something that's causing what I'm witnessing, right? Now, let's find out what the reasons could be, right?
But
So
that was on one picture.
well, check it out. So if it's curvature that you're witnessing causing that phenomena that you're witnessing at that moment, then you would be able to repeat it at whatever distance from the shore that you're at that moment, right? And it would have to work both ways. It couldn't just work while you're out on a boat and not work when you're on the shore itself.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Right. So that would be the thing that you would need to determine, right? Like, how far am I right now from these buildings? So you would need to know that. And then you'd need to know the height of the deck. And then you'd also need to know the height of the swell of the water. So that's the other thing. So you would need to have all of that data to be able to figure it out. Like, all right, what's causing this observation I'm making right now? So that's why when you're out on the water, you have those variables that you won't have on the land, right? Because the land isn't going to raise and lower. The land is going to stay what it is. So, but I get your point. That does raise eyebrows when you see something like that from a different perspective. But to jump to a conclusion based on one observation without any controls,
Not only that picture, that's why
not be very scientific. Yeah, it wouldn't be very scientific.
I found because those pictures online were usually like a business promotion for those. I don't know. Those were weird pictures, and most of them were weird quality. So on Instagram, I found people like who take picture like from that. There's a cafe nearby in the coastline, and there's just an area. Like on Instagram, you can search the areas. So I saw a couple of pictures, and like the bottom parts of those turbines, the yellow part wasn't seen for the couple of them. And I thought about that picture that I saw in this chat. I think I took a screenshot of it, and when I looked at it again, it said those last turbines were seen pretty well, and actually there's also water seen higher than the last turbine, the farthest turbine, which was like 13 kilometers away, and you can still see water behind it. And I thought, what was like the needed height to, like, of the observer to in order to see that? Yeah.
So you would have to be close to 100 feet in the air to be able to see what we could see.
1 second. 100 feet is in meters.
100 feet, like just divide it by 3.
30 meters. I see.
Yeah, approximately.
But that's from sea level. So
30 meters above sea level, but this observation was taken from 1 meter above sea level. So to see,
how can you tell that we were taken from 1 meter?
Okay, so this is right. So this is out of a video done by a guy named Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD. Right, he tried to debunk flat Earth and became a flat earther in the process. If you have a look in the side chat, here's a clip from the video, and I can post you the full video where he shows you his setup. He shows you everything. He shows you the weather conditions.
Yeah, I would like
all of that. Okay.
Video.
Yeah, so I'll post the video, but have a look in the side chat here. You got to remember, right? Most people don't carry around the world's most powerful zoom camera in their pocket, right? There's no other types of cameras really that can compare to this P900 or P1000 cameras that we're using here. This guy's zooming 17 kilometers or more than that, right? 14 miles, 22 kilometers, right? That's how far he's zooming out. So this is like an amazing camera. So if you have a look at how far he's actually zooming, right? No one sitting on the beach, no one just sitting on the beach should be able to see what he's seeing when he's zooming in here. Okay, because if someone's just looking from the beach, you might be able to vaguely make out the wind turbines or something like that, but you're not going to see them properly, right? They're going to have to zoom in. We've got all sorts of things at play, right? The average waves are usually like 1 to 2 meters, right? They can have 1 to 2 meter waves here. You can also have different miraging effects. But this, you can see this guy, he's gone there on a very clear day where there's no waves, there's no wind, right? It's very clear. We don't see any miraging effects or anything like that. We just have really nice conditions, right? So he lives there or near there. So he made sure he went there on the day that had the best possible weather to be able to make a long distance observation.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can actually see a boat as well past the wind turbines. Okay, so it's called the Shepherd Trader, which was tracked on shipping radar, and that's 14 miles away. The boat, which is past them. So the horizon would have to be at 2.3 miles. And then the bottom of the wind turbines should be hidden behind 52 feet of curvature, which is, what is it, like 16 meters or something like that? But we see the whole things, right? You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond 2.3 miles at all.
Oh, I'm sorry, what? What did you say?
You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond 2.3 miles.
Why?
Because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Did you account for refraction?
Yeah, we can account for refraction. It would just take it to 2.4 miles or 2.5 miles.
How do you
horizon.
know that?
Just using the standard, like if we want to grant you refraction, right? So we're using a K factor of 0.13 to 0.17. And that would just increase the radius value of the Earth by.
Well, why not a different K value? Why that specific?
Well, that's range? Standard because we don't. I'm talking to a different person now, which is weird.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were intellectually curious about the question, but if you're not, that's fine.
Yeah. So we can use whatever. Okay, so to have a K value, a K factor, right? To explain this, you're going to have to say there's so much refraction that it just makes the Earth look flat, right? You're going to have to lift it up to like 99, a K factor of 99, where you basically have ducting. Who am I talking
99?
to? Yeah, 98, 99. 0.98, 0.99.
You're talking to Charlie.
Ah, Charlie. Cool. Yeah, so all of these observations that are worthwhile, right? We have to max out the refraction slider on Bislin's calculator to like 0.98, 0.99.
Can I send you a few pictures from Instagram? I found with it.
Yeah, you can send them, right? But
okay, I thought you said 99.
Yeah, I said 0.99. Yeah.
Yes. What's wrong with that? Are you saying that doesn't happen on Earth?
It's extremely rare, right? And you would have to have a really, really crazy refractive index gradient. You're going to have some crazy temperature differences, vertically over a very short distance, right? When we have almost uniform water and air temperatures, it's not possible. And we also don't have any crazy effects. We don't have any crazy distortion or anything like that taking place.
Wait, are you saying it's possible that it's not possible?
It's definitely it's usually okay. So it's very rare to happen late in the afternoon, and right, this guy's been there on many different days, and we don't see any miraging effects whatsoever.
Okay, so you agree it's possible?
No, not when you have nearly uniform water and air temperatures. It's not possible.
Is it not possible, or is it rare? Because I feel like those are contradicting.
It's not possible if you have the conditions that we have with.
Excellent. What were the conditions?
Okay, so we have 21 degree air temperature, and we have 18 degree water temperature.
Everywhere?
That's just
a big area that you'd have to probe. I mean, I'm assuming that's just
yeah. So to have that to have it look like it is, you'd have to have a uniform K factor as well. Otherwise, you'd have all sorts of crazy distortions. It is true.
No. You could have a gradient.
Why would it all look completely flat? You would have all sorts of warping and bending and distortions, and you'd have. Yeah, you would.
No.
Yes, you would.
No. See,
what you're claiming. Hold on, Charlie. What you're claiming is that we have extremely rare refractive conditions.
I'm not claiming anything.
Extreme refraction. No. This is what would have to be present, right? It's called extreme, like super refraction or whatever. If you've got near ducting or like crazy high refraction, like 0.99.
I agree.
Yeah. So every single observation, whether we go to like a lake in Canada, or we go to California coast, or we go to England. Right, all of these observations that I have to present, we have to just max out the refraction slider to make it work, to make it so there's so much refraction, it just makes the Earth seem like it's flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, to me, it just seems like you arrived on one of those days, right?
It just every time, every single observation, and you don't have a single observation that even matches standard refraction.
To me, what would be more convincing is like if he day after day, he observed the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? And I mean, it would be useful, although not necessary, to be able to record temperature differences along the way, on the path, right, in the viewing path.
Yeah. So
to me, it's not surprising that he found a day in which you can see a lot further.
To have the ducting, you would have to have uniform vertical temperature gradient over the entire 14 miles.
All right.
To have ducting. It's not possible, and it's not possible. How are you going to get the crazy difference? Hold on, let me finish.
Not possible.
Let me
of
finish.
Course it's perfectly possible.
How is it possible? Where's the heat difference coming from? When you've got air temperature of 21 degrees. Okay, it's late in the afternoon when it's very unlikely to have ducting. And we have almost uniform water and air temperature. Where's the crazy temperature differential coming from over 14 miles that's giving you a really cool air of air above the water? You're just asserting that it's
uniform air temperature. It's obviously...
It has to be. It has to be to have ducting. It has to be.
All right.
Yeah, it does.
DJ.
Yo.
Could you please send one or two of the pictures I've sent you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, see the first picture you sent me? Right, so I'll put it in the chat. Okay, so it's very, very important that we take things into account, right? Like ocean swells, like if you've got 1 meter ocean swells or something like that. Okay, so this is just a picture. I'm sure there's not a video of it, and we don't know what distance we're looking over. We don't know what the ocean swells even though we can see it's very, very choppy. So I will put it in the side chat. 1 second. Okay, so we have all of these things accounted for that I just mentioned. Okay, so this is just a still shot where we don't know where it's being taken from, right? We don't know what optics being used, and we can clearly see there's waves, right? There's swells. Now, you can have large swells close to the shore, and if you zoom out, it looks like it's kind of uniform out like deeper into the ocean. I have a good example of this where there's giant waves close to the shore, and then as you look further out into the ocean, it looks like it's like no waves. Hello dude. Hold on a second, please. Right, so can you see how what I posted is extremely... hold on, dude. Other people are having a conversation right now.
Actually.
Put yourself on mute. Thank you. Can you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we have something that's, going to obstruct your view, something, right, like the wind farms are getting smaller in the distance because of perspective, right? But those ocean swells are still very close to the observer.
No, I'm just looking at the picture. And
yeah, I'll look at the other ones that you posted quickly as well.
Yeah, okay. No matter the height, you can still observe how 10 meters, so like that yellow part of the wind turbine is completely underwater.
Okay, so let's go over that quickly, right? So that's a good point. These are valid arguments, but okay, so that just means it's high tide, Whoops, sorry, wrong one.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on a second. Yeah, I can show you what it looks like when it's high tide there. All right, so here we go. Yeah, so here's a close-up picture of what it looks like when it's high tide. So when it's low tide, you can see the black bit. It's like the yellow paint's like corroded off or something like that. So 1 second. Okay, so you can even see this same boat that's in this picture that I've got here. I don't know if it's like a service boat or something like that, but this is what it looks like at high tide. And it looks like that's a pretty close-up picture as well. Okay, so see, yeah, when it's high tide, you just see that yellow bit there. When it's high tide, it covers up that black part. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other ones you posted, like, once again, we can see waves.
Maybe the low tide, when the water goes away, maybe it creates a longer, like, you can see kind of more because sea level is now a couple of meters.
Yeah, but it's still uniform. Like, all of the water is rising and sinking at roughly the same rate. Like, it's not like it's only low tide.
That's not what I mean. Sorry, I meant that yellow part. This black part is a couple of meters maybe tall, or like 2 meters tall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
I'd have to check the tidal nodes, what the tide range is there, but yeah, whatever it is, I mean, it's not going to make a difference to where the horizon is.
But if sea level,
if it's low tide, the horizon's going to be at 2.3 miles if you're 3.5 foot above the surface of the water, right? And if it's high tide and you're 3.5 foot above the water, it's still going to be at 2.3 miles. It doesn't matter, right? Because you're just 3.5 foot above the surface of the water.
then how those turbines, even when it's high tide, so they're 8 miles away from the coast, and you can see the kind of covering part curving.
Yeah, so here's the distances to them. All right, so the closest one's 8 miles, and the farthest one is 11.2 miles. So I can show you the right. So here's a GIF showing you how much should be hidden from every single windmill. So it goes through, right? So it says the 8.8 mile one should be obstructed by 32.8 feet, the 9.3 mile one, 37.6 feet, the 9.8 mile one, 48.3 feet. It says it there in the GIF. The 11.2 mile one, 53 feet should be hidden. But there's nothing hidden.
It can it be like falsified? I mean, the angle of the video, like how he created this transition, how he stands 2 meters above the sea level, but then the zoom.
I'll post the full video for you. You got to remember, these are like this is not just some random guy going out there. This is Dr. John Dee, right? This is like his field, right? He's got a PhD in optics, and he has a whole range of tests, and he's really goes into a lot of detail in his tests about all of the different factors, right? He'll show you the surf report and the weather report, and he'll show you the weather report on 3 different weather sites, and then he'll go over every single detail, right? He'll go over the water temperature and the air temperature and all of these different things. I'll post the video for you.
Okay,
it's an hour. It's an hour 15-minute video, and it's a lot of great information. He teaches you about mirages and refraction and all of those.
Hello, guys.
Oh wow! Look out.
How are you?
Dude, you go. I can hear myself. Feedback. It's annoying.
Please.
Mute yourself, please. Yeah, so here's the full video if you want to check it out. He does go there on different days as well.
Oh, I saw this in the chats. I didn't notice it.
Yeah, I posted all the things that you sent me in the chat as well. Yeah, so he did 2 different observations in this video. He did one from 2 foot height, and he did one from 3.5 foot height, not from 2 meters.
How close was he?
He was just on the edge of right at the edge of the ocean, where it meets at the shoreline.
Because when it's low tide and like 2 meters, maybe.
No, he's just above the surface of the water, right? So he's set up his camera on a tripod at the edge of the water.
But it's different distance at low tide, high tide.
It's the same distance.
I mean, from the turbines, because when it's high tide, you have less of the shore.
Yeah, he goes over all of that in the video. I'm just presenting the 3.5 foot observation. Like I said, right, to be able to see that far on a globe, you would have to be like 100 feet in the air, like 30 meters high, to be able to make this observation.
Yeah, that's weird. The presentation she shows about Earth, I skipped to 25 minutes, and she shows how you should see less of the first and no yellow part of the last.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Yep.
It's weird how on pictures that I find on Instagram, this is exactly how they look like. The back wind turbine is yellow part is completely covered, and interesting how on her video it's actually you can see all of them. That's so weird.
Well, we'll put it this way, right? Like I grew up on the east coast of Australia, and if I was trying to make observations like this, right, there's nearly always waves. That's why every single observation that you showed me in the DM, there's waves, right? There's choppy conditions and swells and waves, right? Like where I grew up, there's nearly always waves. But if you wait and you wait, right, and you want to make a good observation, occasionally you'll get a day where there's no waves. Very, very rarely. Okay, so he's obviously gone out on a particular day where he knew the conditions were going to be good, and there's no waves. Okay, so he's going to get the best view possible because there's nothing to physically obstruct the towers in the background. But most often there are waves there. And sure, sometimes, you can get bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface as well. Just depends. It depends what the weather conditions are like.
you're the first shot I took at Top
And it was a good save, mate. A really good save.
Roots.
Am I hot micing?
You're good.
My bad.
You're right.
Good to see you though, DJ. Hope you're well, mate.
You too, brother. Yeah, doing well.
Top man.
Yeah, so Maryan, obviously if there's waves, you're going to get some obstruction of things that are a long way away. And you got to remember those windmills are huge. So when you're looking at them, they're like 11 miles away, 8 to 11 miles away. If you've just got some waves, say you've got the waves are just like a mile away from you, or I mean they're everywhere, but just say the waves are close to you, right? So something close to you is going to block something in the foreground, right? Like if you just hold your hand out in front of you, right, you can block a mountain with just your little hand, right, because of perspective. So you need to take that into consideration. And then sometimes we can have miraging effects, right? For example, sinking, right? So here's Oxford explaining what sinking is. Says a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. So you can look that up as well if you want. So sometimes that can happen as well. But most often it's usually just waves or something, blocking the bottom. Perspective can also make it not possible to see the bottom of something that's a long way away. It's very hard for you to resolve the bottom of things because of the way your eyes work. And there's also something called shoaling. So if you're making an observation from the shoreline, what shoaling is when the ocean swells come closer to the shore, the land underneath the water gets shallower and the waves actually get higher. So even if you've got small waves, as they get closer to the shoreline, they're going to shoal and they're going to get higher. And that can block something in the background.
On the video that you I don't know if it's real or not. Maybe sometimes Google is wrong, but it's on her phone. It says Greater Manchester, UK local time in Greater Manchester. So her geo position is Greater Manchester. I googled it in the UK. It's opposite part, not opposite, but and they also have wind turbines that look exactly like this.
Because there are no Rampion wind turbines in Greater Manchester.
Not in Greater Manchester, but in the upper region called Cumbria. Cumbria. Cumbria.
Yeah, so you can probably just go there on Google Earth. Right, where they
it says the world's largest offshore wind farm has opened off the coast of Cumbria, near the Great Manchester.
Yeah, so that's not where it's being done from, right? He goes and makes observations from this location all the time, right? From different parts of the beach and different days. Like, have a look at his channel. There's tons and tons of different observations from this area. He's not pretending he's in a different area. Because even if he was in a different area, it would still be the same problem for the globe. So there would be no point of doing that. So it's just one time zone. So it doesn't matter, like, if you just type in, like, England, what is the time in England or whatever, right? It's just going to come up with one time. I'm pretty sure they only have one time zone.
Yeah, but in her case, and I can send you
the timestamp. It's 15 seconds, I think. No, it's
Yeah. So
11.
what have they typed in? They're just wanting to know what the time is, right?
Yeah, right. But
So the time in England's going to be the same, 7:39 p.m. right now.
it's not about the time. It's about her location.
Okay. What time do you want me to look at?
11 seconds of the video I sent you. Oh yeah, in Google, I've just Googled what time is it right now, and it actually shows my place where I live, like the city.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly. I'm actually like 30 kilometers away from it, but I'm kind of part of the region.
But what's your argument here that they're in a different location than what they're saying?
That's weird how when she Googles time using internet, because surely she has internet
No,
connection.
this is a guy named Dr. John D, and the video is being narrated by a lady named Karen B.
Right. So you see on the video, 11 seconds from the start, it says Great Manchester.
Yeah, so he just wrote, "What time is it?" And then he hit enter. He didn't say, "What's my location?" He said, "What time is it?"
Yeah, that's what I Googled. I didn't say my location. I said, what time is it in Google? And it said my time, my country, and my region for some reason. It also includes
Right.
geoposition.
But he's on like some old cell phone 5 years ago. And who knows if he has location services turned on or off. If you're saying he's in a different location than what he's really at, then you can easily validate that he is where he says he is. Right, just go on Google Earth and
yeah, and
look
I
around.
look around. Yeah, the bay.
Just to go to Google Earth, type in Rampion Wind Farm, and just go stand where he's standing on the beach, and just look around. You'll see what he sees.
Rampion offshore wind farm.
And old dude is he's saying the area is classified as Greater Manchester.
On my Google Maps, it shows. Wait, it's weird. I cannot see the same buildings because when I googled Rampion offshore wind farm, it doesn't show the same thing.
Rampion. That's off
Rampion.
south of England.
Yeah, that's Worthing.
Yeah, Worthing. Yeah.
And there are like mini changing rooms, something like that. I saw it in the background.
Yeah, so he just typed in what time is it, right? So he just wants to know what the time is. Right, that way, and then he brings up like the data for the tides and all of that sort of thing, because he's covering all bases.
Jedi or who's else from England? What area is classified as Greater Manchester? Is it south of London?
No, Greater Manchester is the area around the city of Manchester. Like Greater London is the area around the city of London. The city of London being a square mile, and Greater being around it. So it's just the area around the city of Manchester.
So how can Rampion, which is south of London, can be classified as Greater Manchester?
I have no idea.
Guys in the chat, all dude.
He's just showing the time.
Korea. Wind farm location. I want to compare, maybe see the shore like buildings. Maybe I see them.
Funny, Charlie came in here before, all butthurt, and I was explaining how we have to slide the Walter Bisland's refraction calculator up to the point where it says there's so much refraction that everything would just appear flat. He's like, yeah, what's wrong with that? I'm like, okay, and then we go do another observation at a different place, and then during the day and during the night, and then we go to like a different country and do it, and flat earthers are always getting this extreme refraction that just makes everything look flat. He's like, yeah, how are you saying that couldn't be possible? It was pretty funny.
Yeah, the weather conditions aren't going to make your refraction slider go up the value that they need, because we see further on clearer days. They need
exactly
the atmosphere to create the ultra refraction, right?
Yep. Ultra refraction, turbo refraction, twin turbo refraction day.
RS sport refraction.
Rocket fuel refraction on that day, guys. But I've been putting like different observations into Walter Bisland's, and every single one I have to max out the refraction slider just to make it no hidden height.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I guess it's a sphere then.
Yeah, it must be a sphere. There's like refraction just flattens everything out. Really, it's curving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that scene in Dumb and Dumber when he's like, "When you telling me that you mean like one in a million?" She's like, "More like 1 in a billion." He's like, "So you're telling me there's a chance?"
Oh, hello guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Mayan, just go on Google Earth and type in Rampion wind farms and go stand where Dr. John Dee was standing and look around.
Wait, I can find it. I can find the Rampion thing. I cannot find the buildings from the video. Was this taken in Worthing? Or Worthing?
I don't know. It's all in the video.
Rampion, yeah, that's taken from Worthing.
Dude, we even have the. It's probably written here in the ship tracking radar. Hold on a second. I got it here.
Oh yeah, right. That's a better way to do it.
I got screenshots. So look, this is the wind farm. I'll just post a bunch of screenshots anyway, and then we'll go over them.
Yeah, I looked at the screenshot that shows the place. Yeah, between Worthing and Shoreham, somewhere from that point. I cannot find it.
So it shows the map location in the ship tracking radar that's posted in the side chat.
Why his phone thinking it's halfway up the country? I do not know.
Well, maybe, who knows? Maybe that's where he's from, right? And then he went to this place.
He hasn't changed the location setting on his phone. Happens to me all the time. If I move up and down the country, the time when I go onto Google to show me weather and shit still thinks I'm at home because I haven't changed the settings.
I'll check this in a week time when I move by train without internet connection because I don't have mobile data.
Wow, you're really looking for something to prove this globe, man. That's pretty funny. Like everybody's being dishonest and like, yeah, we're just trying to trick all you globers into being flat earthers. I mean,
No, I swear, I
pretty
look
funny.
at other pictures on internet, on Instagram. They all follow the curve. They have the
No. But all the ones
They
that you
all
showed
follow
me,
the curve.
all the ones you showed me, they still don't match up with the curvature. And also, you don't know the observer height, you don't know the distance, you don't know where it's been shot from, and you don't know the ocean swells or anything like that.
Observer height doesn't matter if the Earth is flat. You can see all of them.
Sorry. No.
Incorrect.
No, the angular resolution limit of optics will still exist across any surface, no matter the type of surface. Your ability to resolve that surface at distance is what causes the optical horizon, that being the limitation of angle of view as you look across that surface. With distance, those angles get smaller until they're so small that you can't resolve them. So yeah, the Earth is flat. Doesn't mean that you are going to be able to see the entirety across it, though. From your vantage point of 6 foot above that surface, that's potentially thousands upon thousands upon thousands of miles across. You understand what perspective is, don't you?
Yeah.
Good. So things with distance appear to get smaller, don't they?
But have you looked at in the chat at the picture?
Question, dude. Things with distance appear to get smaller, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
How does this change?
matter the type of surface that you're looking across? Angular
how does this
resolution
change the
of that surface with distance will still apply, won't it?
Yeah.
Good. So if you change your angle, like altitude, because you've increased the angle, you're going to be able to see further across that surface, aren't you? You said it wasn't relevant, dude. I'm trying to point out that it is before you skip on to another subject.
It is relevant.
Thank you.
From what you can see in the picture, there is actually a lot is covered specifically
Which
from
picture?
the bottom.
Which picture?
With the boat in front. I will tag. I will wait. I will tag it again. I think this one. This one.
I'll repost it. Okay, notice, right, how there's waves. You already admitted there's waves, right? We can see these swells. We can see the waves. Right, so you really need to think about how perspective works, right? You can block a mountain with your hand, right? Okay, so this is the one that you posted. Now, how big are the waves that day? And how close is the person to the water? Right, what distance are they away? Okay, so obviously if there's waves, do you agree if there's like ocean swells, they're going to block things beyond them?
Yeah, they will a little bit.
Yeah, so we can see the waves there, right? So you need to remove possible explanations that could cause this to happen over a flat surface. Okay, so the primary one would be physical obstruction, waves. right? And we can
this,
see the waves here, right? So I'm going to take a screenshot.
But they look like they're the same distance, but how to say? It's not like a wave that is very far away, and it's the same wave that covers the right turbine. But the right turbine, you can see the yellow part, and then it was each one.
You know how far a mile is, right? Right. So the closer turbine's 8 miles away. The further turbine's 11 miles away. That's like 5 kilometers. That's like 5 kilometers further away. Think about how far 5 kilometers is, right? Go walk 5 kilometers and come back and see how long that takes you. It's a huge extra distance. Something, right? Think about a car going 5 kilometers further away. How much smaller it's going to get due to perspective when it's 5 kilometers further away. It's going to get way smaller, right? So obviously something in the foreground can easily block something that's much smaller due to perspective, much easier.
But look closely at the wave.
Right. Just say you have a car in front of you, right? And you put your thumb out, and you see how much of the car is your thumb going to block, or your hand. Put your hand out sideways, right? You might be able to block the bottom of the car. If you don't move your hand, and then that car drives 5 kilometers further away, you're not going to be able to see any of the car. Your hand's going to block the entire car because of perspective, right? So you should be able to imagine how perspective works and why it's going to physically obstruct something that is reduced in size due to perspective, right? But the waves aren't moving away. Does that make sense?
Kind of, actually, because I get what you mean. Yeah. It's just that the car, unless something is physically blocking the red lights from the back of the car, you can see it, even though it's kind of low to the ground.
Well, unless so if there's something physically blocking it, you can't see it, right? So waves are something physical that would be blocking. And then sometimes you can have miraging effect as well, which is going to make it look like the car is obstructed when the car's not obstructed.
And then when the car goes on the hill, you still see the full car, but then at some point you just start seeing the car going behind the hill, but still seeing the top of the car and maybe lights, and then it just slowly disappears. And I think this is about the same as what happens with the turbines, because those waves, they're...
Oh, really? What happened to the hill when Dr. John D went there on a nice calm day where there's no waves? What happened to the hill? When there's no waves, right? So I'm saying waves are blocking the bottom of the turbine. Okay, so let's eliminate the waves and have a look at Dr. John D's observation. Okay, now we've eliminated the waves and we can see all of the turbines. Did the hill disappear? Or did the waves disappear?
I've been fooled by pictures and both videos and in my life so many times. So, yeah.
Well, how could it be fooling you? Like, what do you mean? Like, I can show you that this is just one observation. I can show you like more observations. If you want to see a different one.
Not different one, from like a different, I don't know, person.
He did two. There's two in this video. He did two in this video. Well, what other flat earther lives in that exact area that's got a P900 that's going to go out and do this observation on such a nice day like this?
Jedi does.
Jedi, you got to go do it. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, there's all of the observations debunk the globe. There's not one that matches up with the globe. See, I wouldn't present something if the weather conditions were terrible on that day. Like the one that you showed, right? It's firstly what you showed, it's not a video, right? We don't know how big the waves are. We don't know the distance, we don't know the observer height. We don't know the weather conditions, the temperature conditions, the time of year, anything. It's just a still shot.
Yeah, but even the waves, they didn't look very tall from.
Let me.
It's
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Yeah. Look, man, I used to take my little boat out into the ocean, and I would look from a distance out at the ocean and gauge, oh wow, it looks nice and smooth out there. There's no waves. It's going to be nice, right? And then I would get out there on my little boat, and I'd be like, what the hell? There's like crazy giant ocean swells. Like I'm going up and down over these big giant ocean swells, but from a distance, it looks very uniform. I've got a good example of that here somewhere to show you. But yeah, you need to know what size the waves are, and what's the observer height as well. It's very important, right? Because even if you've got tiny little waves, if the observer is very close to the surface, tiny little waves can obstruct something giant that's 12 miles away in the distance easily. Here's the image I wanted to have a look at.
Ooh, where's that?
I'm just posting this image. All right, see how? Can you see what I posted?
Yeah.
But don't worry about what it says. This is just to make my point. Look how it looks very calm and still, and it doesn't. You can't see that there's big waves when you're out in that ocean. Like at the beach here, we see there's like really big waves, right? Nice surfing waves. If this person were to zoom in beyond those waves, it would look like it's nice and still out there in the ocean. But really, there's like 6 foot wave, at least 6 foot waves, right? Those look like at least 6 foot waves right there. So
6 foot. It's divided by 3 is 2 meters.
Yeah, something like that. You know, because I grew up like at a beach that looked just like this one, right? So I'm used to look like this. Looks like Kira Beach where I grew up. I'm not sure if it is, but it looks the same. And judging by the size of the surface, these are like 6 to 8 foot waves. So like 2 meter waves. But when you look out into the ocean, right, it looks very uniform because the ocean swells, like it's just the angle. So if you got even closer to the ground, right, this is taken from a higher altitude. As you get closer to the ground, all of those swells in the distance kind of blend in together and just kind of looks like a flat surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if there was a cruise ship out there, the bottom of the cruise ship would become obstructed. You wouldn't be able to see it. And because if you just if someone because of the waves, yeah. So if someone zoomed in, right? Say this person right here in this picture, just say there was a cruise ship out there and it looked like the bottom of the cruise ship was missing. This person zoomed in on the cruise ship and then just posted that snapshot saying, look, this cruise ship's hidden behind the curvature of the earth. It would be disingenuous because we're not getting the full picture.
But then any disappearance behind the horizon cannot be explained by curvature because it all can be a wave and plus mirage. And
what will go there on you would have to go on a day where there's no waves, and then you would also have to your job is very difficult to be able to prove this elusive Earth curvature, right? Because you would have to account for miraging as well. So if you did go and made an observation where it was happening without waves, you would then have to make sure it's not sinking, right? Which is a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. So you would have to account for that as well, because that's something that we can recreate that just over a flat surface on a small scale. So there's not one observation that validates curvature. But this is the thing, right? There's not any observations that anywhere close match up to the globe. Like nothing. I've never seen one. In 8 years, I've never seen one that even comes close. they say, okay, the horizon should be at 3 miles, right? But then there's no observations where the horizon's anywhere near 3 miles. Even if we account for standard refraction or anything like that, we'll see the horizon like 10 times further away. Consistently as well.
So Earth is 10 times bigger?
Well, quite often we'll look over like 20 miles and there'll be no horizon over like a 20-mile lake. And there'll just be no horizon at all, just flat water over the whole lake. So if for that to work on a globe, right? Yeah, the globe would have to be like millions of miles radius or something like that. And the whole globe model would be dead, right? If that were the case.
Yeah. But in case with the river, you have something, the opposite sides of that river to compared to maybe that was mountain and then you didn't see the bottom of the mountain.
Yeah, then you have to account for, like elevation changes in the land. And that's why it's best to do these things over water. Because even over land, even if the land looks flat, you can still have like elevation changes.
Yeah. I also don't understand the level thing. There was actually a guy who tried to roast me and say that I'm kind of dumb, that I'm here like for third time now, and I can retell any flat Earth points. But I don't understand with the levels. Like I hear it many times, but I don't get it. Like.
Well, level means flat and horizontal, but when globe earthers say level, they have a different meaning for what they think that level means, right? So they'll say that level means equal distance to the center of the globe, right? So all of the surface of the water at midway through the tide, or whatever the average tide height is, right? Mean sea level. Okay, so at say it's midway through the tide, right? That water would be an equal distance away from the center of the earth in one location, and then you go to a different location, right? And that water would be an equal distance if you were to draw a straight line from the surface of the water to the center of the globe. That's what globers try to say water level means.
Yeah, I just don't get how they trying to link this to the proof, because
yeah, I don't. It just gets into an argument about what level means.
Oh, they're never arguing about that. That's the way how to do that.
Oh, so the argument is about what level is, and not about.
They will tell you that level
pretty
is curved.
much. I don't get into it.
That level is curved now. They will tell you.
Yeah, I actually have a friend in Dubai who's like a lot stouter than I. So if we get to maybe set a triangle ruler at noon, or like at exactly the same kind of time period, I don't know, and measure the length of the shadow, then you just use the trigonometry to do the rest. And maybe I don't know, maybe we can show something, but then you can apply this change in angle to the, like, if the Earth is flat or like non globe, then it can just be explained by the like the different sun position.
No, what do you mean? It's not gonna help the globe. You're gonna find a lot of things can be explained on both pretty easily.
It's the stick experiment.
You have to make a whole bunch of assumptions if you're doing the stick experiment.
Yeah, the sunlight direction is kind of parallel.
Well, that's what you're going to have to assume.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So if you had a closer sun with divergent sun rays, or if you had a really, really far away sun with parallel sun rays, right? It depends on that assumption. You're going to have to use that assumption.
Yeah.
and then you're going to have to assume whether you're on a flat surface or a spherical surface when you do your calculation. Like basically, you could do the stick experiment in a room in your house, and you could work out the circumference of your flat floor if you made assumptions about the light rays coming in parallel and that you're on a sphere, right? You can work out the circumference of your flat floor based off the angle of the shadow. That's why it's flawed.
Yeah, it only depends on how you assume how parallel those lines are.
Yeah, exactly. Like Eratosthenes, right? He measured the 7.2 degree shadow, and then he did his calculation based on his pre-assumption that he was on a sphere, and that the light rays were coming in parallel. Meanwhile, over in China, they did a similar thing, and they determined that the Earth was flat because they made different assumptions with the divergent sun rays and a flat surface. And both Eratosthenes and the Chinese made assumptions that invalidated their findings. So it's just a flawed
the sun
test. It's
have to be
inconclusive.
closer if the angles are more divergent, then it has to be
Yeah,
closer.
but what's even the sun though, right? Like we quite often see the sun as like an apparent light in the sky. It does crazy things, right?
But if we just measure the angles, we can kind of see the distance to the sun, or no?
Angles?
No, absolutely not.
Angles? Marian?
Just saying.
Yeah, can we
Angles,
use angles to figure out distance
Well,
to the sun?
I mean,
You cannot measure. You cannot
Go
measure
ahead.
angles if on base it's curved. You measure the angles with two straight lines.
But they cannot be straight.
Not for a measuring angle, they must be straight.
For the experiment, you assume they're straight.
So
just
for the
because
measuring
they-
any kind of angle, you need to have two straight lines.
For the measurement of the stick and the shadow, you only join the top of the stick to the end of the shadow with an imaginary hypotenuse. The vertical is the stick, the adjacent's the shadow.
So what is that guy saying about parallel light?
Well, Aristophanes, that's his assumption that he thinks that he's on a sphere. So when he puts sticks in the ground, all of those lines are going to join at the center of the circle, the middle radius of the Earth, when he's on the circumference. When he says the light rays are coming in parallel, the cause of the shadow is their position around the sphere. So, for example, the first stick or well where the sun is directly above, you can draw an imaginary line from the sun through the stick to the center of the Earth. If you move away, the shadow will be created, but the stick will still converge with the other imaginary line of the stick at the center of the Earth. So this isn't measuring curvature, this is assuming that you're standing on a curved surface with parallel light rays.
Yeah, and also I think you need to be in the same longitude, because like I said, my friend in Dubai, we have a couple of hours difference, but it doesn't mean that we have like sunset at 3 hours difference. It can be like 3.5 or like 4.
As long as you're on the same line of meridian, then yeah. Line of meridian, that's also 2 angle measurements taken from a horizontal plane. And azimuthal direction, like north, south, east, and west, how the sun moves across the sky in these degrees, and its vertical angle measurement. So to measure the sun's motion across the sky to get your line of meridian, to make sure that you and the other person are on that line of meridian, you're going to require a flat earth to measure that.
Yeah, I try to think again about if on the flat Earth, when you try to measure those angles, I thought about like, why wouldn't I and my friend, let's say in Dubai, see sun at the same time, like any time of the day?
See what? Sorry, you cut out.
Sun.
So, because, like, if you and your friend were standing in a room and you were at one end of the room and your friend was at the other end of the room, and you had a light between you, right? And if that light moved, like it was over his head, and then that light moved to come over your head, you could measure it in angles, because that would be due to your perspective of how you see the world. The sun's over one location, like a light source. You can stand directly underneath that light source in one location, like the sun, and you won't cast a shadow. If you move out from underneath that light source, or you stay still and watch the sun move, the shadow's going to change.
I now have another question. So the sun is kind of always above the flat Earth, or something like this?
Yes.
Yeah. And like how and why? I've never asked this actually. When we see sunset, sun is like becomes like half of the sun, and not decreasing in size.
It's going to depend on a lot of factors.
It's like it's not becoming smaller, diminishes, and like it's moving away.
So sorry to interrupt, but yeah, sometimes it does do. Sometimes the sun does reduce in angular size and disappears into the sky before it touches the horizon. Depends on your altitude, your location, the weather conditions, the humidity, for example, the temperatures, all of these different types of things. If you measure, though, the angular reduction of the sun with a solar filter, you do measure a slight reduction in an angle. See, the thing is, on the heliocentric model, you shouldn't measure the reduction that we do actually measure because of your claim to the distance of the sun, the size of the sun, and how our rotation, isn't really going to change the angular size as much as we actually do measure. With solar filters, we measure quite a large angular size change.
Okay, how does this relate to the half sun over the horizon?
At the half sun over the horizon, now that's just due to perspective. Again, the reason why you potentially can't see the bottom of a boat at distance. There's lots of factors involved, angular size reductions. Are you aware of the Rayleigh criterion? Does that ring a bell? I'll give you an example. It's why at night, say a car that's far down the road coming towards you looks like it's got one headlight. But as it comes closer to you, you see the separation of the two headlights, so you can see that there's two headlights. The Rayleigh criterion explains this. It's why things that kind of converge with distance kind of meld into each other. The angular separation can't be perceived by someone who's observing it. There's also other factors as well, as like the atmosphere that we're looking through, blah, 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 blah. But ultimately, it's how you perceive the world. That sun isn't actually going downwards, for example. It's just perspective. Something that's above your eye line with distance will appear to recede downwards towards your eye level.
Okay, it's just when I combined a couple of facts, like sun is always like above the flat surface, because if you call your friends on the other side, not on the other side of the world in this case, but somewhere else, they have sun, so it's always somewhere above Earth, and when you combine this fact with that you cannot see the sun at night because due to perspective.
You're forgetting about something. You can see the sun. Right? It's called the midnight sun. You can see this in the summer in the north or the summer in the south. If you're standing inside the Arctic or Antarctic Circle, you, the observer, standing inside that circle, let's say at high summer in the north, will observe the sun above the horizon for 24 hours. For almost 3 months of the year, Now, me and you standing at different locations on the Earth in the summer, say closer to the tropics, me and you will experience day and night cycles. Right? So, for example, whilst I'm experiencing daylight, my friend in the Arctic Circle is experiencing the sun in my direction. You behind him, you're not experiencing the sun anymore. It's too far away from your location. It's over by me. But the person standing in the middle of the circle can observe that circle because the radius of that circle is small enough of the sun for him to perceive from that location. So the sun is always observably above the Earth. We can literally see it for 6 months of the year above the horizon. The lands, 2 of them, of the midnight sun, north and south. So the reason why we observe sunsets and sunrises is due to our location in comparison to the motion of the sun's path across the Earth. Sometimes the circular path of the sun might be too wide for an observer to perceive the diameter of that circle. Somebody standing in the center of that circle, though, can perceive both radiuses.
So at night there is sun on the sky. It's just not the light is not coming to us. We don't see it.
Yeah, the sun is not near your location. It's somewhere else, casting its light there and not to you.
If look, Earth is flat, so it should be on the sky because it's always above the flat Earth.
Yeah, it's always above the flat Earth, but it moves.
It can be at very low angle, but the whole sun is above the Earth.
Yes.
So
think about this, though, right? Think about this. If you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black, right? Even if it's a summer day and it's midday and the sun's directly above you. If you dive down into the ocean just 200 meters, you can't see the sun anymore. And it's completely black. There's not even any light from the sun when you go down that deep. Okay, so because hold on, let me finish. Okay, the light's being absorbed by the medium. Yeah? So the same, like the air is also a different type of medium. It's just not as dense as the water, right? So the air is also going to absorb the light of the sun as it moves away, just like the water did, just on a larger scale. So as the sun moves away from your area, the light pushing through all of that air between you and the sun isn't going to be able to reach back to where you're at. So it's going to get dark.
I applied these 3 things you told me now. So the sun is always above us. Then it's always there, but at very low angle and very far away. But it is there.
Not always above you, though, right? It can be above someone else and nowhere near you.
But if look, Earth is flat and the sun is above you. If you use like the simple geometry, then the sun is kind of always within your horizon, but at very low angle. So I cannot fit this in the picture that the sun is disappearing.
What do you mean? Okay, hold on. There's a plane up in the sky here in Poland right now. Is that above you? Right? Or is it above me? It's not above you, is it? It's above the Earth, the surface of the Earth, but it's not above you. Right? As the plane flies away from me, I'm going to see it go down, 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 and then it's going to merge with the horizon, right? Because of perspective. But if someone was where I see the horizon, they're going to see the plane above them, and they're going to watch the plane do the same thing as the plane continues on its path, right? Just replace that with the sun, just for this thought experiment. It's just perspective.
So sun should always be there and high above the flat Earth. It's always above it because it cannot be under.
It's not going to go below it. Yeah, it's always over the surface.
Maybe you're imagining that it's 93 million miles away and that it's shining all that surface of the Earth. Maybe that's why.
No. What I meant is, so Earth, when it's flat and the sun can only be above it. Like how come can you see the sun like in a matter of 5 minutes gradually going down and like disappearing half of the sun, and then you see the top thing of
because of perspective
completely disappears, vanishes.
Same thing happens with a plane but with the clouds. Let me show you a quick example in the side chat.
But it doesn't get smaller.
Does it? Well, yeah. So right.
The plane would get
someone else
smaller.
trying to jump in.
No, it's because it's like he didn't listen to what I said earlier about the angular reduction of the sun when observed for a solar
Yeah,
filter.
it's just a lot of complicated words. I didn't get the dispersion thing.
Do you know what a solar filter is?
No idea.
It's a lens that filters out the bright light of the sun. So like the glare and stuff. It's like wearing sunglasses.
Oh yeah. I've just googled it and
Yeah. So we measured the angular reduction with those type of optics.
so it reflects what kind of
UV light,
electromagnetic wave.
something like that. DJ. Let me Google it. I'll find out exactly.
So they reflect only visible light, or like what spectrum of?
It's just like sunglasses for the sun, basically. Like extreme sunglasses. It cuts out all of the
sunglasses. They use like not polymerization, but polarization when half of the light, like most of the light. It's not about angles. I think it's about direction of the wavelengths and.
I think Jedi's going to get you something about that. But you understand how things they go down as they get further away from you and merge with the horizon. Right. Have a look at what I put in the side chat. Right. So he's set up a string horizontally across his kitchen bench.
Yeah.
Yep. And when he's up at the height of the string and he slides the light across the string, right, it looks like it's going horizontally across the horizontal string. But when he puts the camera down on the bench, it looks like all of a sudden, look at the second image, right? It looks like the sun there is going down. Right? It looks like it's drastically going down.
But it goes down all.
That's the same string. That's the same horizontal string. And that same sun, all he's done is change the camera and put it down on the kitchen bench. Right? So he's showing you a celestial view and then a terrestrial view.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not like digging a hole to be in, so I see the sun disappearing. Okay, it's different, but I mean.
I have a question. Where sun is disappearing?
Behind the horizon.
Behind the horizon. The horizon is what?
Is where the Earth curves. If you take the globe.
Is that definition of the horizon?
I think horizon is the final line you can see.
Is it horizontal line or curved line?
Horizontal, because horizon.
That means sun is setting over the horizontal line,
which is flat Earth. Like flat Earth is
if it's lying horizontal, I don't know what that it is saying that it's flat. I think.
No, because look. Sun is round. And no matter how far it goes, over horizon, however you call it in the flat Earth model, it will always be a circle, and
of course, circle which is going over the horizon,
and it should be above. It should be above and just fading away.
That depends. What do you mean above? I tried to explain the Rayleigh criterion to you earlier. When you're talking about two things converging, that means getting closer to each other, or apparently getting closer to each other at distance, like railway tracks, right? You know they're parallel and they're horizontal and they're equally spaced. But when you look down the train tracks, they look like they're getting closer together and they appear to converge. Now, vertically, one of those train tracks will be represented by the surface of the Earth, which you have a distance to the limitation of how far you can see across it. The other vertical train track can be represented by the sun. It appears to go downwards. It appears to converge with the horizon. The angle starts to be lost of the sun at the convergence point. So that's why we can't see the bottom of the sun, because it's converging apparently with the horizon at distance, and it keeps going where the horizon it is at a static point from you, the observer, as in it's not going to change distance really, but the sun's the thing that's moving. So as it continues to go away, just by the Rayleigh criterion, it's easier to explain why it appears to converge, why you can't see the bottom of it, why it'll go away. And then we can throw the atmosphere in as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going to throw the atmosphere in. I don't need to. But if we just like, what do you want to talk about? It's getting closer to the denser medium that's at the surface of the Earth, which is reduced in angular size of the horizon. It's a really thick medium there. That's why you're even lucky enough to look at the sun on the horizon, where you couldn't look at it during the day because it was too bright. So obviously the atmosphere is coming into effect. The thing is, if you're standing at the beach watching a sunset and you get a camera out and zoom in, you can see the separation of the horizon and the sun. It looks like, as you zoom in, the sun starts to rise, demonstrating that this is just optical, my friend.
Wait, but then when you get higher up, like very quickly after that, you can see the sun again and how it sets again. Even though, look, if it's set over an area, then the sun is no longer lighting the. Okay, you can argue this whole perspective and this sort of stuff, but
change your angle, I will do. Yeah.
But if you say that at night you don't see sun because of the medium, then why do you see it again when you go higher?
Excuse me, you see light before you see the sun. What are you talking about?
You lagged for a little second.
We see the sun's light before we see the sun. We even see the sun's light after the sun has gone away.
Yeah, we see some lights after it's gone away.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why you were climbing up again. You changed your angle.
Yeah, you changed your angle just by a little bit, and you see like half of the sun again, and how it's disappearing completely. Like that. Why is that half?
But excuse me, not over a physical geometric horizon. Because we demonstrated to you earlier that everything that we view, we must speak about optics and perspective first, because we're using an optic, an eye, for example, or a camera, and they work in very particular ways. And then you have to speak about the medium that you're looking through. So when we make the claim, for example, that the sun, I can't see it anymore because it's going over the curvature of the Earth, that's a physical obstruction causing us not to be able to see the sun. That means that we should be able to see physical obstruction, like the top of a mountain or the top of a hill, for example. But when we look with optics on the best days possible, we most definitely don't see that curvature. We don't see a physical geometric horizon. We see an optical horizon that extends with distance. The better the optic that you use, or the better clarity of meteorological conditions.
Okay. No, I mean I wasn't talking about curvature, like or horizons. I was saying about sun. Specifically, it was the analogy about plane. Someone said, imagine plane going further away from you, and when you see it, it becomes smaller and smaller, and also it appears to like go away from you slower and slower. The light from it, it moves slower and slower from you. So why doesn't it apply with the sun? Why is it moving very fast at the horizon, and it's not becoming smaller?
I posted you what a solar filter was in the side chat. I don't want to go through the conversation again.
Yeah, I'm reading. That's just a lot of text. I couldn't. Would be not polite to read.
I appreciate that.
Excuse-moi. Yeah, I've read about each type of solar filter.
Okay. So
I think we did this in science. Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. So it appears that measurements of the sun using solar filters see an angular reduction of the sun throughout the day, or an increase. So it does change size. So I'm just trying to point out that if you're asking us from a flat Earth point of view to explain these things, we're trying to explain something that we don't know much about, the sun. Right? We don't know its actual size, its distance, even if it is a sphere, for example. Right? We don't know these things, but based on very simple laws, like how we see the world, optical laws, and how light works through mediums like the atmosphere, these things can be explained and demonstrated. Don't need a curvature not to see the bottom of an object. It can be easily observed on flat surfaces and explained by laws of perspective, like the Rayleigh criterion.
How do you spell a Rayleigh criteria?
Tell you what, give me 2 seconds, I'll find it for you.
Cheers. I see diffraction limits resolution.
Yeah, apologise for the exceptionally long link. I'll delete the other one. That's one reference I can find for you from my log. I can find you others if you want. It takes a little bit of understanding and a little bit of reading. It becomes more simpler when you start understanding what's trying to be explained. Probably easier to read than listen to me speaking about it, mate. So as much as you want to look through that and other relevant material along those lines, then that's where we're going to be. So I appreciate that, mate. Thank you.
Thanks for the link and provided Rayleigh. I just googled pronunciation of Rayleigh. It's Rayleigh.
Yeah. Sometimes my accent doesn't help. I'm a little bit lazy with my English, so I don't enunciate well fully so people don't understand. I appreciate your patience, mate. Sometimes it's easier just to find what I'm talking about as well.
And how sunset works on the sphere? When it then doesn't change the size. How is that working on the sphere?
What is working on the sphere? Or yeah, asking someone else?
Well, I'm asking anybody how sunsets work on the sphere. Because Jedi now explained to you all perspective things, angular resolution stuff, Rayleigh criterion, But how do really work on the sphere? Because doesn't change the size, that means it must be sphere. Is that one or something else?
Well, if someone asked how the sunset works on a spherical planet, which spins around, and because like sun doesn't appear to be becoming smaller or like fading away, like.
And how that making surface curved? That what sun is doing.
So the curvature of Earth would explain why sunsets yeah, and at constant speed, kind of in the sky. So not.
In other words, you can imagine. That's why.
That was words. No, you said the curvature of the Earth can do that.
Yeah. You don't see what he's talking about, but you can imagine it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing, dude. We're going out looking for that curvature that would have to be there as a prerequisite for those claims that you're making, right? That's what we're doing, all of these long distance observations and laser tests, right? To try to find the curvature that would have to be there for your claims to be valid. And it's not there. It's never there, ever.
It's there.
It doesn't exist.
The curvature's there every sunset and every sunrise when we look at the sun behind the horizon. But when we go to that horizon's miles away, much further than it should be if the Earth was a sphere. So it's not the curvature of the Earth then.
93 million miles, Jedi, on the horizon.
Yeah. He can go and attempt to convince academia that they're wrong and that it's orders of magnitude bigger than what they're telling you.
But how can you point to where sunsets?
It's not our claim to point where sun sets. Our claim is that surface is flat.
Wait, didn't Jedi just go through this with you over like the last half an hour?
I'm not
He did.
repeating.
He did go over it, and this guy has a bunch of research to do, and you could speed up that research by watching the video that Jedi just shared in the side chat called Optics on a Flat Earth. It will show diagrams and go over what Jedi was just explaining.
Isn't that sunset will with 2 meter height will happen on 3 miles? Let's say.
So if the surface is relatively flat and you're 6 feet tall.
No, if the surface is curved and you're 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like local shaped like hills or mountains. I mean, flat.
No, on the sea level. On the sea level.
Sea level, yeah.
Sea level, there are no mountains on the sea level.
There could be in some places if you think about
it. Yeah, we call that islands.
Like in even England, when I zoomed in Manchester, they have this kind of coasts. Maybe see from one side of the coast, like sea level, but behind the sea level, some land. So the sun is gonna set, for example, behind the land, not the sea level. In that case,
yeah, of course. You're speaking about elevation profile.
Yeah, I mean, they must have gotten the height of every single mountain wrong so far, right? There's hundreds of miles stretching inland. They've determined, the height of mountains above sea level with respect to horizontal plane, like not changing, not a new not like they've gone some distance and established a new horizontal. They've maintained that same horizontal reference datum throughout the entirety of that length.
Hold on.
All your mountains are the wrong height if you're on a globe now.
we actually have a person in here whose nickname is Rayleigh Criterion, and his profile picture is the 1.22 lambda d. Is a
Yeah. Isn't that coincidental? What a coincidence.
Who is that guy?
Are you a coincidence theorist? How strange is that the formula used for determining distance to the horizon on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And then there's that formula as well. That's weird.
Look at my profile picture.
Look at my profile name.
Whose?
Mine.
Amico de Aqua.
Yeah. You know what that
Oh,
means?
Give me a
Water's,
hint.
water's friend. I became water's friend in the last 8 years. I believe more water than people.
Yeah, and you have a blue banner.
What that mean?
Like in your profile, when you open your profile, like a bio page, there is like a blue line behind your profile picture.
Oh.
That must be coincidental, yeah.
It's not my fault, man. Water doesn't want to curve in reality. And it's not their fault also. The reality is problem, not the discussion, you know. When you check the reality, then you find out, oh, here we are.
I remember when I first came in here. I think it was no, it was kind of fine because Jedi was here. But when I was asked, how can I prove, like, what evidence can I provide to prove Earth is spherical? And I was confused myself. I was like, what? I've never been asked this question before. Like, we take it for granted that Earth is spherical. And I never thought about it. It's not something you do at school, like do proofs or your own research. It's, I don't know. It's just like a common knowledge, I guess. And then I guess this was taken as aha, this proves that, like, it's not proven, but you see, you don't even know why Earth is spherical. You cannot provide any facts, or like, you don't know. You just believe it. Yeah, because in fact, people take it for granted. I asked all of my siblings, so like whoever I knew, like my classmates, they all say that they just take it for granted.
Yep. And not only that, people are programmed to think, listen this carefully, they're programmed to think the most stupid idea in the world is flat earth. There is no something what is more stupid than flat earth. That's programmed to be like that. If you say flat earth, it must be stupid, you know, that's very ridiculous. And that was approached from more people in the past, like, what the heck? My approach was, somebody think that earth is flat. Are you crazy? You know.
No, for me, one of the most ridiculous ideas is about tarot cards, all the dark magic. I don't believe that.
Yeah, and can you imagine that things it's maybe more provable than things in astronomy? What they are taking that tarot cards maybe have more truth than speaking about the space.
Yeah.
But you think, oh my God, they discovered this. It's this. This is science. Science. That word science. Even they use that one. You know, nothing of the science there. But we think, oh, this is science. You know, this is not science, man. That's the stories. You know, that from astrophysicists, astronomers, and some calculation, maths, and stuff.
But actually, since then, I joined this server like a couple of days ago, and since then, I kind of have like a good number of arguments towards why Earth is spherical, and couple of arguments why it could be flat. Like, I'm still kind of in that position when I don't kind of believe, like, no, that Earth is flat. But at least now I can tell why I think it's spherical.
There is no one thing that it's saying that is spherical. One.
like to provide you one thing that will show. It's not actually one. It's like when you think about it, one is like not very enough usually, because I haven't done experiments on my own. I haven't I didn't go to the sea like shore and laser to experiment anything. I didn't do it myself, so I had to rely on some kind of stuff I can see, like sun, like the way it doesn't change in size, the way it goes behind horizon, and it does it quickly, like fairly, like very fast. If it was like a plane moving away from us and it was always above us, like flat surface.
This is all because you have a lack of understanding in how perspective works and how atmospheric scattering can also work as well. You need to research these things. Right, and also you have no idea what the sun is that you're even looking at. You're looking at an apparent light in the sky, and you've made a whole bunch of assumptions about it.
Because man, the sun can. Let's say the sun changed the size 12 times per day, and then it's going spiraling, going left, right, up, down. You know, it will not change the surface, man.
But I came to this conclusion step by step. Like you take it as a fact that sun is always it's always up the wait. What was the word in English? Sorry.
Above.
Above, yeah. Sorry, sorry. How could I forget? So it's always above the Earth, and yeah. If you take it like as a fact, and the way
Look at this. Look at this honestly. Now it's in UK. It's dark. You know, it's what time? It's now 9 or 10. It's dark. I don't have a clue where the sun is now.
I kind of do, because I know where.
Yeah, we can watch and see people from other parts and they say, okay, I'm now in Australia, sun is here, okay. But I'm telling you from my experience now, because it's dark, I don't have a clue where is the sun. But still, I can measure the surface also during the dark. Did you know that? When you have lights, you know, above the sea level. And when you see lights on 10 miles, you cannot see that lights.
There is
You don't see
still
the sun.
light in America, yeah, east. So sun is. So I know which way is the sun. But you see,
so this is what you're going to have to do, right? You're going to have to ignore the empirical evidence and the direct measurements here on the Earth, and you're going to have to make a whole bunch of assumptions about some lights in the sky that you can never validate, and you're going to have to use that to justify your worldview, right? You're going to ignore reality and make a whole bunch of assumptions just so you can keep this belief system, and this is your brain trying to hold on to a belief system. It's a natural function. You've held this belief system since you were a young child. It's deeply ingrained.
Yeah, why?
And you're going through cognitive dissonance, and you're ignoring empirical evidence, right? To hold on to your worldview. It's kind of like a religion in a way.
It's not empirical evidence. Like everyone,
It is.
almost everything I heard is kind of pushing away from spherical thing. And even when I said about sun movement at horizon and sunset,
what's the
everything
sun?
I heard
What's the
is,
sun? You don't even know what the sun is.
Explanation for each like aspect, but it wasn't like empirical evidence. It was more like explanation how it could work on a flat surface rather than real explanation and empirical evidence.
But DJ is telling you that measuring the surface, it's empirical, and we can do that in reality.
Yeah, but that's not what we're discussing here, because we can all
No. Myron, I understand you, but that's the main point what people discussing for 8 years. because they are not flat earthers because of the sun.
It's about. I think it's all about the curvature. You cannot measure the curvature, or
Yeah, you
don't-
cannot, not even rotation. Yeah.
or like even if there is curvature, it's not what we expect to see. Like not 3 miles or
We
something.
don't. No, we don't get any curvature, right? The curvature has to be specific. It has to be exact for the entire heliocentric model to work, right? It all relies on the radius value to be correct. So if you can falsify the radius value, you can falsify the entire heliocentric model. Okay, you don't have any evidence of Earth curvature. You don't have any evidence of a geometric horizon. You don't have any evidence that the Earth is rotating or orbiting around the sun. And you don't have any evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container, right? What we're breathing right now. So this is the three things that you're not going to be able to validate empirically at all, or at all for the globe. Any of these things. We can back up all of those things, right? We can back up.
Start.
What's that?
So you just explained the chain, like of this analysis, but there is no actual start. Like you said, if you disprove the radius thing, but how do you do it? How
The
do they-
radius, yeah. So there's going to be certain characteristics in reality that must be present if the radius value is correct, right? If you have a basketball of a certain size, it has to have a certain amount of curvature over a certain portion of that spherical surface for that radius or for that basketball or that curvature to exist, right? If you tell me the basketball has a radius of 20 centimeters or whatever it is, 10 centimeters, I can go and measure the basketball and do some basic math and work out, okay, yeah, that's correct. The R value for the basketball that you told me is correct because I can measure it very easily. We get told the R value for the Earth, which is just a bigger ball, right? And it's not correct. When we go out and measure it, there's zero curvature, almost as if it's not a ball at all, just a flat plane.
Yeah, I just don't see how. There was another guy who blamed me for not knowing any, or like not being able to recall any flat Earth proofs, because when I thought about it, all those flat Earth proofs that I heard were either this proofs for spherical thing, or like the curvature.
Yeah. So if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat, right? We all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? That's the baseline. That's the starting point. Okay, and then we go and test it, and it checks out that that's exactly what the Earth is. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary as well, right? But you think it's the opposite of that.
Yes, of course, yes.
But
Yeah. So
by the way, it's like rotating, and I heard guy.
هذا عربي ربي وهذا عربي.
Someone said, even maybe someone from here, this call right now, that why don't we feel the kind of inertia thing, you know, like the movement of Earth, if it's spherical?
yeah, because you're too small and it's too big and blah 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 blah. That doesn't really matter. You're not able to validate it is moving, right? We can all agree that we don't experience any motion, but if you can't validate any motion, then that's it.
No, but we can explain why we don't feel any force. There is a little bit of this force, but it's not because big, small.
There's explanations for everything on the globe. There's explanations for everything, right? But explanations, it doesn't really. It's just an explanation.
Yeah, but someone said that 1,000 miles per hour is how fast the Earth is rotating.
The Earth is moving at 1.5 million miles per hour in like 11 to 14 different vectors all at the same time. That's the smallest motion is the 1,040 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Right? At the same time, it's orbiting the sun at 66,000 and chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour and blah, blah, blah. Right? These are speeds that we can't even comprehend in our brains. It's that fast.
But,
But
also,
whether you
why
you
don't
would
like
feel it or
analogy?
not, who cares? It doesn't matter because you can't validate that it's moving at all in the first place. Whether you would feel it or not it's a different question. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but this is exactly why I don't like analogies, especially false ones. So there is also a cognitive like a bias called false analogy, and people say do analogy with the ball, like it's spinning around very fast. You can see, or like you do there's attraction like in the theme parks, and you feel the movement around, but it spins very fast. And if you take the Earth, it rotates only one time per day in 24 hours, one rotation, and we move with it.
Marion, what makes more sense? If you don't feel like you're moving, what makes more sense? That you're moving or that you're not moving? If you don't feel like it.
Does it matter?
Well, you want the most simplistic explanation for why you don't feel the earth in motion. So if you don't feel like you're moving, would it be easier to say that you are moving or that you are not?
It is always easier to say that because, like, if you blindfolded in a train that moves like very smoothly, you're
right. And how would you know you're moving then if you don't know you're moving?
You're not gonna know that you're moving, unless it stops, or like.
So why would you assume you're moving if you don't know you're moving?
Because you have other facts like Coriolis effect.
Coriolis effect is not. It's a fictitious force. The definition of it itself is fictitious. It doesn't exist. It's a made-up force.
But how can you then explain how south of the Earth?
Okay, so why does the Coriolis effect affect 1,000 foot per second forward, but it doesn't affect a helicopter or a hot air balloon?
We can see the mass movements of clouds and air in the directions.
You're way off into the weeds, man. If you don't know that you're moving, why would you think you're moving?
You're a little bit lagging, but I heard what you said. I think. Why do you think that we're moving? Why would you assume that we are moving if you don't feel it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it explains a lot more.
How you will prove that something is stationary?
I'm reading the chat, guys. Things here's too big to read it.
Can you answer me? How you will prove that something is stationary, that is not moving?
Good question, Sasha.
Yeah, that is. I was just thinking how good of a question that was. That's awesome.
Earth is stationary.
No, the question: how you will prove that something is not moving?
I mean, if something is moving, it was constant velocity.
I'm asking you how you will prove something what is not moving.
I'm saying you can't distinguish because everything is relative, and according to Einstein, of course.
Are you saying that everything is moving?
If you have a baseball laying on the ground, how do you know it's not moving?
It's not moving relative to Earth, for example, but it can be moving relative to Sun or like in the space, whatever.
Well, put it this way: if the Earth wasn't moving, If the Earth was completely stationary, just as we all experience, how would you prove that?
That the Earth is stationary.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there?
Yeah. If the Earth was stationary, how would you prove that it's stationary?
I think I know how. Do you know about laser gyroscope thing? So if you're stationary, I think it's gonna be like stationary. If it's not, then lasers in different directions, they will their frequency will be different. So
How often do ring laser gyroscopes need to be calibrated?
rarely, because it costs 20K.
So once every hour or once every 2 hours, they need to be calibrated. Who's telling you this information is fake?
Do you have someone in your DMs right now, by any chance?
You asking me? Do I have anything?
Yeah. Do you have someone in your DMs telling you information about the globe or something?
Yeah, I had Majin 1 hour ago. He sent me a concept for vision.
No, not Margin.
Not Majin. DJ Jedi.
No. I mean, do you have like a random globe earther saying, "Say this and say that"?
Oh no.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I was just asking because we got like people that they'll hear us having a conversation with someone, and then they'll get in their DMs and they'll say, "Oh, ask them this, ask them that," or they'll tell them lies about things that we're saying, or they'll straw man us.
To ask themselves.
What's that?
Are they pussies to ask themselves? Like, why would you be quiet?
Dude, we got crazy people that have been like listening in and stalking us around from place to place for years. Yeah, they don't want us to convince anyone that the Earth's not a globe, right? So they'll go into damage. They'll think they're like defenders of the globe, right? So they'll get into the person's DMs and they'll be like, that guy, he's lying to you right now. Ask him this and tell him that and blah, blah, blah. And they'll be like the defender of the globe in the person's DMs. It's kind of funny.
From this server, in 3 days, I've added like a couple of people. All are flat earthers.
Yeah. Right, but they're not going to be doing what I just suggested. You know, get a flat earther in your messages. Like if you're arguing, if there was a globe earther trying to convince you that it's a globe, and you're a flat earther, you're not going to get a flat earther like doing that.
If you want to be glober, I can give you good advice. Avoid the geometry and you will be saved.
To be a globe earther, yeah.
Yeah, just do not speak about the surface and geometry. Speak about all other stuff, and you will never ever believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, anything you can't validate, and you just have to rely on the mainstream explanations. Just stick with that stuff, and then you can keep your ball.
Yeah, but I think I've got so. If I had to count, like, what reasons make me believe that Earth is spherical, I would say, like, if this was the question, if I only joined this voice chat, I would probably say that people at different points on Earth, they have like sun, so like all the time. So
we can suggest that like countries they and there is like sequence of countries getting sunset, so you can assume the movement of sun.
Yeah, the sun moves.
Yeah, but this
that
can
works.
also work
That
on a
makes
flat.
more sense. It makes more sense on a flat Earth. But yeah, sure, it works on both. You're gonna find a whole bunch of things that you can explain on both.
Yeah. This is why it should be like a compilation of things that you can maybe check on your own.
Well, what can you know? It's like, yeah, exactly. Like, what can you actually test and know?
Like even testing, like I can't imagine myself going on the boat like 5 miles away from a shore. I don't have a boat.
You don't have to go on a boat, right? You can just find a large body of water and do calculations based off the observation, like what you can see.
Oh yeah,
Like
right.
you just need a
need
distance.
big lake or river.
Any large body of water.
This will do. Will do.
Have a look at this. This is a crazy observation, right? So this one that I'm just uploading now, this is 21 miles, which is 33 kilometers across this giant lake in Utah called the Great Salt Lake. And it's really, really clear, the air there, because it doesn't have much humidity, because it's like a desert sort of environment. So it's very dry. So you can see really far. Now, if you have a look in this observation, this guy sets his camera up on one side of the lake at 5 foot height above the water, and he's zooming across the lake. And the other side of the lake, when he zooms in, that's 21 miles away. Over 21 miles, you should have 293 foot of curvature. That's like a skyscraper building height. Okay, but when he zooms in, you can see there's no horizon over the entire 21 miles, and also there's no obstruction at all. You can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and you can see the smokestack, the big giant white tower. You can see the whole thing. And then he does this during the day, and then he does it again during the night. And then he does 2 laser tests where he shoots a laser right across the surface of the water onto the other side of the lake. And his friend also has a laser, and they shoot lasers towards each other, and they can both see each other's laser beams. So this is a real killer observation for the globe as well. Right? Have a look at a couple of images really quickly from this observation. All right, so this is his camera setup. So he's just 5 foot above the surface. Nikon P1000, I think it is. And then he's got a friend that's over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so this is 21 miles away, or 33 kilometers. So this is what it looks like where he's going to be zooming over to. It's just uploading now. Right, so that's his target, the shoreline, right? That's the target. That's 21 miles away from that.
That's not even that tall.
What's not that tall?
The opposite side of the lake.
It's just a shoreline, yeah. So the target's just the beach there. Okay, so take note of the beach, and then take note of the big white smokestack in the background there as well. Okay, so here's exactly where he's going to be making the observation, right? So this is Google Maps. Right, so he's at the top of that yellow line, and that's where the camera's set up. And then he's going to be zooming across to that shoreline that you can see in the image below the camera. And that's, I think it's like 33, 34 kilometers. And there's Google Earth. I went on Google Earth and did the same distance marcation thing. Right, so anyway, here's a close-up of the White Tower. And then I'll show you what it looks like from 21 miles away. Okay, so this is what it looks like. That's the shoreline you can see, and then the White Tower.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the same tower but from 21 miles away. You can still see the shoreline and you can see the entirety of the tower. There should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. And when you take in the 5-foot observation height into account, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. So the shoreline that you can see, that should be 223 foot below the curvature of the Earth, or hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So here's a couple more still shots really quickly.
I mean, you provide so much pictures, evidence, distances, and so on. I don't want to be like rude or like badass saying that, oh, I don't believe those pictures, blah blah blah. But I really want to test it myself.
That's what I did, man. I saw all this stuff. Right, I asked all the same questions as you. Because everyone does it first. They're like, flat Earth is ridiculous. And then you start asking questions. And it's like, okay, some of these arguments make a bit of sense. Then I started seeing the long distance observations. And I went out and bought a Nikon P900. And I used to live on one of the biggest saltwater lakes in Australia. And I had a boat so I could cruise around the lake. And there's a section of the lake that's 20 kilometers across. And I was able to set up my camera on one side of the lake and zoom in and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake all the time. I think I did about at least 20 different observations on different days. And I could always just zoom across and see the shoreline 20 kilometers away, zero obstruction. So yeah, that's what we encourage people, like, look at the tests people have done, but you can go and repeat this yourself. You don't have to rely on faith.
Are you the only person here who actually kind of proved to yourself experimentally?
I think almost all of us did that.
Yeah, I know John did. I know Sasha did, that you're talking to there. Amiko, friend of water. I know Indio has. I know Jedi has, that was in here before. A whole bunch of people have. Yeah, just ask people what they've done.
I'm really interested what Jedi... Oh, Jedi is not here, yeah?
Yeah, Jedi was able to see, because the UK is like, there's tons of islands and things like that. So yeah, he was able to see an island that was like 30 miles away or something like that. I forget exactly. He'll explain it when he comes back. But
I want to tell something, Marian. Marian, did you see how DJ said he posted like 5 pictures in a GIF, and he said the distances, he said the height, the drop, all data. He gave you all data. When the Glober come to make observation, said, look, there is a curvature. They are posting the picture with the horizon covering something, and that's it. In all these years, there is no Glober showing one observation with any data. There is always one picture with covering something, with no distances, no height, no drop, anything.
I mean, maybe if I go to the shore area, like where wind turbines are, and try to measure or like Google the distance to them and then see how they curve, maybe. Water doesn't curve, bro. What water can curve? I mean, on leaves you see the droplets of water curving. So curving is not a problem. It's about kind of force that acts on water, and if there is like a gravity, like that pull, then of course water levels. I mean, closest to the ground where the gravity pulls it. Proves the curve on there. So.
Yeah, you're gonna need gravity's like it's like the magical band-aid, right, to fix all of the gaping holes in the logic of the globe, right? So you're gonna have to explain how you can have curving water, and how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, and how you can have water in a vacuum and all of these crazy things, right? So like it's like the magical band-aid, right, to plug all of these holes.
Yeah.
So you need gravity to have a globe, and you need a globe to have gravity. It's just kind of like
you need to have a good imagination.
Because flat Earth doesn't work with gravity very well. Because on different parts it would be tilted. But it always
but you know we're not claiming a flat disk planet floating around in space either, right? We're claiming that, you know, we're not claiming that at all. We don't need the mass attracting mass. Like we don't have all of these holes in logic to be able to, that we need to plug up, right? Obviously we can explain why things rise or sink very easily.
How do you explain the acceleration towards the Earth?
Well, I think you say like things will fall in a vacuum at approximately the same rate, except for gas.
It's not about medium.
Well, it only works in a vacuum, right? It's only where you can measure the approximation, and it's not even exact in a vacuum either. It varies depending on what you're dropping, and you're only dropping things over a very small distance in these vacuums, right? So they don't really have time to do anything other than drop it roughly the same rate anyway.
No, but
right? Like the biggest drop tower is the Bremen drop tower in Germany, and when they put a bunch of different elements inside that and they dropped them, they all fell at different rates. Yeah, I'll just put
due
what I was
to
talking
maybe
about
other forces or like.
No, it's a vacuum. Look up the Bremen drop tower in Germany. It's like one of the world's tallest vacuum chambers. It's like a giant silo that's a vacuum chamber used for testing things like this. So when they drop all of these different elements in that, right, they fall at different rates.
But you can think of forces that can act in a vacuum. Like
gas doesn't fall in a vacuum, right? So gas just goes in all directions. It's not affected by your so-called gravity, even though they say it has weight.
Why it doesn't? It does.
No, it doesn't. It actually doesn't, right? Gas particles, by definition, go at random in all directions. It's in the definition of gas particle movement. It doesn't say they have a downward bias, right? A gas particle will travel in a straight line indefinitely to fill an available space no matter how large, and it will only change direction during a collision with another gas particle or if it bounces against the wall of its container.
Yeah, but Jedi said about container, and I think this is weird because it perfectly works on the spherical globe, Earth, and gravity, because vacuum it doesn't takes the gas molecules. It wouldn't escape because in order to escape the Earth's gravity pull 9.8 meters per second squared downwards, it's a lot of energy, like kinetic energy.
No. Yeah, right. That's the kinetic energy is the only reason the gas is moving. It's not being pulled towards, like, the gas doesn't get pulled towards the Earth, right? Gas particles don't have a downward directional bias. They move at random in all directions, just like the definition states. And just like any testing states, right? If you have a container of gas and you take a lid off the top of the container, gravity isn't going to hold any of the gas down at the bottom of that container. It's all just going to diffuse into the air, right? Because it's all moving in random directions. It's going to just blend in, and it's going to fill the available space. That's what gas does. It fills space. So.
But it's more dense closer to the ground. So.
Well, no. If we put some gas in a container, right, and then we take the lid off the container, it's not more dense closer to the ground. It's just going to distribute. There's not going to be any of that gas pressure left in the container. It's just going to blend in with whatever the outside pressure is. It's going to be the same.
I think gravity does affect on gas particles. Not in the way it makes them all fall downwards, making them like a liquid.
It can't hold a single gas particle down to the ground. Think about that. Not one ever.
Aren't they? So the gas particles, they have a lot of energy, and so like water, each water particle tries to get down in the water, like to the ground. Same with gas particles, but because there's more space in between those particles, and because more energy, like they move at faster rate.
Well, yeah. Well, we're talking about gas. I mean, the thing is, all of the gas laws and all of the definitions back up exactly what we're saying, and all of the practical demonstrations back up exactly what we're saying. Like if you have a look in the side chat right now at what Aldu just posted, right? That's a perfect example of how gas behaves next to a vacuum. And then as soon as he opens the valve, you'll see that the pressure instantly fills the available space, right? Instantly equalizes, because that's what gas does, right? There's no gravity affecting the gas, right? You can't have gas pressure without a container either. But the thing is, look back to the gravity.
The vacuum, because it actually, there is almost no gas particles above like 12 kilometers. It's getting less and less particles. So, and what do you consider vacuum in space? So, I think...
Well, there's deep space is meant to be a 10 to the negative 17 Torr vacuum, and then we're inside of it, right? We're on a ball that's covered in gas and water inside the 10 to the negative 17 Torr vacuum of space. That's what they claim, right? But that's not something that's able to be demonstrated. It's one of those things where you just kind of have to have faith. They'll say, oh, we can't set up a demonstration on a large enough scale to be able to replicate this. So you'll just have to look at the math and trust the math matches reality, even though you can never test it.
I think. Wait, let me Google. Does gravity affect on gas? Yes.
Yeah, it'll say yes. Otherwise, you can't have a globe, right? Gravity is, like we said, it's the Band-Aid, right? Why don't I float off into space? Ask Google that. It's going to say gravity. Gravity is the Band-Aid for all of these things that are completely illogical, that you have to compensate for to have the globe. We don't have any of these crazy things that we have to accommodate.
In atmosphere, we have the same kind of pressure principle as in water, which is also kind of gravity.
But gas particles move at random in all directions. They don't have a directional bias, and they move because of the temperature makes them move, right? So when they get heated up, right, they get kinetic energy and they move indefinitely. As long as they have temperature, you can slow them up or speed them down, but they move in straight lines. And to have gas pressure, you need to have a container.
And
it's in the definition of gas pressure. Well, water's different, right? You're talking about
gas chambers.
In vacuum.
Who said that? 1 second.
Water is like a this random chaotic bulb. I don't know.
Yeah, but you put some water in a container, it doesn't bounce around and move in indefinitely in all different directions. It's completely different to gas behavior.
In free fall, it doesn't level, or it's not perfectly shaped. It's also moving around inside. It's
yeah, but we're not talking about water. We're talking about gas being affected by gravity. We were talking about gravity originally. And why things fall or why things rise.
Gas has the same pressure principle as in water. So there is density, I think, that affects pressure. There is...
welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Water and gas are our friends on here at Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. They back up the Flat Earth every day for us. So you can appeal to them all you like. We love it.
Right. And so they'll teach you, right, in hydrostatics, that at any point along a horizontal plane within a fluid at rest, that the pressure will be equal in all directions. So the fact that it's equal along any point along a horizontal plane within the fluid, right, that ruins the globe. You shouldn't be using the word horizontal because it should be a curve for a start. And equal in all directions totally annihilates your gravity claim. Because there should be a bias downwards, the pressure should be greater in a downwards direction than any other direction. And it's not.
Wait again. Can you explain how this explaining flat Earth?
Yeah, and a horizontal plane within a body of fluid at rest, right? So that's going to include gases and liquids because they're both considered fluids, right? At any point along that horizontal plane, at any point within that fluid at rest, the pressure will be equal and equal in all directions. Will be equal to any other point that you find on that plane.
But
it's supposed to be a curve. It's supposed to be a curve, bro. Now, they don't caveat with, well, we're treating it as horizontal because it's such a small scale. No, they don't teach you that. They just say horizontal.
They are teaching you they are breathing 40.7. That means the same, that pressure. But it's changing a little bit only, and that's it, above the sea level.
The deeper you go underwater, the more pressure. And
not under the water, above the water. Above the sea level, 40.7 psi. They were breathing that. If it was 13, there is a problem. If it was 16, it was 9, there is a problem. It was more, at 2, 3, it's problem for man. That's why you cannot breathe on Mount Everest.
Just, I don't take the claims about gas escaping into the vacuum seriously, and the container thing, because it pretty sure can, and it has a gradient of pressure and how dense.
You cannot have gradient of pressure without container. How did you get gradient of the pressure?
Same way as in the water. It's
Did you have first place gas pressure or gas pressure gradient?
Don't involve water. Talking about gases. So
Yeah,
in a
gas.
container, do you see 4 different gas layers, or 2, or 3, or 1? Like, where do you see the gradients? Do you have clear containers?
Like you go on to the mountain and then
The mountain is not. The mountain does not have an amount of gas.
there is less gas there, so it's less pressure.
Which gas is it? Which less gas is it? Which less the less dense gas is it right there? What are you talking about?
Oxygen.
No, any gas, including
Any.
like oxygen.
So not a gradient. So not a dense gradient of gases. All of them?
Less dense.
That didn't
like
make any sense. That's not your
squared
claim.
of it.
Where is less dense?
1 meter cubed. 1 meter cubed of gas.
What gas? What kind of gas? We're trying to
For
find
1
the
meter
most dense
cube.
one.
Air. Sorry, air.
Air. What's air?
Of air. You need a container to measure that, man.
Yeah, you need containment. How do you weigh air without a container?
You contain a meter cubic
Not
meter.
you. No gravity.
How you measure cubic meter, man?
That's not something to like
How
worry
you
about.
measure the cubic meter?
You take
In
meter.
o- do you use the open system or the closed system for the measuring the volume?
How is this relevant to the effect of gravity to the gas?
Because if you're using the cube, are you taking the cube in the air, or you are taking some kind of container and putting the 1 cubic meter of the air inside? Because you cannot take the 1 cubic meter of the air like whatever with the hands or whatever with the minds or whatever. And up there, where is up on the globe? You said up in atmosphere. Do you know how small its atmosphere comparing this vacuum of the space? And plus, the Earth is following the sun. That means there is no up. That thinks it's going through the space 1 million miles per hour.
And the air is moving with the Earth.
In the 10 to minus 17 torr. With that speed, 1 million miles of.
We cannot demonstrate this anywhere. We don't see a ball with air sticking to it in a lab. Where does this
You
happen?
try to disprove that movement of Earth will devacuum all the gases.
Yeah, 1.5 million miles per hour is supposed to be moving away from where your gas is at the moment. It's keeping up with it, though. Oh, come on.
In 1 hour, man.
Like, do you take inertia into the account? Like, Earth can be moving very fast, Sun can be moving very fast. It can be rotating, but it's rotating once per day.
Your gas has to keep up with 1.5 million miles per hour. Is gravity strong enough to get it to do that?
It's not accelerating in the direction. Like, it's
a circle is acceleration.
Okay, it does towards the sun because it rotates around the sun. If you take this,
rotating is acceleration. Rotation.
Hear me out.
Do you want to see visually that?
Rotation.
Do you want to see that visually?
One rotation in 365 days.
There's not just that, bro. There's the 66,000 miles per hour orbit around the sun. There's the 500,000 mile chasing the sun around the galaxy, and the whole galaxy is moving at 1.5 million miles an hour. Your gas has to keep up with all of that.
Listen. If you take the acceleration of what you just called, and you use if you use the whatever data there is, it's 0.0006 meters per second squared. It's nothing compared to your Earth's gravity. So there is a pull from the sun, from the movement, from everything else, but it's tiny because one rotation per 365 days. And if you consider the how it's called, angular momentum and angular velocity.
Your gravity can't even stop a butterfly from achieving flight. And you think it's going to keep gas attached to a ball that's moving at 1.5 million miles per hour? You're insane.
You can move on the train.
What happens when you move that train really, really, really fast?
Is it train good comparison for the open system?
No, like your train can be like a, I don't know.
How hot will it get?
A fly in the.
He's confused.
Well, listen,
He's confusing a lot of different numbers, guys, and a lot of different motions. He's confusing an orbit around the sun with the rotation
on its
axis.
That's because I told you.
Do you know how many different motions? Do you know how many different listen? Do you know how many different motions that the Earth is alleged to be moving in at the same time?
Yeah.
How many?
A lot. So around axis, then around central mass with the moon.
And what type of paths? What type of paths are those motions? Are they straight linear paths, or are they curved trajectories?
They're curved trajectories. They're called angular velocity.
Yeah. So when there's a curved trajectory, is that acceleration?
It is acceleration.
That's correct. So why do you think you would not notice any of these accelerative motions in
Because
in
we
different
do not
directions?
rotate a million times per second.
Oh,
We
maybe
only rotate
it's because the Earth is not moving. Maybe that's what it is. Instead of
wait,
sitting
maybe
here
it's
trying to
moving.
play,
But
why
it's
are you
moving
trying to defend something that you have no personal knowledge of?
No,
You have no knowledge of any
I'm
of this stuff. You're
defending what
just
you're trying to
googling
disprove.
things. I hear you.
Even
No,
though
wait, hold
it
on.
can
I've been
work,
listening to you
it can
talk.
work.
I've been listening to you talk. Listen, I've been listening to you talk. You could give me a moment here, right? So I've been listening to you defend something that you have no knowledge of, right? You can't possibly verify any of the claims you're making, right? You can't reproduce any of the claims that you're making or happening. But yet you're sitting here arguing with us, asserting to us that this is exactly what's happening when you have no data to base this off of. And everything that we could test down here shows the exact opposite. Is that if we're in a curved trajectory, we're going to feel it, even if it's the slightest bit of motion. The slightest bit, you would feel it. And you're telling us, no.
mistaken.
It's impossible to feel it. No, listen to me. The smallest motion, we would feel it. Do you not understand that? Like if I just pushed you a little bit, you'd feel it, wouldn't you? Right? If I just sped you up a little bit, you'd feel it. So stop trying to dance around all of this evidence. The fact of the matter is, not only is the Earth not curving at a rate that comports to the radius value, it's not curving at all. Which means if it's not curving at all, then it can't be a ball in the first place. So why are we still entertaining you, who doesn't want to accept raw data, actual facts? Right? You want to sit here and talk about fantasy land, about things you can't verify, and that nothing that we've tested down here can back it up.
Because I'm not
But you
trying
still
to
want to sit
prove
here
you
and tell us.
something. I'm just telling you how it can be the thing. Because
No, it
check
can't
this
be
out.
that way. You're lying to my face. You're lying to all of us that are sitting here telling us that the Earth can be moving at tremendous speeds in different directions and curved trajectories, and that we wouldn't feel it. That is a bold. That's just not correct. And you have no data to back
You're
it up.
mistaken with your analogies.
I am not mistaken, brother. I am not mistaken.
No, listen,
If you're
I'm
on
not
a
trying
curved
to
trajectory,
disprove.
you will feel it. Do you not understand? Any test that's been done, any demonstration that has been done shows that you would feel it. And you're telling me that that's not true. And you have no data to back it up, which is why I'm saying you're telling untruths. You're not telling the truth.
Look,
You're not even
any
being honest with
data
yourself.
provided, it's irrelevant. And why I'm saying you're mistaken, like 3 times, not in what you're saying exactly, but the thing is, you accusing me of trying to prove you something, but what I'm doing, I'm not trying to prove it because I know you will not take any numbers, because those numbers, some of you tell me that sun, moon, those are just objects we know nothing about. So what's the point of me giving you numbers?
We'll take numbers. We'll take numbers, but there needs to be an associated measurement with it. So if you tell us that the Earth is in motion and that it's accelerating at this rate, you're gonna have to give us the measurement for it.
Okay, let's
not
calculate
the calculation, the measurement.
Angular momentum and velocity
I
of
need
Earth.
one measurement.
Not calculation.
I need one
Not
measurement.
calculation. Measurements.
Let me ask you this, Marion. If I have the formula for a circle, right? The circumference equals 2 times pi times the radius. Do you understand that formula?
Of course.
Okay, can I solve for the circumference if I do not know the radius?
No.
Huh? No? Can I solve for the radius if I do not know the circumference? Marian.
He knows you're right. You're going to have to have
I know. I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask it another way.
Yeah, you can use triangles.
I believe you can calculate. You can calculate the angular size of the sun, but you need you need one thing, right? You need one thing to calculate the angular size of the sun. You either need to know. Listen. You either need to know the distance to the sun, or you need to know the exact size of the sun. You have to know one or the other to calculate the distance or the size and get the angular size.
What
You
I'm
have
saying
to
is
know
not
at least one thing.
necessary. Can I say why it's not necessary? And your analogies not always work. They're easier to understand, but they not always work. In this case,
Can you get a
are-
statistic without knowing two variables?
Hold on, sucker bum. The angular size you can get just by looking at it and measuring it with any angular tool. So you misspoke. So I would suggest you rethink what you said there. You might have meant
You can get
size.
the angular
You might have
size.
meant- yeah, you can get the
still have to
angular
know the
size of
distance,
something.
right?
No. You can measure it
So
directly
you can get
from your.
you can get the
Okay,
size
you
of
can-
something by knowing the angular size.
All right, no. You said you couldn't get the angular size, so you misspoke. I'm correcting you. That's all.
Maybe
If you
I
meant
misspoke on
size, if you meant the size, you can't get the size from the angular size unless you know the distance or the size of the object.
Correct.
That's what you meant.
Correct.
All right, cool. All
And
right,
the
now we're all
inverse,
clear.
you can't get the size of the object with the angular size unless you know the distance, and you can't get the distance unless you know the size.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's worse than that because you also have to know the medium between you and it to make sure there's no differentiation of what you're seeing versus what its actual angular size is from your location. So you'd actually need two more pieces of information.
Well, I
So
was
whenever
just
they do
trying
it with
to
the
be
sun,
simplistic.
they always. Yeah, but you were wrong.
I was just trying to
So
be
whenever they do it with,
Go ahead.
yeah, that's great, but you were wrong. So now that we're right again, let's move on. All right, let's unmute this kid. See if he gets it. Go ahead.
Sorry if I did something wrong. So, from sorry guys, it's just so weird. From what he said about circle, like that you cannot get the circumference without radius, and vice versa. But actually, you can try build a triangle like inside the circle, and find one of the sides of the triangle with trigonometry. Of course, you need other variables, but those other variables you can try to find other ways. So it is possible.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Faisal and today we play to game.
Okay then.
Sorry guys.
So you do understand that in order to calculate an unknown, you have to have at least one known, right?
Pretty much, yeah. And you can get to it other ways, I think.
So with the measurement to the sun, for example, what is the known?
If we take the diameter of Earth as a known,
Not if we take it. I want to know which one the actual known is.
Okay, so how did we get the diameter of the Earth? How do we know it?
at this rate, all you can take as known as, I don't know, what you can measure with your 15 centimeter ruler at home.
So that's what we're relegated to? Is that your argument? Like the best we can do is measure 15 centimeters on Earth at a time? That's it?
No, I was initially saying about how all the speeds and change in vectors for the supposed Earth movement wouldn't very much affect the feeling how we feel the force from it.
Right. So I'm going to put it in a better picture for you, right? So if we were to calculate the speed of the Earth around the sun, that means we would have to know the circumference or the diameter of the sun. So how do we get the circumference or the diameter of the sun?
We could try triangles again, but we need some distances here, so I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. You're just assuming it, and you believe that somebody else has done it, right?
I'm just saying how it can work. It doesn't mean I've done this, so
We want to know how it works because, like, that's what we've been trying to figure out for the last few years. For some people, it's been over a decade.
Yeah, brother. So, for example, my friend, did you know that Kal-El, he flies by manipulating gravity fields around his skin because of the energy of the yellow sun is much different than the energy of the red sun from Krypton. And so his cells can actually absorb the solar energy and convert them into gravitational manipulation. And he actually flies by creating an inverse gravity field around him, and he becomes anti-gravity. That's how it would work if it were true. Your story is no different because you haven't validated any of it to be true. And for any of you who don't know, because you're not native English speakers, I'm talking about Superman. Superman flies by manipulating gravity waves if he were real, but he ain't real. Kind of like your story.
Okay, but what I was validating is that analogies everyone trying to make here about all the movements of the Earth and the forces that we must feel, and it's impossible to not feel them. Is they're all kind of wrong because you imagine what you experience on Earth when something is spinning like crazy fast, or even once per 10 seconds you feel the angular velocity kind of changing like a force. So it's
I see the problem. So they made the positive claim that if these forces existed, you, the individual, would feel them. That was their claim.
So
without having the quantities. Hold on, friend. Hold on.
Yeah.
That was their claim without having the quantities of what the forces actually were and what the tolerance of human perception actually is. And so they took the burden of proof when actually it's on you because you're trying to prove a force that nobody can feel. So how are you going to prove that? So let's just erase what they said to you and let's just have you prove these 11 vectors are actually occurring in reality. Kind of like Superman flying. Go ahead, prove it.
I'm don't know how you prove the angular
You
velocity.
don't know how to prove. You don't know how to prove any of the things you believe in. That's interesting.
But I can tell you that spinning on Earth like 10 times per second is different to what Earth
I don't
does.
care. I don't 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 care. Well, hey, hold on, friend. I don't care. Prove that it's spinning. I didn't say prove that it would or wouldn't do this if it was spinning. I said prove it's spinning. I don't want to hear you tell me about what it may or may not do if you were dating a supermodel, but she's not home because she's at work. I want to know the proof.
That it's spinning around the
Prove any of your claims. Yeah, prove it. Prove any of that. Prove it. Not quite as easy as you thought, is it? It's real easy to talk about hypotheticals and what you would or wouldn't do if something was real. It's a very different story to prove it's real, isn't it?
Oh.
You were able to have a conversation when it was in the hypothetical. But as soon as it got to reality, all of a sudden you can't speak. It's very interesting.
What I don't like about the current conversation is that when we were trying to talk about one thing, every time a new person speaks up, it's different topic, different stuff you asking me, and you all ask me those questions like to prove that thing, and because I can prove, then you're right somehow. Then you get the right to believe otherwise.
Here's my claim. Here's my claim, friend. My claim is that you have no proof for any of your beliefs about the motions of any of the celestials. That's my claim. And I can back that claim up. Here, it's very simple. Hey, you got any proof? And you won't provide any. So my claim is validated. I rest my case.
Let me ask you, Marion, do you just want to talk about like the imaginary stuff all day?
Not quite that. No. We started from the normal things like like physical evidence and.
Right. Your physical evidence is, well, you have to imagine the Earth as a ball, and then thus everything that I say is true after that. That's what you say.
No, you have in here in the beginning of everything. We sharing pictures of the different experiments.
I mean, I've been here for quite a bit, and it's pretty much the same conversation every time. So they say the Earth is going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. They say the sun is whatever size in circumference and whatever size in diameter. And they say it's because of the distance from the sun to the Earth. And then so the Earth has a certain size and diameter. So at which point in any of this was it not calculated and it was actually measured? Which part was not calculated? We can say, hey, that was an actual full-on measurement. We can duplicate that measurement again.
I don't know. I just Googled, being honest. I saw about like Doppler effect, redshift.
Okay, how do you verify the distance of those stars?
Verify what, sorry?
How did you verify the distance? Go ahead.
I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer since I know the answer. They measured the angular size of the celestial object from their observer's location. That's the only measurement they got. Everything else is assumption. Sorry, that's the facts.
Okay, also
assumptions built on assumptions.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have like dozens of them, then like why do you need to bend the flat Earth theory if it's all perfectly fine, if it works perfectly fine?
Dude, it's called Occam's razor. The postulation with the most assumptions is most probably false compared to the one with the least amount of assumptions. Or, in other words, the postulation that has the most direct evidences and proof and doesn't rely on a stack of assumptions 50 pages long is probably more true.
Yeah, if I had an assumption and then made a calculation off of that assumption and made a calculation off that calculation and built another calculation off of that calculation, I just keep making calculations off of calculations off of calculations and never once had a single measurement, but only had an assumption from the beginning. Don't you think that story just might be false?
No, I mean, I'm even afraid to mention like planet loops, so how they move in like those H shapes, because you don't like to speak about objects in the sky.
Probably because objects in the sky don't prove the shape of the ground. That's a simple one.
And I'll say this too: the patterns that the celestial bodies move above the Earth, those same patterns are seen in nature. So I don't know what else you want me to say.
But I think of the prerequisite, right? The requirement to make all of these additional claims. You need to validate the prerequisite, right? The curvature. You're going to have that curvature to begin with. Once you find that, then you could talk about all of the things that require that.
Right. I don't know how we even moved to this topic.
Well, we started at the topic. It's always going to circle back to the prerequisite, right? The curvature. The one thing that we were talking about earlier that we were talking about what can we know? What can we actually validate? And what we came up with was we can go out and test for the curvature. We've done that, and there's no curvature. So then you started talking about the sun, and then it got in from the sun, it got into like other things, right? Gas pressure and gravity, and then now you want to talk about planets and stuff like that, right? But it's always going to come back to, all right, well, you're going to need a globe for that, right? To have the globe, what are you going to need to have the globe? Curvature.
Because really, if you think about it, I mean, I'm telling this from the perspective of future possibilities of science and calculations. Because if you know for a fact that Earth is spherical, you can measure the distance to the sun, because you can measure the angle from one side.
Dude, you don't know what the sun is.
You need the radius of the Earth for that.
Exactly. You're saying that you already know these numbers. We're trying to get out of you, Mayan, how you know those numbers. Where did you get the radius value from? That's is the big ticket. That is the key to everything.
I'm saying what you can use your numbers to
Mayan,
get.
we're not disagreeing with you.
Can't.
Once you've got those numbers, I agree you can make up all this other stuff. But we need that initial linchpin to start off with. That key is everything, that radius value. So how do we get that?
Saying if you guess and make a calculation or prediction with it, then that affirms that it must be correct.
I'll give you a wild story, Marion. If I'm roboting, let me know. But I'll give you a wild story, Marion. The way that they figured out the size of the sun was they watched the transit of Venus, and then they assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth.
So how does it prove?
Well, they assumed Venus was the same size as Earth.
The Earth being a sphere with a radius.
So if Venus is the same size as Earth, how did they measure Earth? By looking at Venus?
How did they know how far Venus is?
Angular size with a right angle triangle based upon 3 points: the Sun, Venus, and the Earth. The Earth being a sphere.
Oh, so you can use triangles and to calculate distance.
Yeah, but you're still going to need a radius value of the Earth.
Like radius.
Yes, its size. To say that the angular size of Venus is actual size is the same as the Earth. So we can calculate its distance, and then when it passes in front of the sun's distance.
But it all hinges on that radius of 3959. That's the funniest thing about this whole thing.
You need to know that, not guess it, not estimate it, not calculate it, not assume it. Know it.
It's like when you try to figure out a length of a line on a triangle by measuring some angles. You need to measure some values so you can calculate the rest of the lines and the angles. You need to start somewhere. And this one, you need to start with the radius of the Earth. In actual fact, why radius? You need to prove it's a sphere that has a radius.
Yeah. You can use that formula, I think, of the curvature. If it is curved. I mean, you
Yeah.
all saying that it is
Yeah.
not.
If it was curved, that formula, that rate of change of slope over distance would be observed and measured. We don't measure a rate of change of slope over distance. We measure zero, horizontal. So, I mean, there's no ball then.
So all the arguments kind of return to the measurements of the curvature and radius of the Earth.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this, Mariano.
Yeah.
If you're solving for the circumference and your radius is 0, you have circumference equals 2 times pi times the radius, and you have a given 0 radius because there's no curvature. What's your circumference?
What? It's not even gonna be a point. It's like 0 because. Or what do you mean? What do I need to understand through this?
If you have no curvature, you have no circle.
DJ spending all day on Discord again. Right. Oh my god, DJ. What am I gonna do with you?
Marvel at the man he works at the same time that he's on Discord. That's multitasking.
Oh no, I was married to.
Like a #1 fan. Yeah, why don't you donate to DJ?
Oh my goodness. Hey, loser who's wondering what DJ is doing. Who cares?
I was talking to my girl in the voice chat, and I don't know if it was Sizhu or Jedi, and he was like, actually, that's your
Yeah, cool story, bro. Cool story. Nobody cares. Get muted. Thanks.
Thank God for that.
It's learning time. So why earlier were people making the claim that if there were certain vectors or forces that you definitely feel it? I hope that they had quantified those forces and quantified what you could actually feel if you were a human being before they made such a claim.
I'm talking about things like acceleration and stuff. Or
Yeah, so if somebody says, hey, we're moving around, and you say, no, we're not because we would feel it, you better be able to bear the burden of that we would feel it, right? I heard someone here adamant that we would, but I didn't hear any numbers. I didn't hear any quantifications. I didn't hear any. This is what a human can perceive.
You haven't felt it.
Anyway, whoever that is, break it up.
it's probably DJ.
Hey guys, don't accept a burden of proof that isn't yours. Okay. If you don't know the quantifications of something, whether it would or wouldn't be, available, then you should make your claims in the I don't know. Why don't you give me the quantities, and then we would know whether they are, able to be perceived or not. Because the Glover's claiming they are or aren't, they have to tell you what those quantities are, what the human can perceive, and whether or not they can or can't. Because they're making a positive claim. Why should you take their positive claims burden onto yourself? Makes no sense.
It's a really good point. Yeah, I like that.
Because they're arguing from absence. They're saying you don't feel it, but it's there. Okay, and then the other person says, no, if it was there, you would feel it. Okay, well, now you have a positive point. Now all they have to do is press you for your values, and they're going to make you look like a sucker.
Yeah.
When you should be the one making them look like a sucker. Because they can't give you any proof that it's actually there. They could tell you the values that it would be if it existed, but they can't give you any measurements, and they certainly can't give you any perception of it, because like they admitted already, no one can perceive it. It's kind of like their girlfriend. No one can perceive their girlfriend either, because she's never home.
I know this might sound like a dumb question, but is that whole like gravity 7/6R thing?
Gravity isn't about 7/6R. That's refraction.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So yes,
Glover.
good question.
Okay. Like gravity is 7/6R, and I'm like, I got really confused. But I mean, yeah, it was my fault.
Dude, that's pretty bad if somebody said that. That's
Yeah,
like what Robert Utah would say in the drunken stupor.
Yeah, like I listen.
Gravity, brother.
Yeah, like I listen to you guys so much, but then when someone comes out of the woodworks and says something like really dumb, sometimes it catches me off guard, and I get like, confused. I'm like, Anyways.
Another good example of that is that football field, where the kid is walking away on a football field. And his legs disappear, but then the rebuttal from the Globers, well, I looked it up and it says football fields are crowned. In other words, they're higher in the middle for drainage. So then you have to prove that football field isn't crowned.
Yeah.
Because it being crowned is a perfectly good rebuttal. So thing is, we've told people that in the past and they still use it. Weird.
Yeah, I know.
I still use it, but it's only useful to point out like that a small obstruction in the foreground can block like quite a bit of something that's going off into the distance. I think that's the only use that has.
We knew it was your fault, mate. As everything is.
Yeah. Yeah, that trench guy. Yeah, he's.
The reason why I'm saying all this, friends, is we've got to get to the point where we can have constructive criticism without everybody losing their minds. And, it's like, hey, that GIF is bad. Oh, now I need to create another server in a different camp, and we need to, assassinate your character because I like this GIF. No, shouldn't be like that every time there's a critique or a correction.
Hello?
Hello.
I just joined the channel to tell you that Earth isn't flat. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So good. That must feel so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my day is complete. I just dropped into a random room to tell some guys that I don't know, don't care about, that the Earth isn't flat.
He's in the vegan. He's in the vegan room, man, telling them that meat's nice to eat. It's fine. That's what he does. I have to remember back in our day, we passed the time by doing prank phone calls to the local pizza shop or Chinese, right?
Yeah, true.
You see what they do now? They get two Chinese people or restaurants on the line, and they get them to like go against each other. No, you call me. No, you call me.
What you want?
The one I used to like, Jedi. You'd ring some random phone number, so you'd grab the phone book, smash a random phone number, and you get a couple of mates to do it. Excuse me, is Mr. Wall there? No, you must have the wrong number. Oh, good, thank you. And you hang up. And then the next one rings up. Mrs. Wall there? No, sorry, you must have the wrong number. You hang up. Is Nathan Wall there? No, you must have the wrong number. And they hang up. So you get about 6 or 7 of them. And then the very last one. Are there any walls there? No. Then what holds your roof up?
Great times, man.
Oh man, good times back in the day. I remember when I used to call everyone and I was like, Sarah Connor.
Don't get me started on what I'm gonna do tonight, guys. Come on, don't give me any ideas.
Yeah, call up Moe's Bar and ask for Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Yep.
I know a good one too, but I can't say it. And I actually did it and it worked.
I appreciate your victory, man. There's a huge gap in your story that's still leaving me intrigued. I need to know what.
And the bots weren't in here. Let's say it. And what was even better about it was like, because I heard him, he put the phone down and yelled it out across the bar. And then everybody, you could hear everybody laughing. It was so funny. You got to do it on a busy night when like they've got like a bar full of people and they're so busy serving drinks, they're not even going to think about it, right? They're not going to catch on.
I had a quick food related question. What does organic mean exactly? Because every ingredient says organic, enhanced, organic water, organic palm oil, organic white vinegar. Like, am I getting scammed?
On the organic water, sure.
Yeah, but definitely.
I mean, whatever. I'm buying it.
Yeah, organic just means that it follows certain rules on how the ingredient was made.
All right, better than non-organic. I mean, hopefully. I mean, hopefully they're not scamming me and it's worse than regular stuff. All right, thanks.
7/6R is the radius value of hope.
Hello? Kutya?
Oh, someone new's in. Hey, KP, how's it going?
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I have a question. Is anyone there?
What is your question?
Is it your understanding that there is a... Oh, sorry. Is it your understanding that there is a midnight sun in the South Pole, like in the South?
No.
There is no midnight sun in the South.
I don't know what you are thinking.
I'm saying, do you know like how there is a 24-hour sun in the North Pole?
How you doing, me? Good to hear you, man.
How are you?
Not too bad. Putting on a coffee. What's going on? Were you asking the question or the other guy?
Yeah, did you hear my question?
Something about the South Pole?
I was wondering if there is a midnight, like a 24-hour sun in the South.
So I've understood, yeah.
Because I
Can
don't
we
see
prove it though? I don't know.
how does that work in the flat Earth, you know? If
Tough
there
to
is
tell, man. Tough to tell, because check this out, right? I've only heard that from the mainstream, right? And they say, oh, you know, this is what proves the globe, right? You go on either side of the poles, right? You look up and you should see a sun 24 hours during certain periods, right? Supposedly because of the axial tilt, and then it's rotating, and when it's tilted one way or the other way, right? And then also we hear it from the guys who did the TFE. They said that they went down there and they saw the same thing at the right time. Now, how does one verify or validate that without going and doing it yourself? That's what I would say to that.
But isn't there like videos of the midnight sun in the South?
Full 24-hour videos, I haven't seen them. They might exist. But even then, right? If they're video footage, one may be implored to try and confirm that somehow. I wouldn't say I know how though.
I see.
Now the thing is, what's interesting about that question is, let's say, for example, there is a 24-hour sun. What does that prove or not?
It doesn't prove anything, but definitely hard to imagine if there is a 24. Oh, sorry, I gotta go. Give me like 10 minutes. I'll be back.
No problem. See you in a bit.
He already said the important bit. It doesn't prove anything.
I was waiting for that.
It's actually been pretty quiet this morning.
You're telling me. I just got here.
Come on, guys, aren't they paying you enough to talk in here?
What's up, dude?
Just hanging out and not getting paid for it.
Tell me about it. I just got here maybe about 20 minutes ago. Pato said he had a question, but he'll be back in about the time there, 10 minutes. But until then, man, we'll see. Any goobers coming by? I haven't seen one yet.
So I was looking at the Light Streamer data, which is basically an API feed from NASA that spits out what they claim are telemetry messages. Yeah, this isn't raw at all. But what I show here in chat are 11 or so different telemetry feeds. The first 4 and the last 4, I think, I can't look down and see because I'm driving. The first and the last 4, I think, are quaternions. The first set would be for the local reference frame, and the second set is, I don't know, for something else. The command gyros. And I think the middle 3 are the XYZ gyro data.
Are you talking about
So conceivably somebody...
Sorry, are you talking about the first and last of these packets, like USLA-B something, blah, blah, blah? Or are there other images? I only see one.
Yeah, so you go to this website and you select the from the left-hand side of the menu. These are all various ISS modules, right? So the one I have selected has a whole bunch of sub-modules, and then those sub-modules, you click on those and you can enable and create your own dashboard on the main screen of telemetry feed data from their API.
Okay.
And so I spent some time hunting around for the data that the guy earlier said that he would bring to us and didn't. He just threw the webpage up and said, there, go find it. So I actually did. But conceivably, you could take this data and calculate a globe out of it, which is probably true.
Could you explain what a quaternion is in like basic terms? I remember seeing a form, its form, and it had like complex numbers, and it was all wacky and shit. But in a nutshell, how would you describe it?
Well, it's basically a matrix rotation. You mate with matrix math, where you put the coordinates inside the matrix brackets, and then you rotate the matrix with math. So let's say in a practical demonstration, you take a ball, and you take a marker out, and you draw like 3 points on the ball. You use a quaternion to express what would happen if you tilted that ball 90 degrees, like rotated it 90 degrees. Those 3 points stay within their constellation, but they end up on a different point with respect to where they used to be, just by virtue of a rotation.
And you need a quaternion as opposed to like a matrix with 3 dimensions? How come?
Well, so you can get fancy, right? You can take like flat coordinates and you can rotate them around an axis with a quaternion. And then produce a fake radius from it. Now, so another way to think of these is you start to get it now, right? Like bing, oh shit.
Because by using complex numbers, you're utilizing that imaginary plane, right? You're kind of rotating off the main plane into like that parallel plane that they call imaginary, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is built, I think, on a concept of Euler's angles, where you have like X, Y, and Z axis. So let's say you pop up like in, I don't know, some 3D modeling software. You got your X, Y, and Z, and in this case, maybe Z could be the vertical. When you rotate those axes around, you're basically rotating the coordinate reference frame around. So then if you pop up an object that has its own like up, down, left, and right, whatever, it's 3 axes, you can rotate that within the greater coordinate reference frame that remains fixed. But if you were to stand on that cube, let's say you popped up a cube in that instant on the cube, and the cube becomes inertial or stationary, to you it looks like the entire coordinate reference frame outside of you is rotating. But if you were to go back to the coordinate space that you created and looked at the cube is rotating. And so one way to calculate that, those Euler angles changing is using quaternions, and it's common. It's really complicated math, like you know, higher levels of geometry and stuff. So
yeah, because the basic that I have. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that's the essence of it. Like you don't need to know how to do it if you just know what it does, and that's what it's doing.
Okay. Because yeah, like the basics that I have is simple linear algebra. You know, you apply a matrix to, you know, whatever, a system of equations or something like that, or points or something like that, and it rotates about the origin, right? Simple.
Yeah. Right. So you're going to probably need intermediary steps from your first point to your end point, depending what you're doing. You know, what kind of transformation you're you know, whether you're doing like transformations or translations or both at the same time. So like people who people who create like 3D games and 3D graphic engines mess around with this stuff. But what's interesting to me, man, is like looking through all of this shit from INS systems and airplanes and other things. I keep seeing again and again flat Earth angle measurements modified with quaternions to produce movement over an imaginary 3D surface, like a sphere, or the surface of a ball, I should say, because there's volume. So you could, and then you can curve it that way too. You can take things and you can like taking a pizza and flopping it on a basketball. And then rotate the basketball. Yeah, so take your triangle pizza slice, slap it on the basketball, and then rotate the basketball. There you go. So whenever I see quaternions, that's kind of what to think about. It's like, oh, okay. And the reason why they have to calculate them is because it's not actually being measured in reality. If it was being measured in reality, you wouldn't have to calculate it. You know how they calculate it? They have a reference ellipsoid like WGS84. I'm not even joking. Yeah. So all these quaternions that you're seeing popping up in the ISS feeds, they have to have, like, they don't know how much to calculate the rotation about without some kind of reference, and they're using WGS84. So this is all circle jerky, herky-jerky stuff going on again and again and again. It's the same thing what happens at geodetic surveys. They measure angles flat, azimuth, and elevation, and then they curve it with freaking curvy geometry. That's the same thing happening here.
Okay.
All right, so the other thing is does the gyro data, X, Y, and Z that's listed on there, is that actually measuring a rotation around an axis? I don't know, but it would be pretty simple to find out. You just got to grab that API feed and log it, and over time, and then plot it to a graph and see what it's doing. And then what you can do is you can see if it plots a sphere, and if it doesn't, add the quaternions in and see if it actually makes a sphere out of it. And if it doesn't, then maybe you could take the quaternions out and see if it's adding those exact quaternions in. So this would be a way to play around with the numbers to see if you can unplug or plug the numbers and see if the quaternions are being calculated into it. If the quaternions are not being calculated into it, you just got X, Y, and Z, and the X, Y, Z is building a spherical kind of a geometry over time. If one orbital passes 90 minutes and it does like the wrapping yarn around a ball thing for the ISS, you're gonna need many orbital passes before you start getting something out that might be looking like a sphere. So you gotta log it for a while, several days and stuff. So do that and then see what comes out in the math. But even if it does build a sphere, we have no idea where this XYZ gyro data is coming from. And then the other thing to check to see is if that gyro data has been corrected for drifts. There are other telemetry feeds on the same webpage for drift. I think like thermal drift, and I don't know what kind of like if there's any like ionospheric drag drift or whatever they're claiming the hell's going on. The other thing to do is you could take that drift data and push it in and pull it out of the XYZ raw gyro feed there, what they claim is that, and see if you can see if that's being modified at all, or if it's unmodified. It's an ETA from NASA, and they're just telling you where they think the ISS is, if Earth is a ball. What's interesting to me is why they need to show you the quaternions separately. That's fascinating to me, because if it's already captured by the gyro data, then breaking it out, I guess, might be helpful, maybe for third-party user apps, for I guess standardizing everything to WGS84 for latitude, longitude across all user bases at the presentation layer. But what this reminds me of is something called the transport rate in INS systems that airplanes use, where they calculate the wrapping effect of the airplane around WGS84 based on the dimensions of WGS84, the azimuth and elevation of the plane, and its velocity on a spherical coordinate system. Meanwhile, the gyros don't seem to be feeding any data about curvature, as we can tell from the black box. So in essence, this is basically like looking at black box data for the ISS, on that website I posted. Kind of similar to what we have for the black box data from the 777.
Man, this is high level shit.
Yeah, basically what's happening is the ISS, for the audience listening, has a nadir. Okay, it's facing down. The belly of the ISS must be facing the ground of the Earth at all times, and it must rotate with its orbit so that it stays facing down. If it doesn't, it'll just orbit without rotating, and then one side will get cooked by the sun every time it passes around in front of the sun. And then that same side that gets cooked by the sun then is on the dark side of Earth facing the ground. And then as it goes around and faces the sun again, it's facing away from Earth. And if you catch my drift, this is the issue with Skylab that they claim happened, back, was that the late 70s, early 80s, 70s? They said the ISS gyros broke, so they couldn't rotate Skylab effectively to keep up with the orbit. Right, so that's what we're looking at here. For Earth to be a globe and this to be an orbit around a globe, one of the key pieces of evidence is that rotation vector. Rotations in coordinate systems are handled by quaternions, where you take the coordinates and you rotate it. And so they're showing us quaternions here all over the damn place. Now, I mean, the labels are somewhat arcane, like it's going to take forever to kind of figure this out. Ultimately, I'd like to ask somebody who knows about this shit and can at least just decode it so that I can do my own analysis.
Isn't this what the airplanes would kind of have to do, sort of also, right? The nosing down. Like, yeah. I mean, of course, they would probably just do it more like simply, like they just rotate the nose down, because they have thrust and shit like that to control it, and they wouldn't have to embed, a rotation matrix in some computer system or in some orbital mechanic formula or whatever at launch, so it knows to keep going, right? It's different different means of doing the same thing, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 777 does do that. One of the subcomponents of the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, there are three main subcomponents to it. One of them is the transport rate calculation, which is this exact same thing we're talking about. The other is Schuler tuning, which basically range binds the airplane to the globe so that it doesn't fly off into space. And the third thing is the Coriolis calculation, which is really just a sidereal rotation in the sky to make sure that the stars are aligned with WGS 84.
Okay. Actually, if I may, just a quick. Yeah. Sorry. Please. Sorry. Continue if you had more. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm like driving, man. I'm a bit scatterbrained at the moment.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was gonna ask a question, but didn't want to tangent off too quickly if you were still on a train of thought there.
Yeah, well, anyway, I hear Jedi in the background. Yeah, I mean, he gets it too. Like it's this rotation that's the real killer. And I would like somebody to tell me what the hell are these two sets of quaternion calculations for? I mean, I kind of get the geometry. I get why you need 4 of them and not 3, because you need an extra one for the axis of rotation. So you got 4 sets of quaternion call it points. And you got 3 axes, X, Y, and Z. So you got N+1 there. You got one for what looks like an LVLH frame. So that's basically like if you're going to take a camera or something and have like the ISS mounted somewhere, and the camera's going to be operating independently, like it's got its own gyro, its own gimbal, swivel, and it's going to be like looking up, looking down, looking left, looking right. You're going to need to know where it is with respect to the ISS itself. So there's some kind of rotating thing there with the LVLH frame. And then I think the other ones, and I think it's US Labs 29 through 31. The previous ones I think were 19 through 21. US Labs 29 through 31 looks like it's for the main like command system gyro. But there's supposed to be like 27 or something gyros or some ungodly number on there. At least I thought. There are tons of gyros, they said. And I remember like some of them were said to have busted or stopped working. So there's going to be like some spin up, some torque, some flywheel of some kind assembly. If the motor burns out, what do you do? Like Skylab? Some reaction wheel. They got like magnetic torquers or something on some of these. So it really all depends. I have no idea what technology is aboard exactly doing it. But there's going to be some kind of mechanism that spins these up and slows these down and have to physically adjust for issues. Like this is an internal critique of NASA. This is their own claim. So I don't necessarily buy all this crap. I'm just explaining what NASA says they need to do. So they need to have a mechanism to do that. There needs to be a feedback. And I did look around and I did notice there was like gyro drift and attitude drift or compensation factor percentages, some number, one of the US Labs feeds. And I think it might have been in a different submodule or module rather. So there's a ton of data here. Again, it comes back to trust me, bro. And I bet the number of people in the world that really knows how this is all interlinked and how it all works is probably something you can count on with your hands and feet. So why is the quaternion crap on there? Like seriously, why do I have to know this? If it's going to be baked into the gyro, then bake it into the gyro. And it's, I guess, kind of nice that you tell me separately. be funny if it was a big oops. You know, it's not unheard of for them to have big oops because the people putting this shit together don't fully understand it.
Nah, the magic science guy has got it all figured out.
Yeah. Big question. So why are they providing a quaternion calculation data feed? Is that data feed going into the gyro for correction? If so, this risks circularity because they're using WGS84 as a base reference ellipsoid for the quaternion calculations. You can that stuff's Googleable in NASA documents. The gyro itself, I came across an interesting public document. The gyro assembly is actually hooked up to GPS for attitude control refinements, it said, which also risks circularity because GPS would then be using WGS84. So then how do you get the R value for WGS84? It's all just around and around we go in this maze of circularity. You know, it's like, how did you measure the rotation of the orbit? Well, we used the quaternion for our gyro so that they knew how much to rotate. Oh, great. So how did you know how much to adjust the gyros with the quaternion? Well, we used WGS84. Great. So how did you get WGS84? Well, we use satellites to do rotations around the globe to refine and produce WGS84.
Oh, yeah. Circular dependencies.
Yeah.
This is what we call it in software. You know, one guy needs this, but that same guy needs the other thing. It doesn't start because they both need each other, you know?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, WGS84 comes from ground surveying using the stars combined with planar surveying. So for the audience who hasn't heard of that before, that's called geodesy. Geodesy is basically doing planar surveys, enriching the data with astronomical surveys, treating the sky as a celestial sphere, and then reifying the globe as a sphere in the process.
Yeah.
And then saying it can't happen any other way, that this is the only way to interpret the heavens. Oh, and by the way, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we don't really believe in the celestial sphere because we believe in a Big Bang cosmology. It's just a model. But it totally rotates only because the globe is Earth and Earth rotates, guys. The circular reasoning and reification is so thick. It's absolutely baffling and frustrating how nobody's taking like a higher level of abstraction look at all this gigantic mess and saying, what the hell are you guys doing? Do you guys not see what you are creating here with the math and how you're doing it? Like, I'm not going to profess to be some math genius and be able to very easily describe this stuff to anybody. At the same time, I can kind of see what the thought process is and point it out and say, this is your thought process. Did you not think about your own thought process? You know, and then they'll fire back, well, you know what? It works, so it has to be true. It just works, guys. Like, we don't know if we can make it work any other way. It just freaking works. How do you flat earthers think all this really works, right? I mean, at this point, looking at all this, there is no proof that's even internally consistent It's internally verifiable. You know, that is within the framework of this entire mess. There's no actual proof that anything is in an orbit. There are calculations. You know, the math checks out, but it doesn't match its own claim to reality from what we can gather in any of this. And the math also follows a circular reasoning pattern. So, I mean, is it possible there's an entire space industry of people that really believe in the work that they're doing, and nobody's actually orbited something before, but everybody thinks they have? I mean, it kind of looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's freaking bananas.
It brings me in mind of like when they went to the moon, so on, right? Where they had the people in the control center and they trained them for years on what it was going to be like, what was going to happen, where they couldn't differentiate the training from the real event. So it's quite easy for people just to believe the things that they see on the screen, and because the screen tells them and the maths are pinging away that something's happening, they'll believe that it's happening.
Yeah, that is a good point. It's like, how could that happen? Apollo was a proof of concept of that. If anything, that could have been one of the ulterior motives of the entire Apollo program. Can we get people working here to believe that we are orbiting shit and it's not really happening? And the answer is yes, they did. Because we know Apollo didn't really happen.
I mean,
we know the telemetry's false. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
I was just going to say, simulators have advanced so much since the 60s, dude. But even back in those days, right, we're just looking at simulators, simulated events because of text on a screen or diagrams, lines on the screen, right? Same thing. The simulators have just got better now.
Yeah, I was exactly thinking that, Jedi, when I was looking at this website. I'm like, what's to say that there isn't some like NASA supercomputer somewhere that's been around for decades? It's spitting out all this telemetry data to match the globe. You know, and then people reify this when they take their iPhones and download like the ISS tracker apps on a globe. And it shows up at the exact date and time and location that they are, which they think is on a globe. And bloop, 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 there it goes in the sky.
It's reinforced confirmation bias all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, right at the beginning, right? No one goes into any of these fields thinking that they're going to be deceived. They go into these fields trusting the lecturers or the teachers or the authority that what they're being trained to do is best practice. So that they're going to have a confirmation bias. I've been trained for best practice. It's the crazy reinforcement tool that they use. It's like mind programming, reinforcement. You're correct. This is right. Lots and lots of truths involved, and a sprinkling of lies along the way. Reification of models, mathematical formulas. It's all reinforcement, dude.
Yeah, man. WGS84 is like an idol.
Well, yeah, everything must report back to that, right? If the measurements don't fit, it will bend those straight lines. So yeah, it's like an idol. It will bend to its will.
Yeah, the guy the other day said that when he had access to raw telemetry, that he had access to two-line elements, which is basically Keplerian orbital elements that have been distilled down to the two most simplest things from which you can get all the others. And this is for solving where and when satellites should be if they're in an orbit. And how this is, so there's an actual coordinate system for space called SGP4. And SGP4 is basically that. It's like Keplerian orbital elements around a globe. It's created from a combination of tracking satellites from the ground and assuming you're on a globe Earth with latitude and longitude. So let's say you're one of, 20 places around the world, and your sole job is to track space objects and then feed your location and your time and the angle that you saw these objects to a big HiveMind supercomputer. And then so what you do is you transmit your coordinates, latitude and longitude. And here we go again. We're just going to assume we're on a ball. And then you transmit your alt-as observation and the time of the object that you saw. And then that gets aggregated. All like your observation and like all the other people just like you around the world doing the same thing at the same time, feeds your data to the HiveMind, and then it spits out, it does wonky donkey math again, Keplerian orbital elements, solving for the mean anomaly, and then bam, here we go. We're going to spit this out in SGP4 coordinates. It's all based off of the Earth being true as a globe, the globe Earth being true, I mean. It's all based off of orbits being possible because the globe is assumed to be true. And using math, you can take that entire coordinate framework and you can transform it into a flat Earth space system if you wanted to, and it's still going to work, and it's going to work the same exact way. Because this is all math. This is all just coordinate reference transformations again and again and again. Translating this, projecting that, and remapping and rotating. It's just again and again. Now, they fancy it up a little bit because they do more than just like projecting. They do some mapping. So they're going to do ad hoc adjustments for special cases all over the place, and it's going to be done a million times all over the Earth. Something called the EGM96 geoid model assists with that. And then they're going to enrich it with all kinds of other data from like ionospheric drag and they're going to look at ephemeris data whenever their eclipse is happening and satellites passing in front of an eclipse sun with the moon, and the satellite loses power and it's going to slow down or potentially tilt a little. I mean, they are calculating all this crap in as adjustments. They got explanations for every little freaking thing. And they're going to use that as evidence that Earth is a globe. And it all rests on the fundamental assumption that there's curvature, guys. Well, guess what? We see too damn far for Earth to be the globe that they tell us it is. So, and because you can't take a spherical coordinate reference system by itself and mash it onto a flat surface and get it to work properly, it's a topology mismatch. You're going to have to provide some adjustments. Well, guess what? There are enough freaking adjustments to go around, like the ones I was just mentioning. Astronomical refraction, gravimetric warbling, and...
What? Gravimetric what?
I called it warbling.
That's brilliant, dude.
Yeah, so like it has to do with the starlight, with combining astronomical surveying with planar surveying. They keep finding time and time again. This has been documented as far back as like the mid to late 1800s. That the time and place of stars that they use to get position fixes on Earth aren't exactly where they expected them to be if Earth is a globe. It's off a little bit here and a little bit there all over the damn place. And so that's where they said, well, because Earth is a globe and because it's got an uneven distribution of mass, it's actually warping starlight a little bit. So when I look straight up at my zenith and that star should be there at this particular microsecond and it's not, Well, must be gravity bending the starlight. Can't make this shit up. That is encapsulated in EGM 96 called the geoid.
So I just want to make this simple so I can understand it. So that prediction is obviously based on the rotation of the Earth, right? So based on that causing the motion of the sky, the star to appear in a place at a predicted time, that star being at that predicted place at the predicted time is off.
Correct. It's off. It's off. So if you could conceptually hang a plumb line from that star all the way down to Earth, gravity is bending that plumb line and has shifted that plumb weight at the bottom from pointing directly down at the center of Earth and has moved it offset a little bit. So it's curved and offset a bit all over the Earth, every which way in that way, and it seems to be changing.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I was telling Indio, like, dude, put on your flat Earth cap for a minute. Doesn't this mean that the star field is what's warbly barbly up there?
Yeah.
You know, the sidereal rotation above flat Earth, call it a rotation, sidereal motion above flat Earth is uneven.
Yeah. I'd spoken about this a little bit for a few times with regards to the motion of the stars across the sky. And that's not an even motion. They move at different speeds. They don't even move in perfect circles, right?
Right. Right. Over time, the arcs, when extrapolated, cross each other. Yeah, I mean, I was in your DMs a while back. You know this. I'll tell the audience. I mean, I was looking at the velocity of stars, and they seem to don't accelerate and decelerate at the same time that you'd expect if Earth is rotating with one uniform motion. There are small velocity changes even in their motion, which is very interesting. And I guess they can call that refraction and gravity bubbles and shit. But what I was thinking is if you could take that EGM 96 geoid model, which is the potato Earth, that's showing all the gravity adjustments they've done to account for the starlight being shifted from where it's expected to be. You could take that geoid potato Earth and do a coordinate transform and flatten it out, and that becomes your new star field over flat Earth. It's the same thing. You just change the reference frame. So it's not like they're making stuff up. Like they're not lying about something. They're misinterpreting the data, but the data might really yield exactly what it is they're showing if you could take those coordinates, that coordinate reference system, and flatten it back out somehow. I don't know how they do that. So, yep. I find that fascinating. But anyway, all that stuff is baked into to all these complicated satellite calculations too.
What was that satellite guy's name? Was it Joshua or something, or Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, somebody like that, I think, might be, if he's entertaining this stuff and coming in here, he's going to have to think about what he's doing and think about how to think about this. It's a really meta thing to do, but I think guys like that need to really spend a bit of time on the philosophy of mathematics. You know, we could construct these amazing equations and formulas, and we can do all this amazing extrapolation, but let's think about what we're doing for a second. Let's not focus on the end product and how amazing it is and what we are capable of doing. Let's actually think about if what we're doing even makes logical sense. So examine your inputs. Assumption, WGS84. Let's start with that. That there, it's the basis of everything. If we measure Earth flat, we know that the spherical coordinate reference system on its bare bones state cannot be one-for-one compatible with the flat Earth reality we live on. There have to be adjustments made. I mean, we've debunked that curvature and that coordinate frame of reference. by studying the real world around us and taking actual real world measurements of the flat Earth. So we know those distances without adjustments cannot be correct on WGS 84's latitude longitude system. It's impossible. It's a geometric impossibility. Right? So adjustments, in comes F.R. Helmert's Higher Geodesy that he wrote in Germany, freaking 800 pages, 2 volumes, and really like a 10-step process or so of extreme Math Olympiad coordinate reference transforms. And it's all about taking your planar survey and adjusting it to fit a globe, which means it works backwards too.
I get a little impassioned and somewhat frustrated by all this because it seems so freaking obvious what's going on. And all these big brains that are building these systems, designing the math and all this don't seem to see it. I mean, our friends who work in that industry just need to have their noses rubbed in it, They just gotta dive right in.
Good evening to all. هاي يا الصوت.
If I draw a circle around a point of origin on a graph, and that circle has a length of 1, a radius of 1. Radius of 1 from the point of origin at 0, 0 out to 0, 1. So that's going to be extending up along the y-axis. So let's say it's extending out to 0, 1. I can express that coordinate in xy as 0, 1. I can express another coordinate, 1, 0, also in x and y. So how do I express that 90-degree rotation? How do I say something up there was like facing down at the point of origin, and then when it moved from 0, 1 to 1, 0, it's now facing left to that point of origin? you got to use a rotation. So having like X, Y, and coordinates alone does not express that rotation. 1, 0 to 0, 1. Because you can have something that is still facing down, whether it's at 1, 0 or 0, 1, X and Y coordinates, right? So in the first instance, it's facing down towards the center, towards 0, the point of origin. In the second case, it's shifted to the right and down, and it's still facing down, but it's now facing off the grid. It's not facing the circle anymore.
Yeah, don't you need to apply 2 transformations?
You'd think so.
Right, because like one isn't one like to achieve that rotation, don't you do like a reflection and then some other reflection or something like that with a rotate? I forget the details, but I thought I remembered that if you take a normal to that line extended from the origin,
correct,
and you apply the first transformation, it's going to invert the normal. So you have to do it again, so it reverts back to its original direction, right?
Right. So when we're provided like 3D coordinates, X, Y, and Z, around a ball, those coordinates don't tell you its orientation with respect to the point of origin of that ball. So we've got these coordinates like an ECEF. There's no rotation in that. There's no rotation. You don't have that information in there. So what gives? Well, they apply a quaternion, it transforms into the ECI frame, which is where Josh works. The space frame. And in order to get that, you need the dimensions. And you're already starting off with an assumed ball in the first place. We need that. We need to measure that radiance, just as we did when we got from 0, 1 to 1, 0. We actually, like if this object existed in real life, we'd measure the radius of 1, or we'd measure an arc length. We'd be able to get the radius from that. But in either case, right, there has to be a real world measurement. Where are they getting the measurement from? So that they can complete the transformation and have it comport to reality. Because right now, all what they're doing is they're applying these calculations so that they can display a coordinate reference system and a rotation with respect to. So like the pilot is flying and his real eyes see the Earth below for what it is, but his mind's eye sees the coordinate reference grid. It's taken in measurements with his eyes in the real plane. And the computer is spitting out the virtual reality. And they're both happening in the same time. And the adjustments are incremental, so incremental such as to be statistically insignificant at each incremental step. So I'm saying, I think it'd be fun to set up some kind of API call to go grab all these, to go grab that stream from NASA, and then just start it. Collect a few days worth, see what happens, see what you can do with all this stuff.
Do they only have real time, or is there a trace going back?
That's a good question. I don't know. I just know that website, I think, traces back to NASA GitHub or something, which would be cool.
Okay. Do you have the link?
If you
I'll see if I can-
Google Lightstreamer, you should be able to get to it.
Let me grab a few.
NASA
Why
Lightstreamer.
not? I wouldn't be able to analyze it though, so I'll relay it to you.
Okay.
Let me see. Are you able to get like one of them, like off that site? Like it allows you to download it?
I don't know. I don't really know, man. I played around with this. Like, I didn't get stuff done today that I needed to do, and then I still got enough done that I had to do. But yeah, I can't really chat right now anyway. Gotta get going.
Okay, got it.
Strange nerdy thing to be talking about when you're out bumbling around here in the parking lots and stuff.
Wait, so just to be clear, right? All these different symbols, right? These are for different modules?
Correct.
Or
yeah.
are they okay. So you would have
there's
to
like a blue eye. There's like a blue eye. If you hover over it, or I might have to click on it, you'll see what it's for.
Got it. Control
So the
moment,
ones I have in my
gyroscope.
screenshot are the ones I found and picked out.
Got it.
So I'm grabbing things that are like X, Y, Z, grabbing things that are relating to gyros, grabbing things that are related to anything that says quaternions of immediate interest, because I'm like, ooh.
Okay. It shows
Grabbing anything like transport wander, transport rate, anything with like anything ephemeral like J2000, grab that.
Yeah, so some things are updating in real time. They're all updating in real time, just at different intervals. Okay. So they have the table. Did you say they provide an API, or would it need like some hacking?
I know that they do. I think that's where the data is coming from. And you can set up your own to go do the same thing as this website.
Yeah. I'll check that out.
Yeah.
Do some data mining.
The website allows for logging. I don't know.
For login? No, fuck that.
No, for logging the data. Yeah, for historical, like what you mentioned. Like if I could grab like the past 10 days or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just like
I'll check out their
massive CSV files.
Yeah. So right now, it's just a live office, it seems. Don't see like a database of all the log information. So I'll scrape some shit. Can do that.
Cool. Yeah, man. Just big ugly CSVs with timestamps and data.
Any particular disciplines or modules you have in mind? Because there's a lot, and I don't know which one's which from the terms you gave. Because those were like the names of the thing, but they're all kind of coded in whatever little like alphanumeric codes and shit. So
yeah, I know it's by the code US Lab something or other. I've got it in that screenshot.
Oh yeah, the ADCO one. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's a bunch of shit. Let me grab all those and I'll get on
The
that.
ones I have in my dashboard screenshot I sent you, I think are basically it. I think that's all
Okay.
the necessary. There's going to be too many otherwise. Like there are
Yeah.
several hundred.
Right. Let me check that out. Not sure where you see like quaternion in this though. I just see a value and it's a real number, you know?
Look at the very right side of the dashboard.
Yeah. Description. Max frequency. What about it?
Check the dashboard on the website and look all the way to the right. It'll have descriptions and it'll say quaternions. Gotta go.
Oh, for some of them. Yeah, okay. Trying to find one. Okay, yeah. See what you mean. Yeah, I'll check that out. It'll be fun.